Silenos and the Fateful Sisters. Humanity must perforce prey on itself. Shakespeare. Cat's paw clouds filled the sky, smeared by a high wind and blue with water shine. Matu rocked awake. A sunburst daggered his sight, and he glimpsed a green lug sail bellied with wind. He raised his head, and the effort almost blacked him out. His skull felt broken, and a sharp needling in his ankles and wrists told him he was bound. Through squinted eyelids he saw a grime-stained tiller and a gruesome helmsman missing fingers. He looked the other way along the deck and saw a crowd of scrawny men with hair hanging in tendrils from sweat-dark headbands. Their eyes were bruised red, and their faces were sharp as rats. Lanun. Rancid aromas twined in the wind, sour whisks of fish waste, sweat, and urine. He counted 18 men. A hair-lipped face swung closer, the split mouth spitting words Matu did not understand. Other demented faces approached, and he saw the lice scabs in their patchy beards, and the gray stains of dried salt on their sun-black skin. The charred faces pulled back, then pressed closer, amazed at his pale eyes. The pirates jabbered in a hacking sing-song, asking him questions and laughing at his befuddlement. A shout in his right ear turned his head, and he confronted a face with a slimy hole where its nose had been. The crusty upper lip peeled back from a rotted smile, and the pirate held up the gold-tufted head of Peter Gefjon. Matu closed his eyes. His mind raced, and he had to speak strongly with himself to keep his terror from devouring him. You are a sorcerer. No evil can defeat you, no matter the fear, no matter the pain. You are already dead to this world. Let the pirates have your body. You belong with Jabalwan now. No evil can defeat you. When he opened his eyes again, a knife was twisting before his face in rhythm to the choppy noise of the noseless man's voice. Matu looked past the man and the amused crew to the sun clusters on the sea as the boat rose and fell with the chop. Nausea whirled in him, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Ripples of motion waved in the shadows under his lids and seemed to blend with the waves of stink from the men around him. His head throbbed where the lead ball had glanced his skull. His gorge shot into the back of his mouth, and he vomited saliva and bile. The captain, a massive bald man with a thistly beard, slit eyes under a tiger-skin headband, and a scimitar strapped to his muscle-cobbled back, ordered the boy cut loose. Seasickness would be the blond aborigine's bonds now. Matu tried to stand, but his legs folded and dropped him to the rolling deck. The captain ordered that the boy be kept alive, for he wanted him for the slavers in Sang'e across the Celebes Sea, where a white youth as able-bodied as this would fetch 12 taels of silver. Matu curled up at the stern and lay shuddering with queasiness, watching the noseless man comb the hair on Gefjon's head with his stained fingers. Beyond him, the sailors turned his medicine bag inside out, strewing its contents over the filthy deck. Fingers of roots, hairy tubers, leaf rolls, serpent vertebrae glowing like butterflies. The cover of the book was nailed upside down through its spine to the mast, and the gold cross that was embossed on it was smeared with fish blood. Over the 50 years since the big ships had first appeared in the southern seas, Europeans had been scattered among the islands by shipwrecks and pirates. Some of this crew had white sailors among their aboriginal, Muslim, Hindu, and Oriental ancestors. A blonde native, however, was rare. Most of the crew had seen blonde hair only on scalps, and they plucked at the youth's long locks and tugged at his loincloth to examine his genitals. His head pounding, Matu felt helpless against the pirates darting their hands at him, pointing at his nakedness. When the noseless one touched Matu's thigh, he shoved him away, but nausea stymied his movements, and the crew hooted with glee. 2 of them seized him by his arms and dragged him forward, bending him over a stinking barrel of gurry water. He struggled, and the pirates laughed louder, their hands grabbing and stroking him. The captain ignored the crew even when a man mounted the tribesman and jigged over him in a lusty frenzy. Several days under sail lay ahead of them, and he was glad for the amusement that the blond native provided. He would let 3 sailors have the boy today, and maybe 3 more tomorrow. Matu fixed his mind on his father's sword, which the captain had taken for himself when he recognized the Spanish sword-maker's mark at the base of the blade. The boy tried to draw strength from the weapon that had killed the enemy of his tribe, but the spirit wind did not rise in him, and the harder he bucked to throw off the bestial men grasping and debauching him, the louder the pain blared from his joints. He shouted the rain-wanderer's war cry, and the pirates exulted. After the 3rd sailor had broken his lust against Matu's fierce struggles, the captain ordered him bound again. During the night, other men fondled the prisoner, and the captain, just to keep an eye on him and be certain he was left whole, finally had the youth tied to the mast, arms stretched out on the lower spar like the crucified god his pale ancestors worshipped. At dawn, as the aborigine was being cut down to be passed to the men who had won him by lot for that day, the watch at the prow cried a sudden alarm. A large ship was swooping down on them from the south. With its black sails, it had not been spotted until it was almost upon them, and now escape was impossible. The captain and crew squinted to make out the ship's big flag, but Matu saw it first, a black square stretched taut at the top of the masts and emblazoned with the image of a man-shaped winged dragon. "Wyvern!" the watch screamed, and the whole crew moaned and seemed to shrink on their skeletons. The sound of their dismay inspired Matu, and when they tried to bind him again, he shook off the torpor of his night on the mast and swung out with all his vigor, knocking aside 2 men. The crew were scrambling for their battle stations, and he leaped from the mast scaffolding to the deck, his nerves sparking with the knowledge that this could well be his death. He snatched a parang from one of the crew and turned to confront 6 men with knives and swords converging on him. He faced them with a viper's concentration, parang tip trembling. A rib-clacking roar rent the dawn, and the junk's mast was sheared away in a cloud of flechettes. 2 of the pirates were thrown to the deck. Matu shoved himself against the sudden tilt of the ship and attacked the pirates closest to him, hacking with furious blind speed. All at once, he was before the noseless pirate, who wore Hefion's head strung on its vine. The pirate had a machete in one hand and a creese in the other, and he grinned with the demented abandon of a man who knew he was already dead. Matu could see the huge black-sailed ship behind the madman, rearing above the tiny junk. Men were swinging on lines and dropping to the decks with cutlasses flailing. Musket fire crackled from above, and pirates spun off their feet under spouts of blood. The sight flared the killing fire in Matu, and he threw his parang like a spear, stabbing the pirate before him through his nose-hole. He drew the blade, and quickly removed the twine loop from Hefion's head, put the amulet around his neck, and shouted like a warrior. The huge ship slammed into the junk. Timber flew, and the deck lifted steeply, sending Matu toppling. He flipped over corpses and sprawled to the prow. As he staggered upright, he met the baleful lower of the Lanoon captain. The hulking man had Von Note's sword raised over his head, and he brought it down so hard that it split the prow's rail as Matu leaped aside. The captain twisted the blade free just as Matu swung at him, and their 2 weapons clashed in a ringing tremor. The pirate pushed Matu off his feet, slapping the breath out of him. Matu swung his legs, trying to kick the pirate's feet out from under him, but the massive man was sturdy as a tree, and he snagged Matu's legs between his ankles and held him tightly for the death blow. The sword hung up, barbing dawnlight at the peak of its arc, then stiffened as if hitting an invisible barrier. Blood spilled from the giant's ears, and he keeled to his side, the back of his head sundered, glittering with ropey brains. The junk lurched, and he dropped overboard, still clutching the Spanish sword. Matu stared up at the big ship looming alongside, and saw a scowling black figure with silver hair in flying rat-tails, a red patch over his left eye, and a long mustache dangling with bone beads. The large man waved his musket, signaling Matu to come aboard. He pointed to one of the lines that had swung from the side of the warship, where men were already hauling away the junk's meager provisions in a great net. The one-eyed pirate could not believe what he was seeing. A naked, fair-haired youth, with a shrunken head about his neck, and a parang in his hand, dripping Lanoon blood. The day was too young for grog hallucinations, and he leaned over the rail to grasp every detail of the queer sight before him. Wind streamed Matu's long blonde hair behind him, and the pirate frowned into the clear eyes and arrogant bones of the youth's face, as if into a mirage. All of the Lanoon crew were dead now, and the junk was listing as the sea rushed in below deck. Matu bounded over the corpses of his tormentors to the jagged stump of the mast, and found the book's cover still nailed to the shattered wood. He pried off the black leather with his parang, and tied it to him with a strip of cloth, so his hands would be free. His medicine bag was nowhere to be seen among the heaped bodies and shattered planks, but he found his blowgun lying tangled in the nets under the gunwales. The deck tilted sharply, and Matu grabbed the blowgun and clambered for the dangling rope. Swirling like a monkey with the blowgun clasped between his legs, he squirmed up the rope, and the eye-patched man who had saved his life offered a sturdy, callous-barked hand and pulled him aboard. Close up, Matu could see that the man's forehead was branded with the cicatrix of a snake coiled in a figure 8. His red eye patch was studded with diamond chips in the shape of an asp's eye. An unearthly music chimed deep in the wells of Matu's ears, as he realized that this was the one-eyed, snake-browed man he had seen in countless nightmare visions from the time he had given his hand to the spider. He was even dressed in the shadow and blood colors he had worn in Matu's nightmares, a black doublet with silver buttons and slit seams exposing a red silk blouse beneath. His knee breeches were also black, above gray stockings, and low flaring brown boots lined in scarlet. A cutlass hung from his side, and a pearl dagger handle stuck from the cuff of a boot. Matu swayed before him, stunned by this collusion of vision and reality. The pirate stared back with his one gray eye, scrutinizing the shrunken head dangling from Matu's neck. The rest of the crew had seen it too, and they studied the sorcerer grimly. Matu leaned his blowgun on his shoulder and slowly raised his hands in tribal greeting. The one-eyed man grinned a thin, yellow-toothed smile and clapped the youth on the shoulder. "The lad doesn't look to be a villain, mates," he shouted in Malay to the crew. "I say we have him aboard." Cheers leaped from the men. These were the first true monkey faces Matu had seen close up, and he was moved by their hideous faces and oversized bodies. The snake-branded pirate pointed to the book's cover, and Matu untied it and handed it to him. The man's good eye widened at the sight of the clear Latin script within. "I have seen the lion of the final moment. It guards the mine of signature." He leveled a hard stare at Matu and asked something in his thick voice. Matu gestured his incomprehension and searched back for the phrases his mother had taught him lifetimes ago. "I speak some Spanish," he said hesitantly, the rust of the words catching in his throat. The pirate's jaw jogged loose, and the crew edged closer. "A naked jungle boy, mangling Castilian!" he exclaimed in gruff Spanish, a laugh of surprise breaking across his face. He was by nature a suspicious being. Matu could see that from the squint lines around his narrow eye. Matu also saw the night gathered in that eye, a soul used to staring at hardship. Suffering eked from his gaze. Yet deep in the graven lines of his harsh face was a wondering expression, and Matu thought he heard a tinge of awe in his voice as he said, "Welcome aboard Silenos, young warrior. What will you be called?" Matu understood the question, but he could not bring his tribal name into Spanish, so he reverted to the name Mala had given him from her ill-fated encounter with the Dutch. "I am called Yaki." "Ah, as it says here in your family tree," the pirate said, running a thick finger over the faded writing in the book's cover. "Your grandfather's name, aye, but your own birth is not recorded here." Yaki's expression went sullen. I am the son of nobody, he replied. I had many fathers, but belonged to none. The sly gray eye crinkled compassionately for a moment before it hardened again. You will be Yaki Hefjon, then, he said. A Dutch lad, and with native blood in your face, I can see. How old are you? I am in my 16th year. And how came you to this? I was taken from my land by the Lanoon, he answered softly. What happened to your parents? The hulking man asked. Yaki could not bring forward the words of his story. The ugly man slapped him brusquely on the shoulder again. There will be time enough later for singing our strange tales. Your wound needs a clean dressing from the look and stink of it, and if you want, we will find you some sailor's clothes. He returned the Bible cover. Forgive me, Yaki said, inhaling the soft energies of the sea. If the ship is called Silenos, he asked, then are you Wyvern? The man threw back his head with a laugh and punched his hand in a salute to the mainmast, where the black flag stretched as a topsail, bearing the image of a two-legged serpent with wings. That is our Wyvern, boy, a creature of dreams come to feed in the real world. And how have you heard of our beast? The pirates cried that name when they saw this ship. He slapped both of his hands on his chest with satisfaction. I'm gratified that even the Lanoon have learned to fear Wyvern, he said proudly, wholly liking this white savage, though they are not our usual prey. We don't stalk the Jong pirates, but when we meet them, we help ourselves to their cargo and ease them from this tormented world. He waved to the shattered junk, which was sinking from sight. They're empty men, naked souls, better off without this world oppressing them, or them oppressing Earth's innocents, like yourself. He fixed his eye on Yaki. My name is Trevor Pym, he said slowly, designer and builder of Silenos, erstwhile privateer with Sir Francis Drake, with whom I raided the Spanish cities of the New World, and thus acquired some facility with this tongue. Are you also the captain? Yaki asked. Pym turned to the attentive crew and bawled in Malay, Am I the captain? The men shouted their affirmation, throwing caps in the air and whistling. Though their storm-beaten faces were malefic with scars, tattoos, and beards spiked with bone needles, they were dressed cleanly in long gray trousers and full puffed linen shirts. Most of them were barefoot, but some wore leather shoes frilled with rosettes. Yes, it appears I am still captain of this ship, Pym said, and put an arm around a fire-faced man with red curls and beard who stood at his side. And this is Mr. Blackheart, the ship's quartermaster and my missing eye. He runs the ship, whilst I spend my time visiting with the spirits. He raised the crocodile-skin flagon from under his doublet and took a draught. Mr. Blackheart nodded his sunburned face and grinned through his dense, bristly beard. He and the captain seemed to be the only blue-eyed monkey faces among the crew, the rest looking much like the Lanoon, except healthier and better dressed. Mr. Blackheart is the only other European aboard, Pym said. I don't usually abide Europeans, or any who truckle to kings and queens. We're equals aboard Silenos, but you'll hear all about that later. For now, you should know that Mr. Blackheart is not your usual European. He's a Scot, and the defender of his Orkney home against James, the king who decided all Scots should serve him. The king's men slaughtered his family, and our Mr. Blackheart lost his eloquence for stirring up rebellion against kings. Pym signed, and Mr. Blackheart opened his mouth and revealed a blackened stump of a tongue. Cut out for rousing his fellow Scots against foreign rule. Pym shook his head at such barbarity. He hates kings worse than I. Ah, but I'm chewing wind. I can see all this means little to a heathen lad like you. Kings are no different from you or me, Yaki said quietly. I know, for I have slain the king of my people's enemy. Pym pulled down the corners of his mouth and nodded as if impressed. "Is that so? Well, then, we've new stories to hear, and new ears for our stories, Mr. Blackheart. Take him below deck, patch his head, and find him some suitable attire. We'll hear his story after he's dressed and eaten." Pym took a long swig, winked his eye at Yaki, and stalked off to survey the plunder. The quartermaster led Yaki across a deck blond with cleanliness and down a tight stairway that smelled like the inside of a tree. Yaki ran his fingers over the satin of the varnished wood, amazed at how the light seemed to seep from the grain like sap. The roll of the big ship was gentler than the junk, and he adjusted his gait to it. The sight of the 22 cannon along the gunnery deck, their sturdy carriages strapped with elephantine ropes, filled Yaki with an incomprehensible ardor. It was the inheld might of the gun's black metal that impressed him. Never had he seen so much iron. Mr. Blackheart had to lead him away by the hand. The ship's surgeon swabbed Yaki's head wound with brandy as the boy ogled the saws and scalpels, files, and clear glass jars of herbal tinctures. The surgeon gestured to himself. "Saja, call me," he said. He was a tiny Malay in a green turban, white pongee shirt, loose black trousers, and rush sandals. Fingering the amulet Yaki wore, he said in a crude imitation of a forest dialect, "From jungle sorcerer, la? This head style ancient, long time not seen. Who give this?" "My teacher," Yaki replied, exuberant at the sound of his own language, even though it was garbled. "It's the head of my spirit father, and my teacher took great care to prepare it in the correct way." Saja's thin eyebrows shot up to hear the tribal tongue spoken lucidly by a European. "Teacher, la? Head-taker, la?" "No, not a head-taker. My teacher was a soul-catcher. He trained me as a sorcerer." Saja released the small head as though it were a live coal. "You? A soul-catcher?" Disbelief sharpened to startlement as confirmation shone in the boy's blue stare. Saja backed away quickly, bumping into the cutting table on his way out the door. Mr. Blackheart tilted his head with bewilderment and signed for Yaki to follow him. They walked through narrow gangways lit by skylights to the stern of the deck beneath the gunners, where there was a small laundry chamber. Yaki scrubbed himself with a cake of pumice and lavender, and rinsed off with a pail of warm, fresh water lowered through a hatch from the galley above. At the sight of Yaki's circumcision scar, Mr. Blackheart grimaced and chopped his hand across his groin like a knife. Yaki laughed, for the first time in the 3 moons since Jabalwan had died. The laugh cut through the callous pain of his grief, and his senses brightened. "I did it for a woman," he said in Spanish, "and it was not worth it." Mr. Blackheart understood. Shrugging with laughter, he led naked Yaki down another stairway to the 4th and lowest deck, where they entered a dark chamber big as a longhouse. The quartermaster opened port hatches, and the azure sunlight showed crates heaped with bolts of silk in brilliant jungle bird colors. Red, blue, and black leather chests trimmed in brass were stacked atop each other in packed ranks the length of the deck. Amidships, in the crystal shine from the great skylight at the top of the cargo well 3 decks up, was a shrouded bulk. The sea breeze from the open ports had flipped the corner of a tarpaulin and revealed a large pile of smudged metal bars. "Silver," Yaki breathed softly, as if in a holy chamber. He lifted his face toward the high skylight and saw the scaffolding 2 stories up that served as catwalks across the cargo well for the men on the gunnery deck. The benthic glow and the broad roll of the ship brought the book's Jonah to mind, and he quoted aloud, "For thou didst cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas." Mr. Blackheart regarded him for an instant, nodded thoughtfully, and guided Yaki through the capacious storeroom, past casks and crates, to the draught-cooled stern, where a rope ladder descended 2 decks from the galley. Ambrosial fragrances rose from large open bins of fruit and vegetables. Behind a paper screen were racks of clothing. Mr. Blackheart riffled through kimonos, gowns, vestments, and court finery, and selected a blue zibeline shirt with cartridge pleating, a fawn-skin vest, and brown trousers with black stitching on the outer seams. Yaki took the clothes with vague arms, amazed to feel the lambent fabrics. He held the trousers to his waist and trembled like a deer. These were his father's garments, he thought, and by wearing them he was putting on his father's soul. The sepulchral shadows of the low-ceilinged deck swerved with sea light and breezes. Presences circled him. Mystery had turned its circle again, and he looked to the quartermaster with his heart's blood in his face. Mr. Blackheart helped Yaki dress, providing a green satin pouch for the shrunken head and the book's cover, and then led him through the timber-scented corridors and upstairs to the galley, where the rafters were hung with slabs of spiced meat, chains of garlic, and hands of ginger root. A tureen of boiling soup sat on an iron stove with lion paw legs. Beside it, a long-haired Chinese was chopping vegetables. He scooped cooked rice into a wooden bowl and ladled hot fish broth over it. Blackheart left to take the wheel while the day's course was plotted. Yaki ate voraciously, and left the galley satisfied with the soup's promise and eager to get back above deck and learn more about his generous hosts. He stopped in the empty companionway. Shafts of serene blue light stood beneath the hatches like pale tree trunks. Alone, for the first time since the Lanoon had captured him, he put down his green pouch and knelt. He thanked God for his deliverance from the Lanoon, and he listened to the faint voices of his blood. "Yaki," Mala called, and he looked behind him. He was alone, but the immediacy of her voice had set his heart hopping. He listened again, and heard the sea hugging the ship, foreign voices scooting through the hatchways, and the wind walking like an old man. He was no longer Matu. She knew that, and she was telling him she knew. Yaki had put on his father's clothes. On this boat, in this boat's world, Mala was no secret. The sound of Spanish had pulled him swiftly into her shadow, but he saw that she was not near at all. She was far, far away in the green forest where the rains rose at night, and he was now a ghost to that world. He had died to his mother's forest life, and been reborn in his father's womb. The strangeness of it broke over him like a stream, tasting of the weariness of the mountains. His fingertips brushed the soft fabric of his new clothes. He closed his eyes and spoke to the invisible. "I'm alive in the afterworld, Mother, and you are dead in the forest. Speak well of me to my spirit father, and do not forget me to my seed father, though he did not earn your love in this life. I am in their world now, at the mercy of their powers, and they are strange. My fathers are men of the horizon. Their father is the wind. They are as ugly as I. I am afraid among them, and I miss the forest. The forest is your mother, as you were mine. I hope that I will see her again, and meet you in the trees and rivers, touch you in the still waters and the long grass, and know that I am safe and have never been away from you." He opened his eyes and saw men watching him from the corridor. Solitude was a ghost of the forest. He bowed to the crewmen, picked up his green pouch, and climbed the narrow stairs into the light. Pym was on the quarterdeck, sighting the sun with a backstaff, and Mr. Blackheart was at the big wheel. Yaki stood on the top step, watching the large man with his back to the sun, holding the brass contraption with its flashing shard of mirror at the far end. The quartermaster's hand scrawled busily to record the captain's words. Yaki was as intrigued to see a man writing as he was by the odd apparatus. Pym lowered the backstaff. "Those clothes suit you," he said. "You look like a lad from the island country where I grew up." Pym nodded at the congruity of the clothes and the youth's devil-handsome face. Yet there was an odd center of gravity to the boy, a wolf slouch that made him look ready at each instant to pounce or flee. "Come here, lad. You don't need permission to walk the quarterdeck on this ship." He fit the backstaff into a cabinet built for it in the gunwale. Above the cabinet was strapped a whetting stone carved in the shape of a giant rat's skull. Pym rubbed it affectionately as he rose. "You and anyone else in this crew can go wherever they like on Silenos, even my cabin." Yaki stepped onto the quarterdeck and scanned the giant ship. The rake-masted vessel had refitted her sails while he was below deck, and the black canvas had been replaced by smoke-gray sheets that caught the wind and skimmed them swiftly over the sparkling sea. Men dangled from the shrouds, tightening the rigging, and Yaki's soul rode with them up into the mango-yellow clouds. "The surgeon tells me that you're a sorcerer," Pym said. "Is that so?" Yaki looked to the captain with the glare of the masts still in his eyes. "Yes." Pym weighed this disclosure. "You speak with the dead?" "Yes." The captain's eyes screwed up intently. "What do they say to you?" "They don't talk back." Pym and Mr. Blackheart laughed in unison, and when they saw the puzzlement on Yaki's face, they laughed louder. Pym brushed a tear from his eye. "Excuse us, lad. We're laughing with relief. Saja says you commune with the dead, and the last thing we want on this ship is ghosts wandering the decks. We've enough trouble with the living." The quartermaster signed to Pym, and the captain said, "Mr. Blackheart wants to know what kind of sorcerer you are." Yaki pondered a response and finally said, "I was learning to catch souls before my teacher was killed." "Souls, eh? And what do you do with them after you catch them?" "I put them back in their bodies." "Ah, then you're telling us you're a surgeon." Yaki recalled the blades and saws on the wall of Saja's cabin and looked skeptical. "I'm trained to heal wounds and fevers." Pym winked slyly at the quartermaster. "And what do you think you can do for this wound?" He flipped up the gem-studded patch over his dead eye and revealed a socket of mangled flesh, syrupy with pus. The grin under Pym's mustache stalled when the youth did not blanch and look away. Yaki stepped closer. He had seen eye wounds before, and he could tell from the red membrane filming the bone and the blisters of festering sores that the captain was in continual pain. "You are suffering," he said with concern, and touched the captain's stubbly cheek to turn his head so that light fell into the back of the bone cave. A yolk of abscess smeared the socket's lining. "This could easily fever and kill you if you are not careful to keep it clean." "I wash it with brine every day," Pym said angrily, "though it burns like a peephole to hell. Let it kill me, I say. It's taken long enough. 11 damned years now." "I cannot return your eye," Yaki told him, "but I can clean the infection and stop the pain." "Can you now?" Pym asked, and lowered the patch to keep the stinging sea breeze out. He lifted his flagon and sucked deeply at the coconut ferment. "I'd be indebted to you, lad, if what you say is true. But any number of leeches and ship's surgeons have plied their tricks on that hole. Some have numbed it, but it always gets worse again." "I can help you," Yaki said with certainty. His stare had something unspoken in it. "The pain and decay will go away and not return. But I must go into the jungle to get the plants I need." Pym's face clouded suspiciously, and he stepped back. "We're 20 miles north of Celebes. We can stop there." "I don't know Celebes," Yaki said. "I know I can help you, but only if you return me to the beach where the Lanoon abducted me." "And where might that be, young sorcerer?" "The snake hunter's grave." Pym looked to Mr. Blackheart, and the quartermaster's hands shaped signs in the air. The captain's face hardened. "That's Borneo. We're over 200 miles from there. I'll not backtrack that far now." He leaned closer to Yaki, a shadow in his gray eye. "You've seen our treasure. Silk, silver, rich clothing, artwork, the cargo of a 1,000-ton Dutch carrack we took in the Java Sea on its way to Batavia from the Japans. I want that booty on land before a storm or the Spanish take it from me. The journey you're asking us to make will add 4 days of sailing." The quartermaster signed, and Pym nodded grumpily. Yes, we can put our treasures ashore and then find your snake hunter's grave if we want to miss harrying Shi Hong's gold flotilla north in the China Sea. He sails only once every 4 years. That's too much to give up, even for an eye. And after that voyage, it'll be monsoon time, and we'll be landlocked months." He rubbed his chin and cocked a furry eyebrow at Yaki. "You wouldn't be lying to me now, would you? If it's just that you want to get back from where you came, I'll get you there eventually, boy. In the meantime, you'll have adventures with us. You needn't promise me a cure you can't deliver just to dupe me into taking you home. That would enrage me, and I would be using your bones for fishhooks. You understand?" "I am not lying, Captain Pym. I know the jungles of my land very well. I can find plants there that will immediately stop your suffering. But we must not wait, not for anything you value less than your life." Pym's eyebrows knitted, and Yaki went on. "Unless we dry up the yellow blood that is eating its way to your brain, you will die. I don't know when, but that wound could fever at any time." The pain behind Pym's eye socket winced, and he looked to Blackheart. The quartermaster, not wanting the responsibility, kept his hands on the wheel and his gaze on the sea. Pym thought of the booty in the ship's hold. He was carrying the riches to his wife, Perdita Iduna. When she saw him and his treasure, her amber face would ignite with joy, and he would lose his pain in her spice-skin touch, her cumin breath, her lips' shine. He looked up, resolved to take Silenos to Perdita, but when he met the sorcerer's ingenuous stare, he believed the boy could heal him, and the hope was suddenly more than he could bear. He lunged to his feet. "Hard a weather, Mr. Blackheart," he ordered, slapping the pate of the rat-skull whetting stone. "I'll put our case to the men." Silenos turned into the wind, and Pym bellowed the orders to strike canvas. The ship glided idly, and the crew of 32 gathered on the main deck. The faces of the men staring up at the quarterdeck were fixed on Yaki, as Pym explained his offer to heal the festering wound. To them, he looked too childlike to be a healer, and at last one sailor shouted in Malay, "And what happens to the bugger if we risk squalls and men of war to get to Borneo, and he can do no more for your head hole than a shadow puppet conjurer?" "Then we'll string him up like a puppet," Pym promised, "and you'll have your bonus from the captain's share of the booty for making this trip." There were grumbles about Pym's foolishness, but the crew were enticed by the generous bonus the captain had promised, and they took off their hats and headscarfs to acknowledge their assent. When the entire ship's company was bareheaded, Pym sent the men back to their stations and nodded to Yaki. In Spanish he said, "My men have agreed to help me." And he felt an icy twinge, a premonition of the rage he would suffer if, in the end, he had forsaken half his captain's share of the Japanese treasure and Shi Hong's gold to boot for a foolish hope. Yaki saw Pym's fear in the cold black ember at the center of his eye, and he smiled placidly, the light in his own eyes holding their flame. On the journey south, Yaki learned about his father's world. Pym showed him the ship's compass and its faithfulness to the invisible strength of the north. Only iron could break its spirit hold, and Yaki understood then how the rain-wanderers and all the first tribes who eschewed metal and sustained themselves solely on the spirit powers of the earth were doomed, and how those who picked up metal instantly lost their animal souls and became men possessed by the invisible spirit powers themselves. Even more inspiring for Yaki was to witness Pym navigating by night. The captain pointed out the North Star low on the horizon and showed him the planets, the shards of the hawk's skull still whirling from the sun's blow at the beginning of time. Pym read the stars like ore in the mute depths of rock. Yaki remembered Jabalwan telling him that greater than bird omens and cloud reading was the sorcery of the night sky. He listened attentively to all Pym had to say about the packs of stars, the 12 houses where they received the sun and the moon, and the beast shapes that wore the stars like ornaments in the black heavens. Pym assigned Yaki a small cabin in the after castle, a handsome chamber with a narrow bay window, a Persian couch with lion-head armrests for a bed, and a 3-legged stool of red lacquer from China. A crewman had died of fever there the previous year, and no one else would have the cabin, though it was comfortable and commanded a wide view of the stern. Yaki was fearless of the dead. The powers of the world had saved him from the cruelty of the living, and he was convinced that his fathers were guiding him. By day, he spent hours in the masts, reading the clouds, hoping to learn more of his fathers. The clouds showed him a far country, a land not of long houses, but of tall houses, lifting like trees against the sky. The people rode up and down in winched crates like the basket and pulley the cook used to haul vegetables from the draft-cooled aft hold. He could not believe what he saw, and soon he watched the clouds less and the men around him more. The crew were impressed by Yaki's agility on the shrouds. The regular net pattern of the rigging was simplicity to him compared to the riotously guileful canopy of the forest. Once the ship's veering balance became familiar, Yaki would crawl out on the topmost spars and execute the rigging knots the crew taught him. His temerity won him the crew's respect. Even Saja relinquished his apprehensions about the sorcerer as he noticed the benevolent magic Yaki had worked on their ash-blooded captain. Pym raged at the men not at all, since they had plucked the blond savage from the Lanoon, and Saja had no gashed scalps or split lips to stitch from the captain's blows. An infectious joy spread through the crew, inspired by Pym's hopeful tolerance of his pain. For the first time in 11 years, the captain joined the men at their meals and shared in their bawdy stories with gusto. Those who did not know him from the years before he lost his eye and soured with the pain of its chronic abscess were wary at first. His baleful eye, severe as steel, was suddenly sparkling with ironic insight and withheld laughter, and his bulldog mouth had relaxed to an easy grin. But those who had been with him the longest, and who remembered his laughter in the face of Spanish cannon and gale-force winds, relished with glee the return of his high-spirited soul, and the belief spread among the crew that the blue-eyed boy was indeed a sorcerer who had spelled the captain's bitterness. Blackheart, who had known Pym from his first years in Asia, was delighted to see his captain's suffering abate once again. Yet he was afraid. He knew that when the yellow-haired heathen fled back into the jungle and did not return with his apocryphal cure, Pym's fury would be terrible, and probably the destruction of them all. With concealed foreboding, Blackheart watched Yaki win the affection of the crew. His childlike interest in everything anyone was doing on the ship burnished mindless routines to the ardor of rituals. Pym chuckled to see the swabbing of decks and the plaiting of hemp glorified by the virtuous attention of the handsome youth that everyone wanted to impress. In just a few days he had become their witness from the primeval world, their jungle child hungry for what they knew so well that they had almost forgotten. And they were all fathers to him. Under the rolling stars, the pirate captain and the sorcerer spoke of life, mystery, and the silt of destinies. Yaki was mesmerized by the large man's compressed voice, booming even in a whisper. "Hope is vain, and reason is a joke," he said. "The world is a lie, a great deception. Does not the earth look flat, and the sun seem to rise and set?" "This is not so?" Yaki's weighing stare wobbled with bafflement. My teacher could see the world's soul in the clouds, but he had no understanding beyond that. You do. You read the stars. "I see the wind in the clouds," Pym replied, glad for someone with whom to share his learning. and I see the weather the wind carries. I know nothing of soul, but its conspiracy with death. The soul flies, and we die. If your teacher saw the world's soul in the clouds, he saw death riding high over our spinning rock. He lifted his flagon to his lips. I will tell you a thing that will set your savage heart soaring. The world is not the stretched-out corpse of the hawk, as your people believe. The stars are not the shattered orts of its skull. Each star is a sun. He swept his arm across the glittering sky like a club. Countless suns, and all of them so far away, they look like chips of glass. With an unsteady hand, he snapped open a panel in the gunwale where the backstaff was stored and removed his largest spyglass. He pointed to a large yellow star. Look there, lad. Yaki held the tube to his eye. The yellow star gazed back at him like an amber eye, tiny pinpoints of light poised around it. Jupiter, Pym said. Another world, and with its own moons, a handful of them. Wonder lapped in Yaki's chest, and he regaled Pym with questions about the sky, the stars, and the planets. The boy's mind reeled before Pym's answers, and Jabalwan's voice whispered from deep within, The sky is deep. Deeper than the old man-snake could have guessed. Or had he? The sky is deep. It carries everything, no matter where. Pym sucked on his rice wine and told the boy everything he knew of how the sun held the planets in sway, swinging them around itself while they spun like marbles through the days and nights. Now do you see the deception of our eyes? Pym asked. We cannot trust our senses. We cannot trust life itself. Does not the spider spin a web the color of air? Does not our lust promise us life, even as the humors sour in our veins? Only God is good, Yaki said, gazing through the spyglass at the crushed light of stars. God? Pym's jaw snapped like an iron trap. You speak of God? Do you think God has a place for you in his heaven? Yaki put down the spyglass and regarded Pym with incredulity. I am here, aren't I? Pym hurled a laugh into the night. You're here because Silenos pulled you out of hell. I am like you, Captain. I am dust thrown into the wind. We don't have to call that God. It carries us anyway. Pym grumbled. Carries us where? From the pain of birth, through sickness to death, with frequent port calls at hunger. It's a journey I'd not have chosen to make. Yaki shrugged. There is no true freedom in life. Why not? Pym swigged at the wine. If God is good, why is life a torment? The life is secret. No, Jungle Boy. He closed his eye and let the wine lug him toward sleep. We are just ignorant. The smell of land reached Silenos before the islands hove into view. The shark-fin mountains of Celebes smoked with distance off the port side, and a honey wind spilled from the cliffs of Borneo from the starboard. Yaki stood on the cross-trees with one of the bat-faced sailors, scanning the coast with a spyglass for the white rock of the snake-hunter's grave. He recognized a black river and knew that the beach where the Lanoon had seized him was nearby. Yaki hollered his sighting, and Mr. Blackheart steered Silenos through the reef gulch toward the narrow beach. Bringing his own spyglass to bear on the shaggy swamp trees, Pym searched for signs of people. He shouted orders to men in the rigging, and the sails were struck. The ship glided through the channel toward the green shallows, and Blackheart spun the wheel so she fell off from the wind and slowed. The anchor dropped with a bright splash. "Have the cannon primed," Pym ordered Blackheart. "By now, the Dutch and the Spaniards both know we took the fat bird from the Japans, and they'll be coming up and down the strait looking for us." Blackheart signed for Pym to stay aboard and offered to go ashore himself. Pym shook his head and selected a musket from the quarterdeck's gun rack. "I'm a better shot than you, Blackheart, and if our blond heathen means to desert us, I want the satisfaction. Stay alert now." A skiff was lowered, and Pym selected his 2 best gunmen to row, though Yaki assured him the marsh was empty. He could tell by the amble of the big-nosed monkeys and the birds' scrawling flights that no people were nearby. Yaki had put on his spirit father's shrunken head, and insisted on bringing his long, spear-tipped blowgun, but Pym kept it beside him out of the boy's reach. As soon as the skiff bit into the mud shoal, Yaki leaped from the prow and splashed ashore. Pym cocked his flintlock as he rose to follow, but there was no need for it. The boy threw himself to the sand and hugged the beach. He had never expected to see this land again. The forest aromas laved him, and he chanted a silent prayer of thanks to his guardian, the spider, and another to his dead fathers. Pym uncocked his gun, shoved it back in his sash, and lifted Yaki by his shoulders. "Come on, happy colt. I'm a target for every flag in Asia. I can't be standing here while you blubber. Get me the medicine you promised." Yaki pointed into the forest and called out with a piping whistle. Pym clapped a hand over the boy's mouth, and in a wink had the cocked flintlock pressed against his ear. "What treachery is this?" the pirate demanded. "No treachery," Yaki insisted. "I am calling my animal, Wawa. When the Lanoon took me, he fled into the forest." "That was well over a week ago," Pym said. "No animal but a dog would linger here that long." "Wawa is not a dog. I don't know the name in Spanish for what animal Wawa is, but he will come. He is my animal soul. He will not have gone far." "If this is a trick for calling the tribes down on us, you will die, Yaki Jefion." Yaki twisted his shoulder loose from Pym's grip and strode into the jungle. Pym and his 2 apprehensive sailors followed. The languorous smell of the jungle enveloped them in its cool shadow. Looped lianas, pallid, fungal-gilled tree trunks, and miasmic vapors opened like a grotto. Sultry odors blundered about them as they disturbed the leaf rot, and the muted music of the bird and monkey jabber fell deeper into the lowering wilderness. Yaki cried again for Wawa, and Pym hissed at him to shut up. Yaki faced about and looked deep into the pirate's one eye. "You are in my world now, Captain Pym. You may kill me here if you wish, and I will die happily. But if you want to be healed, you must do as I say." Pym nodded and uncocked his flintlock. "Do you see these mushrooms?" Yaki picked a blue-white hair from a tree trunk. "Collect a handful of these, and have your men do the same." Pym commanded his sailors, and watched Yaki lope deeper into the jungle, flitting like a shade over the root burls. "Where are you going?" he shouted. But the boy did not answer, and in a moment had vanished in the steam of the jungle. His shrill whistle fluttered like a flag in the green darkness. While Pym was busy collecting the blue fungus, Yaki circled back to the beach and retrieved his blowgun. Back in the forest, he fashioned himself several darts from a thorn shrub, and found the poison he needed in a strychnos vine high in the canopy. Now Pym lived at his mercy. A chittering bark startled him, and he turned to face the silver-haloed black mask of Wawa. The gibbon tackled him, and they both toppled over in exuberance. "Find me the forest people," Yaki instructed Wawa. But the gibbon would not leave his side, so they went together deeper into the forest until they found on a nearby river bank a longhouse of snake-walkers. The legend of Matu Braim was well known to the people, and they received him warmly, bowing to the golden head that hung from his neck. Yaki stripped off his vest and shirt and gave them to the headman in exchange for all the hide pouches of arak he could carry. Back in the jungle, he collected the medicinal plants he needed, then ran to within a shout of where he had left the pirates. He used a strychnos dart to kill a tapir that Wawa spotted from the canopy. Pym had returned to the skiff and was berating his men for their cowardly unwillingness to go with him into the jungle and hunt down Yaki when the boy appeared, laden with pouches and dragging the tapir by his vine-lashed spear. Wawa peeked timidly from behind him. On the walk to the beach, Yaki had tried to explain, as much to himself as to his beloved companion, why they were leaving the forest. "Our time here is done, Wawa. A new world, the world of my fathers, has its claim on me now. Will you come?" At the snake hunter's grave, the gibbon timorously followed Yaki down the beach to the marsh shoals. "By Christ's lopped foreskin!" Pym bawled in English at the sight of the half-naked youth. He signed for his men to take the taper, and he slogged scowling up the beach. "I was a hair's breadth from leaving this festering beach. Where were you so long?" Yaki grinned, revived by his foray into the jungle. "Getting your medicine, Captain. Some meat, too, and some real rice wine." He held out a pouch and unstoppered it. Pym sniffed the wine, and his frown fell away. "Those mushrooms you wanted, have we scraped up enough for my cure?" He opened a pocket on his doublet and showed Yaki a gray wad. "Enough to kill a herd of boar," Yaki answered. "Now you can throw it away." "What?" Pym's eyes squeezed angrily. "I had to keep you busy," Yaki explained, and showed him the darker blue fungus he had gathered himself. "This will clear up the yellow blood in your missing eye." He took out a handful of white berries and round, silver-lipped leaves. "And these will keep your pain asleep long enough for the fungus to work. Lie back, and I will heal you." "In the skiff," Pym said. "I smell danger in the wind, and I want Silenos on the high seas where she can at least give a good fight." He bent to pet Wawa, and the gibbon snapped at him and hid behind Yaki. "You're not bringing this devil aboard." "This is Wawa," Yaki said. "He is my animal soul. I cannot go without him." Pym snarled at the gibbon and gestured gruffly for them to get aboard. On the ride back to the ship, Pym lay back, and Yaki squeezed the milky juices of the berries and leaves into the gaping socket. Immediately, the captain's harrowing pain fled, and a frosty brightness gilded the eye-rim of his skull. Yaki packed a mash of the fungus into the numbed socket. "We will do this every day for 5 days," Yaki said. "By the 6th day, you will suffer no more from this wound." Pym regarded Yaki and his skitterish gibbon with a happy smile. "I did not trust you, lad, and I'm glad I was wrong. Now, Trevor Pym is indebted to you. For as long as this pain stays away, I will have you for my friend. Yea, for the son the God you love never gave me." "That pain will never return," Yaki assured him. Pym's smile widened and showed his square yellow teeth. "Then, Yaki Hefyon, you are my son for life." 2 days later, off the cliff walls of Mangkalihat, where the Strait of Macassar opened into the Celebes Sea, Silenos confronted 3 Dutch warships, squatting like black demons on the sea's shining altar. They had been dispatched to hunt down the pirates who had disrupted the Dutch monopoly with the Japans. Yaki was horrified that he had brought this doom upon his saviors. He knew that he almost certainly could have found the medicinal plants to heal Pym's lost eye in any nearby jungle, but he had insisted on returning to the snake hunter's grave only because he had wanted to retrieve Wawa. And Wawa hardly seemed grateful. The animal had immediately become seasick and lay swooning in Yaki's arms, eating nothing but fruit pulp and frequently vomiting that up. For his troubles, they were all going to be destroyed. Pym laughed at Yaki's consternation. The pirate held up the pouch that contained the medicine Yaki had culled from the jungle. The sorcerer's fungal concoction had put an end to Pym's pain, and for the first time in 11 years he felt whole and clear-headed. "Woe to the Dutch to find me as I am now," he chortled in Spanish for Yaki's sake, seeing the anguish on his golden face. "Mr. Blackheart, battle stations, and let's hear some fighting music." Crewmen bustled over the decks, breaking out flintlocks and powder horns. Port hatches clapped open loudly as the cannon were wheeled into firing position, and a driving rhythm throbbed from the afterdeck, where a handful of men had clustered around kettle drums and were beating them with human femur bones. fife notes trilled, and the pirates' faces shone with wildness as they brandished their weapons. A steady chant swelled from the men, riding the crest of the martial music. "What are they saying?" Yaki asked, carrying Wawa onto the quarterdeck to be near Pym. "We are Death's children. We suck her tits of pain, and we grow strong. Yes, we grow strong on her bitter tits of pain." A grisly laugh shook the pirate captain. "The Dutch fight us for their money." With a blunt finger he tapped the purple serpent branded on his forehead. "We fight for this. They're dead in the water, and they don't know it." "But there are 3 of them," Yaki piped. "They're bigger than we are, and they're coming right at us." "That they are, lad. The fools. Look there." He pointed into the sea, and Yaki saw kegs bobbing in the swells, swimming rapidly away from Silenos. "The straight current is running fast here where it empties into the sea. The Dutch favor us by running against it, so I sent some emissaries ahead as soon as I spotted them. The first should be arriving about now." "What are they?" Yaki asked. And in answer, an explosion leaped across the water. The lead Dutch ship nosed up in a blossom of flying timber and smoke. Another blast followed, ripping the echo of the first in a sundering roar. The Dutch leader bucked in a tormented shudder, and Yaki saw flames hopping to the sails and fire-whipped men leaping into the sea. Several more explosions boomed as the second ship in the line met the deadly floating kegs, and its timbers burst apart, its armory igniting in a billowy cloud of fire. "Marksmen!" Pym shouted, seeing the third ship shifting sail and turning about to flee. "And the chase!" He howled with merriment. Wawa hugged Yaki in terror at the thunder and the noise of the battle orchestra on the deck below, and Yaki hugged back, alarmed by Pym's mad intensity as he leaned against the quarterdeck rail, bellowing orders. Blasts spouted water in silver columns, and the pirate ship slashed through the strait in swift pursuit of the third Dutch warship. "They're in a panic," Pym told Yaki. "In a moment they'll make their fatal error and turn about to stave us with broadsides. And so the hunter feels the claw." He snapped his fingers and bit his lower lip to see his prophecy enacted. The Dutch warship dampened its sails and began to swerve. "Now you'll see the advantage of a wheel over a whipstaff. Blackheart, hard a lee!" He bowed over the voice tube and shouted to the gunnery deck, "Declaw the cowards! We're taking this prize home!" Silenos turned to her side swiftly and cleanly, while the Dutch were still straining to bring their prow about, and the pirates fired the first volley. Each of the shots found its mark, smashing into the tiered Dutch gun decks. The second volley devastated the last of the Dutch cannon facing them, kicking in the gun decks and collapsing the gunwales of the main deck. The next volley would have clipped the masts, but the Dutch struck their colors. Silenos turned on Pym's command and swung to the side of the damaged vessel, bumping her hard. Grapnel hooks were thrown aboard the tall Dutch ship, and the pirates scurried aboard, blades in their teeth, flintlocks tucked in their waistbands. The Dutch captain appeared overhead on the tall ship's quarterdeck and gazed down at Pym, gesturing frantically that he surrendered. Pym drew his flintlock and shot the man in the throat, dropping him into the water between the ships. Yaki grabbed Pym's arm. "You killed a man who was gesturing peace." Pym glanced at him with annoyance. "Were they stalking us to preach us gospel? I'm not a gentleman, whelp. I'm a pirate, damn it! Stand back if you won't fight." Pym grabbed a powder horn from the gun rack and reloaded. A rope ladder was lowered to the quarterdeck from the big ship, and Pym clambered up it. Yaki looked to Blackheart, who had tied off the wheel, and the quartermaster raised a fist in victory. The screams of slaughter and the war music brattled louder, and soon only shouts of triumph came from the taken ship. Yaki sat on the deck. Wawa pressed to his side. A cloud threw a shadow over them, and he shivered to feel his life becoming smaller. The tide was falling. Silenos skimmed through the shallows of Delta Islands off the east coast of Borneo, bumping gently against the sandbars of Maratua. Giant kapok trees above the high dunes shed their powders into the low wind, and the red air of the westering sun swirled in dusty eddies. Yaki stood at the forecastle rail, sensing the deepening silence as the crash of the anchors stilled the birdsong in the swamp grove, and the gulls wheeling above the ship lifted higher. He smelled no camp scent on the breeze, and saw no sign of people on the mud flats. In the days since Silenos had sunk the 2 Dutch warships and taken the 3rd in tow, Yaki had tried to overcome his revulsion at the pirates' ruthless violence. The jungle was no different from the sea in its crux of talons and fangs, he told himself. The tribes, with their headhunters and war parties, were different only in scale, and now that they were acquiring muskets and cannon, soon they too would do more killing, and most of it from afar. Life bred malice among her abundance. The pirates were life's creatures, and Yaki had resolved to learn from them, because the captain and his mate were as northern and avian as his fathers had been. Staring into the gritty light of the falling sun, he searched for signs of other people, ghosts, and the future. Pym climbed to the foredeck and stood still, appraising the white aborigine and his gibbon. The youth did not stir. What did he see? What could he forecast from tree dust? The gibbon ignored him, too. It sat on the rail, peeling bright red spines from a rambutan fruit and nibbling at the pulp. The captain strode across the deck with loud claps of his brown sea boots. "We leave when the tide turns again," he said gustily, expansive with well-being. "At the odd even hour in the midst of the night, we'll leave Maratua quiet as we came." He swung his gaze over the sour swamp of the coast. "We're alone here, the wilderness and her children." Yaki nodded, his attention sliding to the fog pure as milk slipping through the culverts among the mangrove tussocks. Absently, he took another rambutan from the pouch hung from his hip and handed it to Wawa without diverting his gaze from the mist folding over the sills of the trees. He was looking for Mala or Jabal One. He knew he was leaving the jungle for the sea, his mother's world for his father's, perhaps forever. "You can go back now if you want," Pym said, exhilarated by his own good intentions. After 11 years of barbed pain, his body was a cloud again, and his mind its hushed exhalation. Now he was prepared to make even exchange, one release for another. "You can have our best tender. Steer her west, and the current will carry you home. Leave now, and you'll sight Borneo by tomorrow's nightfall." Yaki tilted his face to look at Pym, and the red rays made his eyes flash like smashed tourmalines. "I have no home." "The jungle," Pym said, pointing toward the shrugging trees. "The story you've told me of your teacher and the rain wanderers says your home is there." Yaki shook his head and looked again to where day spun its last threads in the forest. "That is just a story." A tall darkness stood up slowly in the grass. "It's done with me." Pym grunted, considering this, then abruptly slapped Yaki's back. Wawa hissed, and the pirate edged a half-step back. "Let a new story begin here. Why do you think we've landed here, boy?" Yaki turned full about. The raised scar on Pym's brow flared crimson in the long light, and his ravaged face shone like a lantern. "I thought you came ashore for water, food." "At night? Washed in with the tide? Any armed ship that comes over the horizon now and finds us beached can batter Silenos to tinder while we weep in the jungle." He hooked his thumbs in his doublet and shook his head in amazement. "You know nothing of the sea, child. Indeed, you belong in the jungle." Yaki cocked his head. "I healed you." "Aye," Pym said, with a satisfied squint, "and that's why we're here now. The highest honor I can grant you is to jeopardize my ship and crew to return you to your home." "I've told you. I have no home. You know my story." "Aye, your blood's 3/4 European and a mere quarter Aborigine. You speak passable Spanish. You read Bible Latin. But you know your way in there." He nodded to the forest where the sun melted among the trees. "Out here, life is very different. You cannot wander alone on the sea. This crew and I are brethren deeper than blood. We are a clan of exiles, brothers in suffering. We thrive because we live and die together." "You are a tribe of the sea, I understand that," Yaki said, vibrant with alertness. "I want to go with you." Pym arched an eyebrow, impressed by the boy's zeal. "You've proved your usefulness by me, sorcerer. I know all of us would benefit to have you aboard. But are you certain you belong here?" He jerked a thumb at the captured Dutch vessel anchored farther out. "You saw our business yesterday. We roam the seas and we plunder ships. Spanish, Portuguese, English. Your daddy's ships, too. It doesn't matter whose ships. If they fly the flags of empire, they're prey. We kill those who fight us and maroon those who yield. If we fail, we die, for crowns show no mercy to pirates." "And no mercy to tribes," Yaki said. "I have seen entire tribes dying in the shadow of empire. The best I can do for them is to fight the hawk-faced men with you." "Well and bravely put, sorcerer." Pym stepped closer. "But first, if you are certain you belong with us, you must become one of us and take the oath before Wyvern." "Initiation." "Aye, that's it." His eye blinked warily. "Will you do it?" "I have been to the center of the world," Yaki answered with a candor that chilled Pym's blood. "I have met this creature you call Wyvern. She is a frightful mother, Captain Pym." "Mother of nightmare," Pym agreed, waiting for the youth's meaning. "The most terrible nightmare of all," the sorcerer said. "Life." Pym barked, and Wawa jumped. "Life! Mother of rats, wolves, and pirates! You lived under her skirts in the jungle. Out here on her heaving bosom she is no kinder. Be sure, Wyvern is our mother as no country, church, or monarch could ever be, for we are life's bastards, we are, orphaned by the God that made us. Will you swear by that?" The captain clasped Yaki's shoulder with a hand big as a bucket. "Will you swear before Wyvern to be one of us?" Yaki lay his hand on Pym's bison shoulder. "I will swear, but not for plunder. I am a sorcerer. My avarice is not for gold, Captain Pym." The darkness clasped the soul-catcher's face in iron. "I want mana." "Mana!" Pym hurled a joyful laugh. "The strength beyond sickness that the island natives speak of. How will you find mana among pirates, man-child?" "You will teach me," Yaki said earnestly. "You will teach me what you know about the stars and their directions. Teach me about the sea and her paths. There is mana." Pym clapped the boy's shoulder so hard that Yaki staggered. "You amaze me, lad. You are a merling of 16, and already you know true wealth. I will give you mana. If you've wit for it, as I think you do, I'll make you a master navigator whose map will be the sky." His good eye wrinkled smaller. "Now, will you swear?" Yaki allowed a slim smile that in the darkening air could have been the beginning of a snarl. "Take me to Wyvern." In 2 tenders fitted with torches, the crew of Silenos rowed to Maratua. The tenders bogged to a stop on the black mud shoals, and the men waded ashore, sunk to their knees in silt. They carried drums, their furled flag, and kegs of wine to a dune trammelled with sea grape. The tightly rolled banner was stretched between 2 gnarled trees, and then men began tossing uncorked kegs among themselves, streaming long ribbons of wine, while jigging scraps of tribal dances and battle mimes. Within the cupola of torchlight, each remembered his own suffering that had brought him remorselessly to Wyvern. Pym placed Yaki under the dune's vine-woven scarp, and then he and Blackheart stood at either side of their rolled pirate flag. They raised their hands simultaneously, as if in a dream, and waved for Yaki to approach. Wawa cringed as Yaki advanced. He ordered the beast to wait for him in the jungle, and it swiftly bounded away. The wild dancers whirled about him, and the kegs shuttled before and behind him, looping wine in the air, but no one touched him. "Behold the sign of our suffering!" Pym shouted, and Blackheart unfurled the banner and tied off its lower corners, stretching the fearsome image into the swirling torchlight. The pirates stopped their dancing at once, and glided into 2 files before Pym and Blackheart, caps and hats doffed. Yaki glanced to either side, but none of the enthralled men looked at him. Their attentions were fixed on the gloomy ensign. Yaki faced it, and recognized the scowl of the nighthawk that defied the sun. The eagle's frown and its clawed wings vibrated in the torch glow, and the twin serpent legs twisted with the fire's writhings. The monster's vivid eyes hooked Yaki's soul from a black distance, and he stepped toward it with weightless, otherworldly precision. Knives flashed in the hands of the pirates, and they pointed the blades at Yaki with trembling fervor. He winced and crouched in sudden fear. "These are the knives that will own you if you betray us," Pym bellowed in Spanish, his one eye bulging red. "No wound or scar marks this initiation, Yaki Jefyon. The pain that has led you to us is the only brand of our brotherhood. We are the world's exiles. We belong to no one but ourselves, and we have given ourselves to Wyvern." At the sound of that name, the knives were sheathed, and the men faced forward again. "You will speak one word," Pym continued, softer, conspiratorially, huge hands clasped before him. "You will say it in Malay, so the crew will understand. That one word you must lift out of your flesh, sorcerer, for it surrenders your body to Wyvern and our brotherhood. Look on the sign of our exile." He raised a fist to the creature. "Is this the very shape of your suffering? Is this the design of all your loss? Do you swear by the grief that you have endured, by all that has cast you off, never to betray your brothers in Wyvern to any of our enemies? Do you swear before this monster that you yourself have named life, to die before you yield to our enemies? Do you forswear all other allegiances to every tribe, crown, or kingdom? Do you swear to take all empires as your enemy? Do you swear you will love death to save Wyvern and your brothers?" Pym's eyes surveyed the group, seeking the affirmative look of every man in the crew, and finally locking on Yaki. "Speak loudly the one word that will make you a pirate." Yaki raised his arms. This was the immense instant of beginning, the reckless surge into a new life. Where this life was going already faced him right here at its start. The screaming visage of Wyvern, with its flame-locked eyes, was the conclusion of all striving, the guardian of unbeing who had owned him from the womb. Yaki shouted the word in Malay that threw the pirates back into their drunken frenzy, and named him the pirate that life had made him. Yes. Silenos was towing the Dutch warship north to Panay, where Pym had his haven. Yaki returned to his apprenticeship in the rigging, and devoted himself with the vigilance of a sorcerer to the ship's routines, holy-stoning decks, mending canvas, braiding hemp. Pym was good to his word, and continued teaching Yaki the rudiments of navigation. The pirates treated his silver gibbon like a favorite pet, and Wawa was soon comfortable with this new and smaller world in the vastness of wind and rolling emptiness. One morning, Pym, sucking on a lime, pointed through the glare. "There," he gestured loftily, "is Iduna." The jungle island loomed ahead, a netherworld of enormous green veils of hanging vines and strangled green shrubs. Silenos sailed through the afternoon, up a broad, deep river to a cove hacked from the verdant chaos. 7 big ships were moored, and a swarm of small boats skidded out on the river to greet them. "Here is where we stop being pirates and become men. Here I stop being a nameless pirate and become Trevor Pym, legate of Iduna. Here we can talk of soul, my young soul-catcher, and here you can berate me for my evil ways." "Captain," Yaki said, holding the pirate's gaze, "you are no more evil than the panther that takes its prey." "Ah, spoken like a poet." Pym put his hands on Yaki's shoulders. Perdita is going to like you." Pym was ignorant of the magnitude of truth in that prophecy. Perdita Iduna had been remorselessly faithful to her husband. The idea of infidelity was as alien to her as algebra. But as she walked toward the wharves to greet him, and saw the tall, hawk-faced youth, her knees trembled, and her maids rushed to support her. Thinking she had been weakened by the sight of him, Pym bounded from the longboat onto the wharf and swept her into his powerful arms. She locked her gaze onto his familiar face, afraid to look again at the virile youth who accompanied him. "Oh, Perdita, my love," he murmured, hefting her against his chest. "You wet the salt in my bones. Don't faint away on me now. I've prizes to astound you. A Dutch warship to be refitted for your argosy, a hold jammed with treasures from the Japans. And here," he motioned for Yaki to disembark, "a blue-eyed sorcerer from the jungles of Borneo. A real sorcerer, too, who knows more about healing than any leech in Europe. My wound is not a hole of pain any more, Perdita. He cured me of my suffering, and I'm looking upon you now for the first time unstricken by the wound that won you." Yaki was astonished by Perdita's beauty. She was a copper-haired woman, slender as a first-week moon. Her complexion was tan with light from the end of day, smoky with clove dust, and when she looked at him, her eyes, the amber bright of tree resin, emptied him of days, and he was a child again with Mala. "His name is Yaki Hefyon," Pym said, lowering her. "And, my Perdita, he speaks Spanish. Can you believe that? Show her I'm not a liar, Yaki." "My lady," Yaki mouthed with a numb tongue, "I am blessed to meet you." "And I you," she answered, offering her hand timorously, as if to a fire. Yaki looked to Pym, and the pirate nodded gruffly. "Go ahead and act the gentleman, Jungle Boy." Yaki took her hand, and her living cold thrilled him. "Welcome to Iduna," she said, her hand glowing with his heat. She had never imagined that men could look as this youth did, sun-laved, strapped with long muscles, noble-boned, and with cave-pool eyes the color of tears. "We must honor you for delivering my husband from the claws of pain." "You may let her hand go now," Pym said. Yaki released her, but the cool of her touch stayed in his fingers. Iduna was a great estate carved out of the jungle. Egrets, peacocks, herons, and parakeets decorated the expansive blue swards within the jungle walls. Oleander and white frangipani trellised winding walkways of pastel flagstones that connected gazebos of caged parrots and monkeys. The main house was a mansion with the fluted pilasters of a Greek temple, the rose windows of a Gothic cathedral, and the mosaic tiles and daedal tapestries of a mosque. Here Pym worshipped life, and the goddess of the living was Perdita herself. She dressed in colorful silk sarongs, and walked barefoot through the marbled chambers, her body glinting with fire points of gems, the rarest perfumes luffing from her hair and skin, and always from her delicate ears dangled gold ball earrings impressed with Pym's initials, and reminding everyone whom she served. Dwarfs, African eunuchs, and slow-eyed servant women attended Perdita, Pym, and their guests in large rooms hung with gently smoking censers and elaborate paper and ivory lanterns. All the treasures of Pym's 25 years of plundering were gracefully arranged throughout the great house, and an imperial aura pervaded the estate. Over elaborate meals at which all the pirates partook, Yaki learned that Iduna was a kingdom unto itself, with its own flag and fleet. Under its banner of 2 interlinked bezants on a blue field, one gold, the other silver, representing the sun and the moon, pirate captain and his bride, Pym maintained a fleet of warships free from the harassment of the rival European powers in Asia. Since no pirate hunters who met him under the banner of Wyvern had survived, he was free to visit all the major ports in Asia as a respected trader when he flew the Iduna flag. In the days that followed, Yaki devoted his full attention to the marvelously strange foods that were served in Iduna, the better to keep his mind distracted from his fatal attraction to Pym's wife. The jungle meats and fish were familiar, but the honey malt ale was a frothy delight, and the grape wine left him giddy and yearning for the embrace of the long-haired lady of the kingdom. With the voracity of a locust, he sampled the bizarre vegetables from distant lands, cucumbers from northwest India, asparagus and cauliflower from Persia, wild peas, woody beets, turnips, and carrots from Flanders, tomatoes from the New World, haricot beans from Africa, cabbages, Brussels sprouts, and cherries planted in Gotland by Romans a century before Christ. When he could eat no more, he wandered the vast lawns of the tiny kingdom, and sometimes ran naked with Wawa through the jungle in an attempt to exhaust his crackling desire for the untouchable Perdita. At the end of one of his furious runs, he burst through a wall of jasmine vines into a high field overlooking the mansion, its lotus ponds and mirrored trees ablaze with twilight. Perdita was there in the waist-high grass, having climbed the flagstone paths to sit in solitude with her desire for the azure-eyed boy. When she suddenly saw him naked to the waist, aglow with sweat and clearly awed by the sight of her, the pull between them drew them into each other's arms. They collapsed into the grass, only to have Wawa leap atop Yaki's back and screech loudly. Yaki flung himself away from Perdita in time to see her eunuch escort climbing the flagstone path to the wild field. His eyes lingered on her for a moment, and then he turned and followed Wawa back into the jungle. Yaki spent that night sitting in a tree, filled with darkness for betraying the man who had saved his life. Was passion always an accident? Had he not already seen that woman was death? Where have I been? I am numb to the life. I am not a sorcerer any more. Maybe I was never a sorcerer. I refused the strong eye at Njurat. Now I am blind. My belly is my face, and hunger is my only sight. Jabawan, he called into the darkness, and a char of silence blackened the jungle. Who am I? The devil's son, with a belly for my face. Buffeted by guilt, he thought of killing himself, but the same necessity that had made him offer his hand to the spider years before commanded him to confront Pym and let the pirate captain do with him as he would. When the first ash of dawn smudged the east, he walked out of the jungle and down the flagstone paths to the great house, Wawa trailing behind. Pym was waiting for him, sitting on the white-pillared porch in a giant fan-back cane chair. He was alone, his big cuffed boots propped on a dragon-carved tabaret, his hands gripping a cutlass. Yaki stood on the marble steps before him. "Captain, I have betrayed you," he said somberly. Pym's boots banged to the porch, and he lurched forward, swinging the cutlass in a hissing arc. The blade snicked the breath under Yaki's nostrils, and his whole body flinched but did not move. Pym guffawed and thwacked the cutlass into the tabaret so the haft stood straight up. The pirate's laughter was voluble, and a tear silvered his eye. "Ah, Yaki," he said, cuffing the boy behind the neck and leading him onto the porch. "You really are a soul-catcher, aren't you? And you've plucked my soul from hell. If you had not come back to face me, you would have betrayed me." "I have put my hands on your wife," Yaki blurted. "I have felt desire for her, and would have—" "Aye, but the fact is, you didn't." Pym brushed the tear from his eye. "I understand lust, boy, and I abide it. That eunuch was not there by accident. I keep my one good eye on what is mine. My heartbreak is that she wanted you. But with a heart as dark as mine, heartbreak is daybreak." I don't understand." "It's one of those things you've got to feel to be true," Pym answered wearily. "You have cured my eye and let me know my wife for the first time without physical pain. And you have stirred a passion in my wife that hurts me with a bodiless pain I will feel whenever I am with her, for the rest of my bloody life." A blur of anguish shadowed his face, and was gone, replaced by a hard grin. "But your courage in coming to confront me, proves the pain is my own, and not the treachery I maybe wish it was. That's why I laugh. The gods toy with us, boy, trading pain for pain." "I will never touch her again," Yaki promised, his voice incandescent with sincerity. "I will become a eunuch." Pym laughed. "Keep fondling other men's wives, and indeed you will." "I mean it. I will cut off my offending part." "Then it's your head you'll have to cut off." Pym grabbed Yaki's testicles and squeezed them just hard enough to send a jolt of pain up his spine. "Desire can't be cut away, you fool. Life will kill all of us soon enough. Be patient." Pym let Yaki go, and the boy dropped his gaze to the ground. "I am nothing but hunger." "Of course. You are a man. We must find you a woman." "I'm luckless with women." "So it seems. Still, we dare not let your lack-luck thwart nature too long," Pym said. He sniffed the brightening air. "The rains will be here soon. There will be no prey in the trade lanes, so we will go touring. First, we will cruise the islands, and you will learn English, by God. Then, with the storms at the height of their rage, we will test our cunning and heaven's favor on the high seas. I will introduce you to the great courts of Asia, and you can do to their women on land what we do to their ships at sea." Remorse smothered Yaki's passion for Perdita Iduna, and when they met in the mansion's dining hall during each day's boisterous feast, he did not meet her amber gaze. Yet he felt her stare, even when he was alone in the suite Pym had set aside for him and Wawa. From the servants, he learned that Perdita had been luminous with happiness since marrying Pym 11 years before, and had only become languid since his own arrival. Her whole life had been devoted to the careful observance of her ancestral traditions, tribal rites expanded to accommodate the Christian faith of her Portuguese grandparents, and she had used her great wealth to educate the people of her parents' tribe. The tribesfolk were the citizens of Iduna, who manned her trading ships and warehouses, and who rivaled the kingdoms of the Spice Islands in their contacts with the European capitals. Even the humblest family had forsaken their tribal ways and converted to Christianity. And now the whole kingdom was praying to the nailed god for Perdita's salvation, for they believed that her unholy desire for Yaki would provoke heaven's wrath and destroy their new-won affluence. Pym was less irate than heaven, however. He forgave his wife and blamed only himself for introducing her to the tall youth. Perdita was Pym's soul, and he understood the earthly temptations of a soul bound to so hideous a body as his. He forgave her and watched her more greedily thereafter. The day that Silenos departed with Pym and Yaki aboard, the citizens crowded the wharves, waving frond crucifixes in the hot rain. Yaki stayed out of sight in his cabin, but he peeked through the bay window and saw Perdita standing alone at the end of the longest pier, her coppery hair strung with rain, the gold ball earrings swinging as she waved goodbye. Yaki assuaged his remorse by diligently attending to whatever task Pym was demonstrating. In their first weeks at sea, roaming the watery maze among the jungle isles of the Philippines, Yaki learned the use of maps and the secret of Mercator sailing, which few navigators of the time had yet grasped. Though all sailors knew the world was round, few knew exactly where they were on the sea, even with an accurate map in their hands, because few had the mathematical ability to convert distance on a flat map to the course of a ship over the curved surface of the globe. Pym was a master at this, and he taught Yaki how to use a cross-staff to measure the altitude of a star from the instantaneous still point at the crest of a swell and determine latitude. By day, they used the backstaff to avoid staring directly into the sun. Distance was gauged by running a line knotted at regular intervals behind the ship from a spool, while singing a well-timed shanty or marking time on an oval verge watch taken from a Dutch prize. Soon, Yaki became proficient at multiplying the east-west distance they had run by the secant of the latitude to get their change of longitude. Pym's most important possession was a marine chronometer. While still a student at Oriel College in England, he had learned of a Flemish astronomer's discovery a century earlier that timed observations of heavenly bodies could be used to determine longitude. The difficulty was that no timepiece was accurate and sturdy enough to work aboard a ship at sea. Pym did not solve the mechanics of the problem until he saw a gimbal ring on a Chinese toy in Macau. The toy was a yin-yang globe of carved ivory, attached to two bearings at right angles, connected by a ring so that the yin-yang remained horizontal no matter how it was turned. He replaced the yin-yang globe with a clock mechanism, and by doing so invented the world's first chronometer, 130 years before it became commonplace. Pym kept the chronometer in his cabin, a perpetually accessible, doorless stateroom with mullioned windows on 3 sides and map easels, a globe, and a mounted telescope arranged on a Persian carpet. Here, Yaki received most of his European education, not only in navigation and English, but in history and courtly manners. Free of his oppressive pain, Pym delighted in reviewing the knowledge that he had ignored for over a decade, and he sumptuously recounted what he knew. Yaki learned the history of the Greeks and the Romans, and the empires that followed, cut from the cloth of tempest by Charlemagne, the Saracens, and the feudal kings. But history came slowly to the jungle youth, and Pym found it easier to teach him folk songs and popular dances. To the amusement of the captain and his mate, Yaki became adept at court dances, the gavotte, the quick-tempoed courant, the stately allemande, all of which Yaki practiced with Blackheart, while the ship musicians played their jaunty tunes and the sailors cavorted with each other in high-spirited imitation. Under her silver-gold banner, Silenos called at Manila to trade surplus goods from her Dutch prizes for Spanish bullion. The red tile-roofed city was the first true port Yaki had seen since Jabal had led him to the outskirts of Banjarmasin. He was awed by the galleon-crowded harbor, the stone-walled settlement with its clustered 3-storied buildings, its massive cathedral like a mountain with many eyes, its horse-drawn carriages, and its plumed cuirassiers with their bright metal shirts. At a court function to which Yaki and Pym were received as emissaries of Iduna, they mingled with dignitaries from many nations. Yaki's striking good looks immediately attracted the attention of the court ladies. During the dances, Pym gloated to see the Spaniards' eyes flashing as the eager youth made advances with women that these aristocrats had been endeavoring for weeks to meet. Once, out of his ignorance of court protocol, Yaki almost provoked a sword duel with a jealous officer, and only Pym's intervention and apologies spared the boy. Though Pym had covered his serpent brand with a black headcloth and had replaced his red, gem-studded eye patch with a simple gray one, he was still an imposing figure, and a few mollifying words from him were sufficient to put off the challenge Yaki had inadvertently inspired. During the 750-mile voyage from Manila to Macau across the China Sea, Pym supplemented his navigation, language, and history lessons with an introduction to sword technique. "The most important thing to know about sword fighting," he told Yaki as he handed him a rapier, "is to avoid it. Fighting for honor is an Alp of stupidity. In a close fight on a ship, there is no formality, and a flintlock or a cutlass will serve you best. But if by some miscalculation you find yourself in a formal duel, you must obey the rules. For if you don't, then even if you win, you will lose. The second and the witnesses will seize you, and you will be summarily executed. Always avoid fighting for honor, or learn to do it very well." From the mizzenmast, Pym dangled a coconut on a rope, and Yaki practiced jabbing it while it swung and the deck rolled under him. When he had become expert at thrusting, Pym demonstrated what he knew of parrying and feinting within a narrow compass. Pym was astonished by Yaki's speed. The boy had the reflexes of a mongoose in a cobra's shadow. The rapier was a chrome blur in his hand, intuiting blocks and attacks before Pym could voice them. The crew shouted encouragement as his silver flash of steel weaseled through the captain's strenuous defenses and tapped his heart. But swift as he was, Yaki was duped time and again by feints that confused his toe-tip reflexes, and Pym concentrated on teaching the boy to slow down and think. Yaki's lessons were interrupted late one afternoon by the sighting of a large junk. Pym fixed his telescope on it, and his hulking body quivered with delight. "She hung!" he shouted, and the crew cheered in anticipation. "Hard aport your helm, Mr. Blackheart! Break out, Wyvern! Ready, cannon! Pym handed Yaki his rapier. Get below deck, lad. What's happening? Shihang, that shifty sea snake, is running his gold junks to Singapore and Jakarta against the monsoons, thinking we're landlocked somewhere. Who knows how many boats he's sneaked past us already? If you hadn't grabbed my wife, we might have missed even this one. He stung Yaki's cheek with a friendly slap. Now get below till this is over. Let me help. No, Pym said adamantly. Shihang outfits his gold junks with opium-crazed Mongols. They fight like rabid wolves. There will be no quarter. Get below. Yaki seized Pym's black doublet. This is my life now. I've taken the oath before Wyvern. I must see the worst of it. You may die, Pym snarled. Or worse, be maimed. I won't be watching for you. Yaki contained his excitement with cunning. We're dust in the wind, Captain Pym. Pym's grin shot straight back like a shark's. Then you're more a pirate than I. For the gore of it, then, put those toys away, and get yourself a flintlock and a cutlass, and stay close to Blackheart. Yaki locked Wawa in his cabin, and rushed up to the quarterdeck in time to see Wyvern unfurled on the topmast. Its nightmare shape filled with wind, and it gaped with damned eyes, mad with the world's anguish, tar-winged, viper coiling to barbed legs and talon-loaded claws. The sight of it turned his stomach, and he wanted to go below deck again and hide with Wawa. Only the spider held him fast beneath that banner of life's enemy. The nightmare was outbound, and his fate was here on the quarterdeck, in the fumaroles of the dying sun. The gun rack was empty, but a bone-handled cutlass leaned against the stern post behind the wheel where the quartermaster was steering. Blackheart read his look and nodded. The mute's face was intent, and Yaki felt a cold rush as he passed him. Death's shadow. He picked up the cutlass and faced into the red skein of the western horizon. Silenos was running parallel to the junk, and it tilted sharply as its cannon boomed and gun smoke snapped into the wind. The junk's lug sails blew away, and its cannon spit flame and puffed. The dark water splashed white alongside the pirate ship, and the scud of the impacting shot misted over the decks. The second volley's roar cut through the echo of the first shots, and the junk's gun decks flew into the air like a swarming hive. Silenos veered sharply and cut across the wind to intercept her prey. Spars grinding, sails crackling, she descended on the smaller ship like a cat. Yaki stood at the rail with Pym and saw the infuriated Mongols waving their parangs and muskets. At Pym's sign, Silenos turned and fired a third volley from very close. Powder smoke rose with the pitch of the ship, violet in the gloaming, and when the ship rocked back, they saw the junk's gunwales sheared away, the decks shattered and sagging, the Mongols skeltering in a panic. The tiller had been snapped, and the junk was trolling. Blackheart swung Silenos into the junk before the damaged ship could whirl about and bring its intact cannon to bear. A loud thump shook the big ship's timbers, and Pym howled, "Board!" Grapnel hooks flew from the main deck and hooked the junk's shattered rails. Pym retreated to the wheel, and Blackheart took his cutlass and signed for Yaki to follow him. He dashed down the stairs to the main deck, Yaki close behind, leaped over the rail where a rope had been tied off, and shimmied down to the battered deck of the junk. A musket ball intended for Yaki splintered the rail as he leaped over it and snagged the grapnel rope, landing in a crouch behind Blackheart. The quartermaster had drawn his flintlock and was peering through the melee for a target. Men were locked in sword-clashing conflicts on all sides. A pack of Mongols erupted from a gangway, and Blackheart fired into them. One fell, tripping two others. Yaki cracked a spear with a bone-jarring blow and found himself face to face with a snarling warrior. Backhanded, he struck, and felt the man's skull crack like wood under his blow. "When you must kill," he heard Jabawan's voice amidst the screams and battered echoes of clashing metal, "let the animal in you do the killing." "Jabawan!" Yaki shouted, hacking at the men scrambling to strike at him. His blade swooped through a sponge of flesh, and hot blood slammed against his face. "Jabawan!" His lungs squeezed painfully, hysterical with the memory of his teacher's corpse slumped on the blood-daubed earth. Gaumy with gore, he swung at clenched faces and upraised weapons, cutting a path through the angry men stabbing at him. Lopped limbs flew aside. Terror sirened around him, and he ran forward with a murderer's strength, sobbing now for the breath cut from his teacher, from the one man who had loved him. Blackheart fell back, shocked by the man-eating fury beside him. Spools of blood spun in living coils, and headless men fell away from the crazed killer. He was shouting something Blackheart could not understand. But the Mongols doubtless knew the demon, and for the first time he saw those kill-crazed warriors turn and flee. Amazed, he pursued them across the splintered deck. Most of the slaying was already done, and the pirate crew squatted among the corpses and watched in cold fascination as the death-hungry boy cut a meat road across the deck. At the far rail he turned, mired in blood, his body heaving in great sobs. Blackheart took the cutlass from his bloody hand and held it high. The crew cheered and stepped over the sprawled bodies to gather around him, touching him for the electric mana of lost lives steaming invisibly off his shivering limbs. Pym had seen the whole slaughter from the quarterdeck, and he was glad for the falling light that had masked the horror. His heart was twanging like a harp, and he did not know if he should turn away or kneel in awe. He shouted for the gold to be brought aboard. In the junk's hold, the crew found 700 pounds of gold, the largest prize Silenos had ever taken. The crew wanted to turn about and return to Iduna, but the east was black with storm clouds, and star-crofts still glimmered in the west. Pym ordered Wyvern struck, and the Iduna flag raised, and Silenos returned to her course, running ahead of the gale winds. Back on the big ship, Yaki scrubbed the blood swarf from his body in the laundry cabin, donned sailor's trousers and a leather vest, and climbed up into the mainmast to stare at the axle of darkness turning the stars. The angry power that had blown him into a killing frenzy had passed entirely away, and he lay on the cross-trees feeling wispy and unreal under the star foam. The lavender fragrance of the goat tallow soap lilted off his scrubbed flesh, yet he still smelled the blood of the men he had killed. No, not I, he corrected himself. The animal you found in me, Jabalwan, that did the killing. The same animal with its face in my belly, its tongue in my loins, lapping at death in the scent of women. Its claws are in my feet, teacher, scratching for a place in the dance of the tribe, the dance I have no place in, not in the tribe, for I am the devil's son, and not on the dance floors in the great cities of my dead fathers either, for I am a pirate. The life is nameless, and yet it names me. Why can I not be as other men? He listened for Jabalwan, for some memory that would disdain his pity, but he heard nothing. Pym was especially strict with his charge after the slaughter of the Mongols. The fury that had possessed the jungle boy had frightened Pym deeply enough to stir the pain of his oldest rage, the rage that had made him a pirate, and he resolved to share his story with this primeval witness. One night, after a twilight carnival of rowdy feasting and drinking, Pym and Yaki sat together on the quarterdeck. "A lie branded me a traitor," Pym told the boy, "and that lie is the world. That is why I wear no hat. I have no rank in the world. So I allow myself no disguise for the lie branded on my forehead. It is my distinction before God to prey on the world, to feast on the lie. All nations are pirates. I alone am truthful because a lie made me so." He sucked a breath through flared nostrils, and began to tell how, for 11 years, he had been bound in a Lucifer's harness of pain, an obedient dog of hell since the afternoon he lost his left eye in a knife duel with a Spaniard. "The Spaniard lost his life," Pym confessed with a growl, "and sometimes, boy, I envy him for it." Pain had been Pym's saga all his adult life, and he often thought on his youth 40 years past, when living was ruly and poetry came to him without brandy. His family was old as fishes and loaves, he said, a naval family who could trace their lineage back 400 years to William of Wrotham, keeper of King John's ships. His father, a commander, died at sea in an engagement with the Spanish off the Azores when Pym was 2, and afterward Pym had traveled with his merchant uncles from Sweden's Necklace Inlets to the starfish sands of Greece and North Africa. He was educated in the academies of diverse ports, and then at Oriel College, lordly Oxford, where he studied mathematics and architecture, read Petrarch's Latin for the pleasure of the sound, and composed cunning sonnets about youth's waste and the jealous under-eye of death. "Ha!" he grinned like a gnome. "My poems stirred passion in several courtly ladies, and I very nearly married and became a stanchion of the society I've spent the rest of my life defying. Imagine that! Lord Trevor Pym, shipbuilder for the realm." But that was not to be. In 1585, at the age of 20, Pym was commissioned in the Royal Navy and committed to his humbling fate. He sailed that year for the Caribbean as a junior officer on one of a fleet of 29 warships commanded by Sir Francis Drake. Pym shook his head as though he could hardly believe his own story. "Our mission was to raise the Spanish Main, no less, and it was during the sackings of San Domingo and Cartagena that I learned to kill, and saw death astride whole towns. The stink of corpses became common as the briny smell of the sea. Heaps of bodies, the harbors clogged with their gas-bloated bodies." The havoc of war seemed to him a wanton disputation of the great chain of being, and of all the noble ideals he had adopted at Oriel, and he became surly with disillusionment and doubt. Soon he was ostracized by the exultant crew and the glory-swollen officers, and thereafter fulfilled his nautical duties silently and mechanically. Years later, he would realize that this silence of horror was his first act as a pirate. A short time later, Pym was selected by Samuel Quarles, one of the captains of the fleet, to accompany him ashore at Antro Cay on an eccentric search for a blue rose, reputed to grow on the sand shelves of the Caribe. Anchored outside Antro Cay, Quarles was careful to record in his logbook a single perfidious sentence, which was to seal Pym's fate as an outcast forever. "Mr. Pym," he wrote, "has insisted on manning the tender into Antro Cay." "Insisted? Never!" Rage clawed the pirate's ghastly face. "I avoided that man because he was imperious. He ordered me to take him ashore." In truth, the search for the blue rose was a hoax, and Quarles's lie about Pym a treacherous and greedy plan. Quarles, for all his vanity, was a prodigal heir who had whittled away his ancestral fortune and gone deep into debt to finance his captaincy in Drake's fleet. His magisterial airs and personal bravura had disguised his plight, even to his superiors. No one suspected the man to be desperate or venal enough to sell the fleet's schedule to the Spanish. A chest of Incan gold promised him by the governor of Cartagena in remuneration for his treason lay in a tide-pool cave on Antro Cay. This Pym learned later from the Spanish governor himself. Quarles chose Pym to row him there because Pym was a morose lad and openly disaffected, an easy and credible scapegoat for the betrayal. He planned to shoot Pym as he lugged the chest from the cave. When the Spanish had finished ravaging the English fleet, they would return for him. A galleon would carry him to Europe, and he would quietly make his way back to England. With his Incan gold secretly secured in his coffers, he would then spin an adventurous tale of Pym's duplicity and his own miraculous God-given survival. But as it happened, the Spanish attacked prematurely, while Pym was still in the cave grotto struggling with the chest, and the cannon thunder drew him out in time to see Quarles sending mirror-flash signals to the galleons. Outraged at the obvious betrayal, he attacked Quarles, and they locked in a grim struggle. Only Quarles was armed, and Pym lost the top of his right ear in wresting the cutlass from the traitor. The pirate fingered the remnant of his ear. "The pain made me crazy, and I drove the blade into the captain's heart." A skiff of armed English crewmen had sailed for the quay to retrieve Quarles when the first Spanish warships rose on the horizon, and their arrival fixed Pym's destiny in hell, for the crew saw him slay the captain. Pym was immediately hauled back to the besieged ship, and after the Spanish assault had been repelled, he was tried and condemned to death for treachery and murder. The chest in the tide pool, which he frantically claimed was Quarles's payoff, was never seen by his accusers, because the tide rushed in at that hour, and the court-martial would not wait for fear of another Spanish attack. A special iron kept on the gun deck to intimidate cowards was heated in a lead-smelting oven until it pulsed red. Then Pym was branded on the forehead with the snake sign of perfidy. As he stood on the arm of the mainmast, a rope about his throat, his brow bubbling like tar, the feared second assault came, a fleet of warships swooping out from behind the surrounding reef islands. Pym's ship was overrun by Spaniards, and he was carried aboard the admiral's galleon, a hero. For the 10 years that followed his branding, almost daft with the irony of his fate, Pym lived in the Caribbean, first as a sailor aboard the galleons, though the Spanish never fully trusted him, especially after he returned to Antro and discovered that the tortoise-shell chest that financed Quarles's betrayal was filled with sea coral. After that, his snake brand glowed a violet purple on his brow, and he refused to cover it with a headcloth. The world thought him a traitor, so he wore his cane mark boldly. Abandoned eventually by the Spanish in Hispaniola, Pym wandered into the forest and became a mountain bandit, robbing wealthy estates until the day he stole a slave ship in Isabella Harbor, trained the slaves as sailors, and began pirating under a flag emblazoned with the coiled serpent of his shame. With the booty he accrued raiding Dutch, French, and Spanish cargo vessels, Pym designed and built for himself his own ship, the fleetest and most maneuverable warship in the Caribbean. At first he called it Sin, and carved on the bowsprit lines he bastardized from Spenser's Hymns. Running a finger over the serpent coil burned into his flesh, Pym recited, "I down descended like a most demiss and abject thrall in flesh's attire, that I might pay sin's deadly hire, and myself restore unto that happy state, in which I stood before my hapless fate. In flesh at first the guilt was committed, therefore in flesh it must be satisfied." And so it has been. Pym's eyes widened, and a smile shot from under his braided mustache. In 1596, Drake returned, and Pym, after a decade of exile, had his revenge off Portobello. There he attacked Drake's fleet in Sin, gadflying the English ships until they gave him chase. His trim ship held back enough to let the English believe they were gaining on her, and he lured them into a pincered cove of gun-mounted cliffs, a Spanish trap in which Drake was killed. After that, Pym's skill as a buccaneer was touted in all the European capitals, and the English offered a prodigious reward for his head. The Caribbean became dangerously small for him, and he followed the southern routes through the storm-lashed Straits of Magellan and across the chartless South Pacific to the Spice Islands. On the long sea crossing, short of provisions and hallucinating from hunger, he saw his snake emblem sprout legs and wings. Thus, in the womb of madness, Wyvern was conceived. For 17 years, Pym met little resistance as he plundered the great merchant ships that Europe sent to Asia to enrich her kings, queens, and companies. He never abandoned his nostalgia for the practical sciences he had learned in his college days, and his ship and crew were the most able under sail. Pym culled all his mathematical and design skills and applied them to perfecting a peerless man-of-war. While other ships had clinker-built hulls laden with ornate carvings, Wyvern was carvel-seamed in a smooth line, sleek as a shark, and painted to blend with the horizon. She had black sails for night running, and blue and cloud-gray for day camouflage. Outfitted with one of the first steering wheels in the hemisphere, Wyvern easily outmaneuvered whipstaff ships, which had to be steered by altering the trim of their sails. Wyvern also had a rounded stern and a flanged keel, revolutionary in the age of the flat-sterned galleons, which made it agile enough to zip in and out of rocky coves and reef barriers. No ship could catch her when she fled, and when she pounced, none could elude her. Wyvern's 22 short-barreled cannon burned corned powder, which flared faster and more evenly than the serpentine powder used by almost all other long-cannon ships. and Pym had trained his gunners to shoot 30-pound balls so accurately that enemy gun decks were blown apart without damaging the cargo holds. Pride owled his eye. Wyvern is devilish with tricks, but her greatest weapon is her maps. Her maps, sorcerer, accurate and as new as science can fashion them. You see, knowing precisely where we are at all times, we have supremacy over our hunters and our prey. Wyvern's infamy wins her numerous prizes without a fight, and that leaves us more time for this. He lifted his crocodile skin flagon and drank deeply, then continued his story. Pym's success had been spoiled 11 years ago, in 1613, when, already famous and immensely wealthy, he had lost his left eye during a brief skirmish with a Spaniard. The hurt wore him like a skin, and he drank to elude his wound. That was when he renamed his ship Silenos, after the lewd and drunken satyr of Greek myth. "Why did you fight the Spaniard?" Yaki asked. Pym smiled. "We fought over a woman, over the incomparably beautiful Perdita Iduna, the 15-year-old virgin daughter of the warlord of Iloilo in the Philippines." The warlord had been an aborigine with Portuguese blood, who was eager to win the favor of the powerful Spaniards in his island kingdom of Panay. He would gladly have given his daughter to the Spanish officer who had asked for her hand in marriage if Pym had not offered him the fortune of a prince, a cask big as a boar's head, filled with pearls and gold. The warlord took the treasure, and Pym wed the girl in a Panay ritual. During the ceremony, the Spanish officer arrived with a squad of armed soldiers. Pym's pirate crew faced them down, but to avoid a bloodbath, Pym agreed to duel the officer for the hand of the girl. The officer was a wizard with a knife, but Pym was bold, willingly taking cuts as he pressed his massive size close enough to overpower the officer and thrust his blade through his Spanish ruff and into his throat. But one of the cuts Pym took spilled his left eye down his face. He had Saja fire the wound with gunpowder and pack the socket with a wad of brandy-soaked silk, and then he went ahead with the wedding. Pym never regretted losing his eye for Perdita Iduna. She was the ideal wife for a pirate, attracting men with her narrow body and her heathery scent, yet passionately loyal, forgiving Pym his long absences. She even claimed to be proud of his violent defiance of empires, and he spent all his wealth on her, building her an opulent estate in Panay, and surrounding her with servants and luxuries. She bore him 2 sons and a daughter, but all died in childbirth, almost taking her into the afterworld with them. Pym cursed each one of them. He had not married her for children, and to protect her life, he had had Saja remove his testicles. The pirate captain cast them in gold, and after that, Perdita Iduna wore them as earrings. The dismayed look on Yaki's face brought a laugh from the pirate. "Now you know why she was never without her earrings. Marring my body means nothing to me. I've never been a handsome body. I'll not be a handsome corpse. As well as missing this eye and the top of my right ear, I've lost joints of fingers on both hands. And this." He tapped a stubbed finger to the livid scar of the snake. "Long before the Spaniard marred me, I was a ghastly-looking lad, and I regret the loss of my eye only because of the maddening pain that harpied me since my wedding day. Wine and murder were all that afforded relief, until you healed me, sorcerer." He stood up and leaned over Yaki. "You healed me, and now all my pain is exiled to my soul." Yaki watched the pirate captain stomp drunkenly down the forecastle steps and across the main deck to his cabin. The sorcerer was not yet ready for sleep. The captain's cruel story circled back on Yaki like a nagging song, and he could not ease his mind. All evil from forgetfulness, Jabalwan had taught. Pym was the evil of the world's fear and forgetfulness, and yet he had saved Yaki's life, and was thus the nearest he had to kin. Like Mala and Jabalwan before him, he was the new life of pain for Matu Braim, the spider in the world's web, who would either kill him with his teaching or, in an agony of change, empower him to live as a sorcerer in his father's realm. His very life was at stake. Even so, these thoughts left Yaki cold. He was indifferent to Pym's rage against the world, and he was indifferent to his own life as a sorcerer. All ambitions, all wants, were lies before the truth of death. He wanted only to live the life of the animal with its face in his belly, and that simply because he found himself alive. From here, life led everywhere, and so nowhere. Yaki gazed up at stars and listened to the deep-chested ship striving through the water. The passion and deep nobility of life grew from suffering. No matter the hurt he felt for all he had lost to death, he would endure as Pym endured, and as Jabalwan had. The edgeless mystery demanded that of all life. Jabalwan's soft laugh echoed from the repose of memory. "Shut up and get some sleep, Matu. The truth will still be there when you wake up. A soul-catcher is the living pain of the world." The morning Macau's bay came into view, Pym presented Yaki with a sword belt of Moroccan leather and a serpent-hilted rapier. 18 years ago, I took this off a Spanish man-of-war in the Banda Sea, Pym told him, and I've never had to use it in a duel since. I hope you are as wise with it. Yaki received the weapon with cold fingers, feeling the death in it. The leather belt was stained a dark blue, like the sea far from land, and constellated with tiny silver studs. The weight of the sword at his hip dropped his gravity's center deeper into his pelvis, and he had to practice moving with it, promenading up and down the decks. The crew laughed, thinking him vain, but he ignored them. The days he had spent shod in Manila had been uncomfortable because he was still not accustomed to the profuse clothing these people wore. His movements had been hampered, and that was dangerous. Yet even after leaving Manila, he had insisted on wearing the shoes Pym had given him. Slowly, the leather had surrendered to his splay-toed gait, and he had learned to move gracefully with those odd encumberments. Adjusting to the sword was actually easier than feeling the deck through shoe leather, and when Silenos docked in the palmetto-frilled bay among numerous galleons, junks, warships, and yachts, Yaki carried his weapon with ease. Rain-wrung Macau was a gallimaufry of traders from every land. Turbaned, baggy-trousered Arabs, skull-capped Chinese, long-mustached Hindus, and cuirass-breasted Portuguese mingled in the boisterous wharf-side markets. Bins of spices from the Moluccas and jugs of aromatic oils from Sumatra charged the air with rich fragrances, and pier stalls flashed with gold from Siam, silver from Burma, silks from Cathay, gems from India. In the winding alleys, swarthy men in travel-worn apparel hawked the services of sibyls, harlots of every race, young boys. Silenos's crew melted into the bazaar, eager to exhaust the fortunes they had not spent during their 8 days in Manila. Yaki accompanied Pym and Blackheart to pay tribute to the governor, so that he would allow them to conduct trade with the crown-sanctioned merchants who shipped the largest and most lucrative lading and did business only with heads of state. Iduna could not flourish on booty alone, and over the years Pym had established legitimate trade relations in port with many of the European companies he plundered at sea. The governor's palace was richer even than the opulent mansions and cathedral of Manila, though its construction was not yet complete. Sculptured trees circled a courtyard of black marble fountains, and soaring columns lifted a red onyx cornice on bronze triglyphs. Scaffolds latticed an unfinished wall, and granite blocks lay heaped in dwarf pyramids among milling workers. The cuirassiers guarding the one entrance to the palace crossed their halberds at the pirates' approach, and Pym presented a letter of introduction from Perdita. One of the guards disappeared, and reappeared momentarily with a young bareheaded officer in a cavalry uniform, who returned the letter wrist up, as if holding something soiled. "The governor will not receive emissaries from jungle kingdoms unrecognized by Lisbon." The smoke in Pym's eye ignited. "Unrecognized? Iduna has conducted recognized trade with Spain and the Netherlands for over a decade now." "Perhaps," the officer said, "but you are not in the catalogue of kingdoms favored by Lisbon. Please, go conduct your business in the market." "By God, we will not!" Pym roared, and the officer stepped back and clamped his jaw. The guards pressed closer, and Pym said in a modulated voice, "I will speak with your superior officer. I am Diogo Almeida Gicão, the commanding officer of the palace guard. My superior is the governor himself." "I will speak with the governor, then, Diogo." The commander's nostrils flared at the affront of being addressed by his Christian name. "Sir, I tell you, you will not." He put his hand on his sword. Pym and Blackheart stepped back, hands wide at their sides. But Yaki advanced, gripping the hilt of his rapier, his heart pounding with excitement. Almeida faced him, ready to fend off an attack. Blackheart seized Yaki by his shoulders and pulled him away, grunting with alarm. "Take your mute and your blond clown away from this gate," Almeida ordered. "The governor is not looking to be amused by freaks today." Pym raised a conciliatory hand and smiled his humorless shark grin. "Please, Commander, we have misunderstood each other. No harsh words need pass between us. We are both here to do honor to Macau's governor, you as his protector, and myself as an emissary of a small but wealthy kingdom. I come with a valuable gift that the governor would be disappointed to lose over a mere misunderstanding." He removed the leather satchel slung over his shoulder and opened it to reveal a jewel box of white jade that seemed to glow in the dark bag. Pym lifted the lid of the box and removed a knuckle of ruby from the cluttered jewels. "Please accept this as our acknowledgment of your authority and allow us to present the rest of these precious gems to the governor." Almeida removed his hand from his sword hilt and, feigning indifference, accepted the large ruby. The gel of red light in the stone's heart cooled his anger. He looked to the guards. "Let them pass." Enormous mahogany doors opened to an inner court of gray sentry stones scribbled with vines. Most of the construction was complete inside the unfinished walls, and they passed through tall archways with gold-sheeted entrados into a cedar-paneled hallway. "You realize, of course, you were a clown to provoke Almeida," Pym whispered sidelong to Yaki. "The Portuguese are devils with rapiers. He'd have cut all three of us down before we could say his name." Yaki nodded absently, dazzled by the frescoed ceiling of a marble chamber that led to the governor's office. Pym, hatless, his branded forehead covered in his formal black headband, signed for the two men to remove their hats before he lifted the lion-mouthed knocker on the giant carved doors. He announced himself to the satin-clad servant as the ambassador from Iduna, and handed him the intricately carved jade jewel box. The servant opened the delicate box, glimpsed the fiery chunks of gems within, bowed, and closed the door. Moments later, he returned with an engraved invitation to the governor's court ball 2 evenings hence. "That's all?" Yaki asked indignantly. "A box of jewels for an invitation to a dance? Not even an audience with the governor that he might thank you in person?" "I want trade rights in Macau, lad, not some noise from a man no better than God's most common clay, but that he's a king's cousin's nephew's son-in-law. Come, we've better things to do than to stand here dignifying this temple to greed. There's drinking and whoring to be done." Pym and Blackheart led Yaki among Macau's wines and alleys, buying provisions for Silenos and haunting the wine cellars, where they listened to sailors' tales of ocean crossings, the African slave trade, the wars in Europe, and the frightful reports of the pirates plundering Asia's 7 seas. That night they visited an elegant palm-groved bordello with tapestried floors, mirrored walls, and silk-cushioned beds. Yaki's desire annealed with fright in the presence of the sophisticated and richly garbed women who laughed at his wide-eyed amazement and obvious inexperience. Like the paddy girls of the jungle, these Oriental and Portuguese odalisques were intent on pleasuring him, for Pym had paid handsomely for the boy to be treated with special consideration. Yaki's apprehensions fell away with his clothes. Afterward, relieved of desire's burden, empty as a dream, he sat under a palm in the palazzo and thought back on the many women who had granted him respite from lust. The simple satisfactions he had known with the jungle women were, even in distant reflection, more precious to him than the ribald games he had played this night on the malleable bodies of these pleasure-wise prostitutes. He had been just another man here, humbled by his own passion. Nostalgia wheezed in him. He was so far from his life as a sorcerer, and drifting further. He realized that the course he had chosen would never return him again to the immortalities of the jungle. He was lonely, and the loneliness soon turned to melancholy. It seemed to him that blind wanderings before time's furies were all that was left of his life. Perdita Iduna had shown him that. The animal with its face in his belly had almost devoured her and him, and Pym with them. Desire, by itself, was demonic. Stung by this new clarity, Yaki swore that the next time he was stuck to a woman with sweat, love would be the weld. The day of the court ball, the crew of Silenos watched with awe from their vessel, anchored at the mouth of the bay, as the largest man-of-war they had ever seen glided past them and entered the harbor. 3 gun decks bristled with cannon. 100 guns, most of them 50-pounders. The hull was painted white, its strake long and clean of barnacles. The bits on the rail were brass and bright as sundrops, and the stern rounded gracefully to window galleries without a wisp of Baroque molding or gilt. "It's the devil's own," Pym muttered, as he studied the sleek lines and trim rigging of the ship. On its topmast, a flag of conquest snapped in the wet wind. The red cross of England's St. George laid atop the white cross of Scotland's St. Andrew, the Union Jack. A floating fortress with the speed of a barracuda and bearing the flag I loathe more than any other. Pym's eye squinted with rage as he read aloud the name on her bow. The Fateful Sisters. The rest of that day, Pym sat in his sea-chair, drinking Lisbon wine and staring at the huge ship where she had moored at the sea-wall, studying her for any sign of weakness and sulking darker as her strengths became more obvious. He railed to Yaki. "No other ship in Asia had a jib sail but Silenos, and we took that sail off our bowsprit before entering harbors, so others wouldn't guess its advantage. Now look at the Fateful Sisters with her jib in full view. Soon every warship will have that edge. And look there." He pointed to the rope attached from the bowsprit to the hull. "She's got a bobstay. She's done away with her gammoning just as we have. God rot her! I'd not want to cross her at sea." The British warship posted guards on the seawall beside their gangway, and would answer no questions for the curious sailors whom Pym had sent to find out who captained the modern vessel. Through his spyglass, he studied the British crew as they hurried about the business of unloading the holds and lading provisions. The mate, long-skulled and with a beard like a slap of tar across his jaw, supervised the hoisting of horses and cattle from between decks. The captain, in full rosetted breeches, pinked doublet, and ruff, stood at the poop's gunwale, peering back at him through a telescope. Pym did not recognize the square, barley-bearded captain watching him, but he knew the crewmen of his ship, the ruddy faces and fair hair of Devon sailors, the angular features of Yorkshiremen, the squat, dark men from Wales. Each face was a splinter in Pym's heart, stabbing him with 40-year-old memories of his exile. He passed the spyglass to Blackheart and reached under his sea-chair for his flagon. Aboard the Fateful Sisters, the captain held his telescope so fiercely its leather casing crackled in his grip, and he had to lower the instrument and stare for a moment into the barbs of sunlight on the bay to steady himself. The sight of the one-eyed pirate in the bright grip of the telescope's lens, his viper brand hidden by a black headcloth, his rat-tail beard gleaming with the wine that spilled from his upturned flagon, filled him with rage, and he held to the ship's rail as if buffeted by a storm wind. The mate saw him and strode to the quarterdeck. "Sir, is something amiss?" The captain turned a harrowed look on his mate. "Attend to the lading, Mr. Montague," he said, with a twisted voice that sent the mate hurrying away. From his earliest years, Captain William Quarles had hated Trevor Pym. He had been 5 years old in 1586, when Pym murdered his uncle Samuel Quarles at Antro Cay, and deprived his family of the wealth that his noble uncle was winning for them in his New World adventure with the Spanish. Misfortune under Queen Elizabeth had withered the Quarles' family fortune, and Uncle Samuel had been striving to re-establish their prosperity when Pym slew him. All his life, William Quarles had struggled to regain the stature that Pym had snatched from his family, and now that he was facing the devil himself, he could barely restrain his wrath. But he would not allow Pym or his own fury to befoul his hard-won career, and though he craved to storm Silenos immediately and seize the villain, he restrained himself. Pym was a traitor to England, but they were in a Portuguese port, and Quarles needed proof that Pym was a pirate before he could break the man. Otherwise, he would be charged as a brigand himself and outlawed from these waters, for he had come to establish diplomatic ties and trade agreements. He searched the length of the pirate's ship for any sign of the notorious standard that haunted Asia's sea lanes, but Wyvern was nowhere in sight, unless the ship herself was regarded with a wary eye. Only then was the monster apparent. The raked masts were her wings. The slender hull, empty of ornament and curved for speed, was her serpent glide. Her talons were well hidden, the gun ports were closed, and several were draped with gammon nets, as though the hatches hid not cannon, but davits for craning cargo. She rode nose down in the water, bespeaking an unusual keel, and Quarles noted her wheel where the whipstaff should have been. This was no ordinary merchant ship, though she wore her colors on her foremast as a ship of trade. That she would pretend that she was not a fighting vessel convinced Quarles that he had indeed found the dread Wyvern, and he scrutinized her for weaknesses. Below him, through a bay gallery, another spyglass watched Silenos. From the Fateful sisters' stern window, 16-year-old Maud Roofoot scanned the big ship sitting in the bay, giggling at the sight of the half-naked men holy-stoning the decks and repairing the rigging. She was pretty, a chestnut-haired maid with capable hands and a lively, freckled face. "Look, Lucy," she called to her mistress, "there's one without ears." Lucinda Quarles, the captain's daughter, lay curled in her canopied bed, dolorously turning the pages of a thin volume of verse. With a wince of her blue eyes, she dismissed her maid's appeal. The telescope was a toy that had ceased to amuse her years before, and though she was no older than her maid, she could read, and the scenes she found in her father's library were more vivid than anything she had seen through the lens. Maud, a country girl nostalgic for the croft in Devon where she had grown up, was giddy at every port of call. She delighted in the telescope's reach that lifted her from the ship's confinement without incurring the prodigious anger of her mistress's father, a severe man who never indulged his servants. "This crew looks healthier than most we've seen in Asia," she said. "But there's one with a snake tattooed down his back, and that one has a ring in his nose, and one in each nipple. Oh, Lucy, come see." "Maud, I'm reading," Lucinda protested, then said in a stronger voice, "Long since I see my joys come to their evening—" "Sidney," Maud recognized with a groan, not budging from the eyepiece. "That's too sad. Don't read Sidney to me now. We've just made port. Are you going to pine for your lost love the entire tour?" A year earlier, in Rome, Lucinda had fallen in love with her Latin tutor, a young poet with a starved face and enormous eyes. Before her love could be reciprocated, her father had been awarded command of the Fateful sisters, and, fully aware of her nascent passion, he ordered her to accompany him on this mission to Asia. The tour was to last 3 years, and on their return to Europe she would be 18, and expected to marry a gentleman of her father's choosing. That prospect had galled her for the entire year-long voyage, and she took an adolescent's perverse pleasure in heightening her misery by reading melancholy passages from the poets. "Long since I hate the night, more hate the morning. Long since my thoughts chase me like beasts in forests, and make me wish myself laid under mountains." Maud removed a hand from the spyglass to wave that morbid thought away. "Laid, yes, but not under a mountain, Lucy, please. You promised we wouldn't die virgins." She beckoned Lucinda and steadied the telescope with both hands. "Come look at the Asians. One of them's playing a fiddle. And there by the binnacle, a European, with one eye and a knotted beard. He's ugly as a troll, but he looks English. And there's another, this one with red hair and a face like a boot. Oh, you must see." "What's the ship's name?" Lucinda asked without looking up. Maud swept the spyglass to the prow and read, "Silenos. What an odd name." "Latin, Mousie. The man in the moon," Lucinda translated. Sweat stung Maud's sight, and she wiped the eyepiece on her sleeve. "This heat is hateful. Why weren't you more melancholy in Italy? You would have left us in the care of some great house, and we wouldn't be shriveling now like hags under this vile sun." "You know better, Maud. Father doesn't care how I feel. He keeps me near because I am his, and he cannot bear to relinquish anything that is his." "Lucy!" Maud shrieked as her sight found Yaki knotting hemp in the shrouds. "Another European, and a handsome one this one is. His hair is fair as yours, or more. Beardless. He's a boy, yet he has the limbs of a man. And his face, fine and strong as any statues we saw in Rome. You must look for yourself, Lucinda." Maud placed the telescope on the sill and hurried to her mistress. "Forget your poems and your lost love, and come look." "I'm coming," groused Lucinda, climbing out of bed. Lucinda lifted her white gown to sit on the sill and picked up the telescope, and Maud pointed her toward the foremast topgallant shrouds. The beat of her heart deepened. He was all that Maud had said. His lanky arms and legs naked and solar-dusted, his hair white as a star falling long over his thick sea-burned shoulders. He was the most complete being she had ever seen. His features were becalmed as marble, magnificently empty of the malice and harshness that stared from the faces of other men. Even intent on his work, he seemed free as the tumultuous clouds behind him, unhaunted by human feelings. That could not be true, she realized, and she yearned at once to know what emotions stirred the heart of such a man. "Sad to think he's a pirate." Maud disrupted her reverie. "I pray your father won't have us watch his hanging." Lucinda lowered her telescope and frowned at her maid. "Better you had left me with my poems than steepen my melancholy with such an apparition." She retreated to her bed and picked up her book again, but what she had seen through the telescope itched at the soles of her feet, and sizzled through her legs like the brightenings of music. She watched Maud resume her post in the window gallery, telescope to her eye, and she breathed deeply to fill herself with strength against the shiverings from her vision. Silly girl, she berated herself. Only a child falls in love with an image. She was smart enough to know that she really did not love the stranger she had glimpsed through the lens, but love itself. For the last year she had loved love, and that had put her at terrible odds with her father. He wanted her to marry a gentleman of means, and she wanted love. A dim smile lit her face at the idea of what her father would think of her falling in love with a pirate, but that smile quickly faded, and she resolved to put the handsome sailor out of her mind. He was a pirate, and he was her father's prey. That night, rains lashed the Bay City, and Pym, Blackheart, and Yaki were carried in palanquins to the governor's palace. Dressed in their finery, the pirates stood in the colonnaded entrance to the main hall, while a heron-faced servant announced them as legates of Iduna. Then they waded through the majestic crowd of bejeweled silk and rose-powdered faces to the polished chair of the governor. He was a plump, balding man with an aquiline nose, meticulously coiffed beard, and red, parrot-beaked lips in the cup of an elaborate ruff. Behind him stood Diogo Almeida Gicão, the commander who had challenged the pirates 2 days earlier. He nodded to Pym and fixed Yaki with a haughty stare. The governor tersely thanked them for their gift, and introduced them to his special guest, sitting in the throne-like chair to his right, the Chinese merchant prince, Shi Hang. Shi Hang was a wizened mandarin with excruciatingly long fingernails. "Captain Pym," he said in excellent Spanish, "I have admired your ship, Silenos, which I have seen in the harbor. Its lines and raked sails suggest that it is a vessel of great speed and adroitness." Yaki noted the beast-like wariness between the two men, and heard the reserve in Pym's voice. "I am pleased to hear you say that, Shi-Hang, for your reputation as a master seaman is famous throughout Asia. I designed Silenos myself, and she is indeed fashioned to carry her cargo swiftly." "The better to avoid pirates, yes, Captain?" He smiled with what may have been slyness or admiration. "The Lanoon are troublesome along the Malay coast," Pym replied, "but I've had no trouble so far with predators on the high seas." "Then you have not yet run afoul of Wyvern?" Shi-Hang inquired, widening his sleepy eyes incredulously. Pym turned a puzzled expression on the governor, seeking a clue. "Shi-Hang refers to a notorious pirate who has harried our trade routes for a quarter-century now," the governor said, scrutinizing Pym and his two companions from under a cocked eyebrow. "You have not heard of Wyvern? I'm surprised, Captain. I've been here merely a year, and that scourge has not escaped my notice." "Yes, but you are governor of Macau," Pym said, nodding deferentially. "I imagine that very little escapes your notice. I am merely a merchant." "How long have you sailed these waters, Captain Pym?" Shi-Hang asked. Before Pym could reply, the herald stamped his mace for silence and announced, "Master of the Fateful Sisters, Captain William Quarles of the British Royal Navy, and his daughter, Mistress Lucinda Quarles." Pym stiffened as if stabbed, and Blackheart edged closer and laid a hand on his shoulder. "'Tis the bastard's flatulent ghost," Pym hissed under his breath in English. Blackheart tightened his grip on his captain's shoulder and looked to Yaki, but the boy's attention was at the far end of the room where the guests were entering. A stocky man with flattened brown hair, a full oat-gray beard, and skin the color of pickled cedar, stood in the entrance surveying the gathering with imperial hauteur. He wore an ermine-trimmed velvet jacket, blue knee-breeches, pleated garters, and ox-blood boots of polished leather. The young woman beside him, a silvery blonde, pale as starlight, was dressed in a soft black chemise, a white satin skirt, and gray pearl-studded slippers. As they approached the governor's chair, Pym shivered and backed off, but Yaki was enthralled by the first blonde woman he had ever seen. Captain Quarles bowed to the governor and nodded to Shi-Hang. Observing the friendly intimacy of that nod, Pym tried again to back away and meld into the festive gathering, but the governor was faster. "Master of Silenos, Captain Trevor Pym, this is the man who will assure that the sea lanes are free of the dread Wyvern. Master of the Fateful Sisters, Captain William Quarles." Quarles's hazel eyes met Pym's single one. "Do you know me?" he asked in bitter Portuguese. "I certainly remember you, sir. Your name is black in our family. Though I was but a mate's apprentice when I sailed with Drake in '96 to harry the Spanish in the New World, I remember well how you betrayed us. My uncle was Samuel Quarles, the captain you murdered on Drake's first foray." Shi-Hang and the governor watched Pym closely, and caught the hint of fang in his tight grin. "Sir, you are sadly mistaken," he said in Spanish. "In fact, it was your uncle who was the traitor. I was but the scapegoat he would use for his treachery, for no other reason than that I was callow and at that time had no taste for blood." Blackheart gently pulled Pym back, but Quarles waved the quartermaster away. "Do not fear for your master," he said serenely in English. "I am a man who abides law, and will not seek my vengeance here in the governor's court." Shi-Hang and the governor exchanged glances as Quarles stepped close to the pirate. "But Trevor Pym, the snake brand you hide under that headcloth, will hang you if ever we meet in British territory. For certainly you do not deny your responsibility in luring Sir Francis Drake to his doom at Portobello." "Is this an inquiry?" Pym asked the governor. "I had assumed you invited us here to be entertained." The governor nodded to Diogo Almeida Gicão, who glided forward and bowed first to Captain Quarles and then to his daughter. "The dancing is about to begin," he said. "Will you honor me?" The girl curtsied and accepted, and they moved away to the first strains of the orchestra. Blackheart took that opportunity to lead Pym away too, scratching his palm to remind the captain of the money represented by the many merchants and traders gathered in the great hall. "Aye, we've Perdita's surplus to unload," Pym muttered in English, and let Blackheart guide him toward the glittering banquet tables where the businessmen were dining. Yaqui let them go, and then immediately sought out Almeida and Lucinda on the dance floor. "May I have the next dance?" he asked in Spanish. "Sir, we have not been introduced," said Lucinda Quarles, looking inquiringly into the sandy haze of Yaqui's features. He was even more striking in person than he had looked to her in the lens that morning. "My name is Yaqui Gefjon." "Then you are Dutch," she said, though she was certain she saw something else in his dusky complexion. "Are you with that man my father remembers as a traitor?" "Yes, milady," Yaqui answered dolefully. "He is my captain." Almeida snicked a cruel smile, but before he could speak, Lucinda said, "I need refreshment." Almeida and Yaqui offered their arms simultaneously, and she took both, but kept her eyes on the boy with the wind-sprung hair and the riddling blue stare. "May I boldly introduce myself? I am Lucinda Quarles." "You are British," he said in English. "Macao is a long way from England." "And you are far from the Low Countries," she answered in English, intrigued by his accent, which did not sound Dutch. Almeida poured her a crystal of sherry and led her into a yellow pond of lantern light away from the serving table. "The Dutch seem very comfortable in the presence of pirates," he remarked icily. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir," Yaqui said. A small laugh chimed from Lucinda. "I think Commander Almeida means to refer to the strenuous competition between the Dutch and the Portuguese in the Spice Islands." "Lady, you surprise me with your political astuteness," Almeida said coolly. "My mother died of plague when I was an infant," she explained, "and I was reared by my father. I speak most of the trade languages at his insistence, and, lacking a son, he has schooled me in the politics of trade. I know something of the European powers' Asian interests, but I'm afraid I am wholly devoid of feminine virtues." "Then my eyes do deceive me," Almeida said, smiling warmly, "for you seem the very shape of feminine excellence." "Shape is the least of a woman's virtues," she smiled back, and looked to Yaqui. "Don't you think, Master Gefjon?" "A woman shall compass a man," he said, and the sound of his words embraced her, so gentle did they seem. "Ah, me," Almeida groaned. "If you're going to quote the Bible, I am outdone. I would not have expected such rectitude from a pirate." Yaqui spoke in a dry voice. "You call me a pirate because my name is Dutch? Small reason." Almeida studied the lanky man before him. "I call you a pirate because this lovely lady's father believes your captain to be so. That is why the Bantam of Siam invited Captain Quarles and his warship into these Asian waters, to help us cleanse our empire of its sickly parasites. Isn't that so, my lady?" Lucinda saw a fiery haze ruddle Yaqui's cheeks, and she laid a hand on his arm. "A pact has been made between the Bantam and the British Crown to combat piracy in Asia for the benefit of all empires. My father has been ordered by his admiralty to stalk these pirates, especially the infamous Wyvern that has plundered trade vessels with impunity for decades now. But my father would not accuse anyone of piracy without direct knowledge." The heron-faced servant appeared and whispered in Almeida's ear. "Please, my lady, excuse me," the officer said with a bow. "My governor requires my presence." He turned to Yaqui. "Your ruse is pitiful, Dutchman." "Are you a pirate?" Lucinda asked when they were alone. "If I were, you would be my first prize." She smiled coolly. "Now you sound like that Portuguese sycophant." "Forgive me." He blushed and put a firm hand over hers where it still rested on his arm. "Though we've just met, Mistress Lucinda, I am drawn to you. I know that I like you very much." "How can you know that, silly boy? You can't begin to know me." "What is there to know?" He put a thumb on her chin. When a man stands on a height, he can see for miles. Standing here with you, I see as far as my life can go. Bold, impetuous words for a pirate. A reckless feeling whirled up in her as she stared into his topaz face. By which I mean, I believe you really are a pirate, Mr. Gefjon. My father is convinced that your captain is the villain whose standard is a wyvern. Yaki's heart jumped, and he looked quickly into the crowd for Pym and Blackheart. I'm afraid it's too late, she said playfully. Your captain will soon be undone. There is no way out. Yaki faced her. We are all on journeys toward wounds, he said with an intensity that startled her. You must think me a fool, but if my journey doesn't end tonight, will you grant me the favor of seeing you again? Why? She held him with a hard-eyed stare. Because I have a pretty face? You are pretty, Yaki said, but behind your beauty I sense a strong soul, a soul worthy of love. Love? Her pixie face opened to laugh, but she did not laugh. What does a boy like you know of love? I know nothing of love, Yaki acknowledged, with a candor that stopped her laughter again. But I feel that whatever I could know of love, I will find in you. We have just introduced ourselves, and already you speak of love. She compressed her lips and shook her head. Lady, Yaki said with an urgent squeeze of her hand, please do not be swift in your judgment. I am a fool to speak like this with you, I admit that. I am a fool, but I know my heart, and though I do not know you yet, I feel so powerfully that I know you in my heart. Please, favor me with a chance to see you again. She regarded him with her steady gaze. Always she had played coquettishly, teasing viscounts, naval officers, and all manner of heroes in every major European port and across Asia. The game was all preciosity and insignificance. She had just turned 16 and enjoyed the tender speeches, the merriment, the anonymous sensuality of men's eager attentions. She had lost her heart once to the poet in Rome, and had not believed she could love again. But now suddenly, this man, this boy, had enchanted her with his smile, his Asian eyes blue as an afternoon's emptiness. He was very different from the pale, skinny poet in Rome. She would not love him, she was determined. His melancholy accent would not move her. Her certitude gave her the strength to continue her game. The Fateful Sisters' port in Asia is to be Singapore, she answered finally. Perhaps we shall meet there one day. If I seek you out there, he whispered, you will favor me? Her face shone with curiosity, ambivalence, and a hint of ardor. Yes. She leaned closer and added, as I favor all courtly gentlemen who seek my company. Expect me then. I will be constant as the zodiac, she said flirtatiously. Yaki spun away, sliding like a breeze through the crowd as he searched for Pym and Blackheart. He found them approaching the governor's chair and slid between them, whispering to Pym, Quarles knows. So it seems, lad, Pym answered, without looking at him. We must flee, Yaki said, crouching as if at the smell of a panther. Blackheart put an arm about him and braced him taller. Stand up, sorcerer, Pym commanded. We are in the governor's house. He'll not butcher us here, nor can we escape. Too many guards. We must brass this out, see how they play us. The governor waved to them impatiently, and Pym stepped forward. Quarles, seated to the left of the governor and Shi Hong, did not rise when Pym approached. Your happy gathering here has helped me to sell all of my surplus from Iduna, Pym said graciously to the governor. Festivities like this inspire good trade. Now, how can I be of service to you? Quite directly, Captain Pym, the governor said. He nodded to the Chinese merchant beside him. My estimable guest, Shi Hong, has expected for 3 days now the arrival of a junk loaded with 100 bars of bullion. The fact that it has not yet arrived indicates to us that it has been lost." Pym responded with consternation. 100 bars of bullion is a great deal of wealth to entrust to one storm-fragile junk." "We suspect that no storm has sunk the vessel," the governor replied. "In fact, we are quite certain that it has been plundered by pirates." "How can you be so certain during monsoon season, Governor?" The governor turned his elegantly coiffed head toward Quarles, and the British captain thrust out his bearded chin. "We had arranged with Shi Hang to escort his gold vessel into Macao, but when we sailed out to meet her, all we found was wreckage, and not just storm flotsam. Shi Hang's ship was destroyed by cannon, and that means pirates." "How terribly unfortunate," Pym said, shaking his head sadly. "Perhaps now with you here, Captain Quarles, such villains will be expunged. Still, I do not see how I can help you with this particular loss, Governor." But you can, Captain." The governor stroked his beard. "You see, your ship arrived from the direction and at the time that we expected Shi Hang's gold." "I'm afraid we saw no piracy on our journey here from Manila. The China Sea is no small body of water, sir." "Captain Pym," Shi Hang waved a long fingernail at him with barely restrained fury, "perhaps you have plundered my ship." Pym reeled toward Shi Hang. "Sir, you accuse me of piracy?" The lilting music stuttered to silence. The governor waved for the orchestra to continue, and the air paisleyed with sweet sounds again. "Forgive us, Captain," the governor said. "We are not accusing you, but we suspect you. How could we not? We are not fools. You bear the serpent brand of a traitor. Your ship is a sleek man of war, and you have arrived at the right time and from the right direction to have intercepted Shi Hang's gold junk. All we are asking is that you disprove our allegation." "And how can I possibly do that?" "You will let us search Silenos," the governor demanded. "Never!" Pym shouted. "I am the master of Silenos and the legate from Iduna. I will not allow a search party of vain, importunate accusers aboard my ship." "Then you prove yourself a pirate," Shi Hang yapped. Pym swung toward him, and Almeida leaped between them and shoved Pym backward. Yaki seized the officer and slapped him twice before Blackheart could pull him away. "I will remind you that I can have you imprisoned and hanged for striking an imperial officer," the governor barked at Yaki. Pym raised his hand softly as a priest. "Governor, Shi Hang gravely insulted me. My officer was only protecting me from yours. I am, after all, a true legate of Iduna, which has freely shared its wealth with Portugal. We are not pirates, I assure you, and we will not be treated as such. After all, did you not invite us here by your own hand? Will you now show that hand to be deceitful and treat us, your guests, as criminals?" The governor's placid face frowned deeply. "Very well. Your anger was provoked, but I insist your ship be searched. 100 bars of bullion is at stake here. That is no small matter." Pym dug deep within himself for the appropriate response, and felt cold emptiness. His stomach turned, and Yaki read his distress. "Our honor is no small matter either," Yaki said sharply, stepping forward. "For us, it is more valuable than mere gold. I insist on satisfaction for your officer's insult." Blackheart grabbed Yaki's arm again, but the boy threw it off. "This is not the first time your officer has insulted me this evening. I have overlooked his verbal abuse more than once, but I cannot abide his physical abuse of my captain. I demand a duel. Now!" The governor grinned with disbelief. "Young Dutchman, clearly you are a fool. Your master has taken no grievance he did not himself inspire." "So you say," Yaki answered, ignoring Blackheart's urgent protests. "But he dared assault the official legate of the kingdom I am sworn to serve. I will have satisfaction, and I will have it now." Pym searched Yaki's expression for his true intent, and saw the stony will in his set jaw and a narrow stare that was a plea of cunning. He understood. Here was their one chance to buy the time to escape. But Pym could not spend Yaki's life. and Yaki saw that now in the sudden squint of his one eye, and so he turned brusquely and slapped Almeida's cheek. A blood-hungry light flashed in the officer's face, and he looked urgently to his superior. "So, Dutchman, your death will be our amusement tonight," the governor decreed. "To the courtyard with you both, where you will not offend the women and those disinclined to see a life thrown away." Almeida swept his arm toward the exit, and Yaki stalked off without glancing at Pym or Blackheart. "He's a dead man," Pym mumbled, and pulled Blackheart to him. "We must not waste his death. Back to Silenos with you. Prepare to weigh anchor. We sail at once." Blackheart's face was taut with desperation. "No," Pym insisted. "There is nothing we can do for him. He's given us his death freely. Don't waste it. Go." Quarles sidled up to Pym. "That foolish boy hasn't bought your escape, traitor. My ship has orders to watch Silenos. If she tries to sail, I will blow her out of the harbor." He barged through the crowd that was hurrying to see the duel. Pym arrived in the torchlit courtyard in time to see Yaki kick away his shoes and peel off his socks. Laughter twitched through the encircling crowd, but Almeida was not amused. Like the professional soldier he was, he stood bolt upright at the center of the cobbled yard, rapier drawn and pointing down, a gold thread of death in the flame-light. The governor and Shi Hong stood side by side under a lantern's radiant circle, but Quarles was not to be seen. Pym knew he would be hurrying back to the Fateful sisters to be certain Silenos did not escape. Quarles's daughter was there, though, with a worried maid at her side. The young lady was watching boldly, though her features seemed filled with emotion. Yaki stood ready and raised his rapier in salute. Almeida returned the salute with a sardonic grin, and they crossed blades. The Portuguese looked relaxed and poised, and Pym's bowels crawled with cold to see Yaki's hunched and amateurish posture. Almeida stamped forward swiftly, thrusting to skewer Yaki even before he could move. But the boy was gone, dancing sidewise with a swiftness that elicited a collective sigh from the crowd. His rapier flashed and scored air. Almeida had pivoted and come up under Yaki's extended sword arm, and only Yaki's great speed saved him again. Their rapiers spanged, and Yaki jumped away. The fear coursing through Yaki gleamed brighter. His enemy seemed made of liquid in the firelight, sliding sinuously through the shadows. Yaki wanted to succumb to the animal instinct burgeoning in his nerves, but he knew that if he did, he would lose the delicate control necessary to win a formal duel. He could not be an animal now. He had to fight as a man of his father's ilk. But this man in him was naked with terror. Almeida pursued, lashing in a feint and jabbing. The deceptive shadows lured Yaki into his enemy's slide. Pym saw the miscalculation and cried out as Almeida's blade pierced Yaki's left shoulder. Yaki wobbled quickly away, blood squirting from his gouged flesh. Then, in mid-stride backward, he hurled forward, fluid as the pure release of an arrow, but ill-timed, giving Almeida the margin to dodge. The sword-master closed in at once, and Yaki parried downward. Their swords clacked, and for an instant they stood facing each other in a scuffling lock. Almeida grinned disdainfully, shifted his weight, and sent Yaki flying past him. The Portuguese whipped his rapier and spanked Yaki as he flew by. The crowd keened with laughter. Yaki spun about, stung and angry, and glimpsed Pym in the swarm of faces, shaking his head. The pirate held one hand up, and Yaki reined in his rage. Ignoring the sting across his buttocks, he stepped to the attack slowly, watching his opponent's ink-dark eyes. Almeida was a blur in the torchlight, determined to kill Yaki quickly now while he was still smarting with humiliation. But Yaki had dropped that pain, and with blinding defensive speed, he caught his opponent's cut-over, lifted his rapier, and delved sharply, scoring Almeida's cheek and sending him skidding backward hand to face. The mocking grin was gone from the swordmaster's lips when he closed again, and he assaulted remorselessly. Yaki met each of his blows, sliding backward and to his left, and then he was gone. He pounced to his right, crouched, and thrust upward, scoring Almeida again, this time in the hip. The officer backed off, awareness dawning that though this Dutchman was not a skilled swordsman, he was a deadly fighter. The man swung his rapier in a tight circle, focusing all his lethal intent on each movement. The swords touched with a rattle, and Yaki sprang to the side and slashed. "Foul!" Almeida called out, and the crowd murmured their agreement. "Stand and fight, Dutchman!" "Engage!" the governor commanded. Yaki crept closer, suppressing his shouting instincts, and touched metal. "You cannot flee your death, pirate," Almeida said, and jumped, both feet flying forward, sword sneaking out and up. Yaki stood fast, managing to bring his sword up just before the enemy's point reached his heart. Metal sang, and with a frantic clashing, Yaki pressed the fight. "Death is no secret," he shouted, shooting stars of sweat flicking from his face. In his desperation, he had shouted in his native tongue, and the sound barbed him with all the hopelessness of his lost life in the forest. Abandoning all mental intent, he surrendered to his emotion, the release of that power propelling him mightily through the shadows. Only Almeida's expertise with the rapier kept him upright before Yaki's stunningly swift blows. Almeida scrambled backward, forgetting his footwork, desperately seeking a fatal chink. And when it appeared, he thrust for it. His blade split Yaki's rib, and would have skewered his heart had Yaki not already disoriented his opponent with the fury of his attack. The sword tip slipped off his nicked rib and gouged the air beside him. Enduring his wound and heaving himself into it, believing, as he had with the spider, that he was already lost, Yaki surprised Almeida, caught him unready to parry, and thrust his rapier through the man's chest. Almeida shrieked and collapsed face down, gasping blood. The crowd roared and surged forward. Pym shoved through the throng to Yaki's side and swept him up in his thick arms. He was badly shaken, soaked through with sweat, leaking blood from his shoulder wound and split rib. Pym yelled for the crowd to make way, but the governor pressed to Pym's side. "You are a sloppy swordsman," he said bitterly. "You won by rage alone." "Yet he won," Pym said with hot admiration. "Now stand aside. He's wounded and needs tending." Pym sheathed the bloody rapier, threw Yaki's arm over his neck, and walked him through the crowd to the tall open doors of the yard. Lucinda Quarles stood under the red mane of a torch, her face aglow with excitement and relief. Her maid was gripping her shoulders from behind, trying to move her away, but she stood fast, and when Yaki passed, she held out her hand. Yaki stopped before her, his wild gaze softening at the sight of her face. "Time is blood now, lad," Pym whispered in his ear. "Your journey continues," Lucinda said, holding her hand higher so he could see the amber brooch she held. "Take this as an emblem of your victory tonight, and as a hope that we may meet again." Yaki accepted the brooch, and before he could speak, Pym hauled him away. Pym ran with Yaki in his arms through the rain-wet boulevards to the harbor. Each jolt was the lonesome singing of Yaki's life against the vaulting silence of death. The sky of fire behind his eyelids was shadowed with the souls of the men he had killed. Almeida's surprised black stare was closest, but his face was already receding with each belt of pain that assured Yaki that he was alive. Other eyes watched from the shadowy flames behind Almeida's death mask, the faceless souls of the Mongols he had slaughtered on Shihang's junk, and behind them were the merest glints in the night rock of eternity, the dim ghosts of the Lanoon he had slain, and the tree-haunter warriors he had trampled and brained. Batu was there, a shadow in the face of the night, and behind him the vague shades of the first men he killed, the tree-haunters he had speared to save himself and Ferrang. His life, his pain, was carried by these deaths. His life was the manifest spirit of these dead. And all this was so, he believed, because he had abandoned the life to find his place in the tribe, to be a man as other men. The harbor air was dewy with the redolence of the sea. "Blackheart's ready for us," Pym said, guiding Yaki out onto the pier and into a waiting skiff. Pym rowed, and Yaki lay back. "We'd not be here now without your risk," Pym said as he bent to the oars. "That Dago governor was determined to board Silenos, but in the hubbub you left behind, he'll not gather his guard till we hoist anchor. Well done, lad. you handled that rapier like a born swordsman. I'll not call you a son again. From now, Yaki, you are my brother." At Silenos, Yaki was hoisted aboard in a sling and laid out on the deck, while Saja examined him and determined that the wounds had cut no organs. "Release the floaters, Mr. Blackheart," Pym ordered when Saja was through. "The tide's coming in, and it will do most of our fighting for us." He trained his spyglass on the Fateful Sisters and saw the cannon, 50 big guns aimed at them. But the night was starless, and Silenos was a black target. Even the best gunner would have trouble marking the range. Then he saw Quarles in the blazing lantern light, watching them through his telescope. Certainly he would see the floaters that even now were being lowered overboard. Would he guess their lethal intent? "Blackheart, throw over the bales of spice we collected in Manila. Let him think we're lightning for a run, and let's pray he holds his fire till we show canvas." Minutes later, when the first of the floating powder kegs reached the Fateful Sisters, Quarles ordered one retrieved to see what Pym was dumping. A grapnel line was thrown to it, the matchlock triggers were sprung, and the keg of corned powder exploded, sweeping several of the other mines into the hull of the big ship. A string of blasts ripped the night in rapid succession. "Anchor away!" Pym shouted with the first explosion. "Canvas!" Silenos rose against the tide, caught wind with her black sails, and cruised toward the night sea. Behind her, the tide had carried the rest of the mines into the harbor and among the other ships. Fiery bursts tore apart the wharves and sundered the smaller ships clustered alongside Quarles's pirate hunter. The Fateful Sisters fired 12 rounds, but the blasts that had ripped her broadsides and flooded her lower decks spoiled the cannon's ordnance, and the 50-pound balls splashed wildly in the bay. Pym spied Quarles through his glass, flailing across his quarterdeck, shouting commands with frustrated ardor. The pirate captain howled with pleasure and ordered his cannon to fire a salute. The cannon spat fire and thunder, and Pym saw Quarles lean on the rail in an anguish of rage, watching Silenos draw away into the darkness and storm smoke. Blind with fury, Quarles stalked the busy main deck, and frightened sailors flitted out of his way, disappearing down holds and into companionways. The captain steadied himself on the starboard gunwale and glanced down at the scorched and shattered timbers along the hull. The damage to the Fateful Sisters was slight, but sufficient to prevent pursuit of Silenos. The pirate had escaped him. Escape! The thought branded his soul. But the floating mines had substantiated Quarles's suspicion that Pym was the infamous Wyvern, and now trade ports everywhere would be closed to Iduna, and Quarles could stalk Pym freely. "I will hang him from my own ship's yardarm," he swore aloud. "Pym has not escaped. There is no escape in this round world. I will run him down, and I will have him dead." Quarles's words burned through him with the heat of a lifelong anguish. All his life he had raged against fate. Determined to avenge his family's suffering by regaining all that had been lost, he had become a model seaman, and had earned a navigator's rank by his 20th birthday. In 1607, royal friends of his fallen uncle had arranged for him to sail as a master mariner with King James's flotilla to supervise a truce between Denmark and Sweden. In Copenhagen, he met and married a wealthy merchant's daughter, and with his new fortune and the esteem he had won from his service to the king, he had attained the captaincy of his first vessel, and sailed profitable trade routes from the North Sea to the Mediterranean. For several years, Quarles's spite seemed wholly used up, leaving him an affluent and content man. He purchased back the estate in Devon where he had been born, the ancestral lands that had been lost early in his childhood, and he gloated that he had reclaimed his past without benefit of college or inheritance. Then, in 1610, the year his daughter was born, plague killed his wife in La Spezia. He had been at fault. He believed that to this day, because he had let her stay by his side when trade had brought him to the stricken port long after all other ships had fled. What success he had gained for himself in La Spezia had cost him his wife, the quiet, patient Dane who had taught him true felicity. The next 16 years had been a furor of withheld wrath at the injustice of creation. Committed to wresting order, his personal order, out of the chaos of his loss, Quarles refused to relinquish his daughter to his wife's parents in Denmark, and took her and her maid with him on all his voyages. She was all he had left of family, and he was determined to make her worthy of the fortune he had devoted his life to creating. He spent his mounting wealth freely on her. The finest clothing and jewels were hers from infancy. Yet as soon as she could walk, she wanted nothing more than to be everywhere that he was. He indulged her even in that, and the toddler witnessed his brilliantly stern command of his ship, and learned early the exigencies of will. In her 7th year, Lucinda's nanny had been replaced by a maid her own age. Maud Rewfoot was a little peasant girl from his Devon estate, who had been reared by her Aunt Timotha, a woman wise in herbal medicines. Quarles personally assumed responsibility for his daughter's education, but his resolution to imprint her with his jaded wisdom clashed with the romance of illusion that is every child's gift, and he forbade her any dreams but the most pragmatic and tactical. Lucinda was a willful child, however, and though she mastered her father's lessons in languages, mathematics, and cynicism, she would not relinquish her faith in inspiration, the heart's revelation, love. As Lucinda grew into womanhood, they were constantly at odds, for she shamelessly opposed all the advantageous marriages with merchants' sons and noble-blooded officers that Quarles tried to plot for her happiness and security. She insisted that she would choose her own husband. Remembering the dreamy look on Lucinda's face as she conversed with the blonde pirate at the governor's ball, Quarles headed for her cabin to have it out with her. At the companionway, he lifted his face into the stiffening wind, and thought he could taste the heat of a typhoon. Time enough to discipline Lucinda, he reasoned, sensing threat in the hot wind. A new irony occurred to him. Perhaps Pym's flight into the jaws of the big storm was his doom, and heaven would seize revenge from Quarles. He did not want Pym killed that way, for there was something vital he had to learn from the pirate first. Years before, shortly after Quarles had been awarded his first captaincy, he was confronted aboard his docked vessel one day by several well-dressed men, who claimed to be secretaries for a secret society to which his uncle Samuel Quarles had belonged. The society was called the Church of the Two Thieves, an inter-kingdom organization of affluent and influential gentlemen with papal connections. The Quarles family had been Roman Catholic from Norman times, but William, early in adulthood, had converted to the Church of England to gain favor in the court. He wanted no contact with the papists, but before they left, the men prevailed on him to examine correspondence between the Spanish governor of Cartagena and his uncle Samuel that disclosed the betrayal by his uncle of Drake's war fleet during its 1585 raid of the Spanish Main. Quarles refused to believe the documents. The letters were never revealed to the government or the public, and no effort was made by the papists to blackmail him. Any such effort would have failed, as his fortune had been secured entirely by his own hard work, and he was helpless to account for the honor of an uncle he barely knew. But from that day, the passion for revenge that had driven him cooled to mere cunning, and nothing again was ever what it seemed. Pym hotly declared his own innocence in the governor's palace, and his protest hinted at a dark truth. Pym remained a scoundrel in any case, for he was still responsible for the murder of Drake in 1596 and for decades of piracy. But Quarles wanted to know what had really happened. Then, 3 years ago, the secret society had divulged Trevor Pym's presence in Asia. A juvenile excitement gripped Quarles when he heard this, and he used all his accumulated favor and prestige to arrange a diplomatic mission to Asia. He was no longer certain that Pym had been responsible for his uncle's misfortune and his own indigent youth, but he was determined to find out. The very idea of advancing his career at Pym's expense inspired him in his plea to the Admiralty for an Asian assignment, and he was appointed captain of a modern warship, the Fateful Sisters, and dispatched to Asia to establish contacts of trade amidst the aggressive claims of the other European powers. Not a day of the year-long trading voyage around Africa, Arabia, and India to Siam and Malaysia had passed without Quarles anticipating his confrontation with the snake-branded pirate, and now fate threatened to cheat him once again. As he clumped down the narrow stairway, the bustling sailors hauling pails of sand to the fires fell away from him as from a lion. He did not see them. His mind was already in the map room, intent on learning the precise location of the kingdom of Iduna. The monsoon rains battered Silenos, shredded sails, cracked timber, swept men overboard, and would have sunk her had not her captain's will been as dark as the storms. Pym had weathered gales at sea before, and he knew when to let the windy angels command his ship and when to defy them. As soon as Silenos had arrived in Panay, and Shihang's gold was melted, coined, and distributed, he was itching to sail again, to plunder the spice vessels in the Moluccas. But the crew, harrowed by the stormy crossing and the terrible apparition of the Fateful sisters, were afraid. Few of the ablest seamen re-enlisted with Pym. Most believed his pirating days were spent, and they disbanded and took their wealth with them, some to Europe, and the others to the small kingdoms of Asia, where they could take up new lives as merchants, estate owners, and shipping potentates. Unable to find enough skilled sailors to replace them, Pym moped in the grand mansion of Iduna, drinking himself into a stupor, usually before noon. Though Pym loved Perdita, he was a troubled man, haunted by the memories of all the men he had killed and seen killed. His own shame and fury, though greatly diminished since Yaki had relieved his eye pain, was too onerous to allow him a gentle life. Each breath was a rage against the arbitrary authority of those who had stripped him of his dignity. And now that most of his pirate crew had abandoned him, he was bereft. He would need massive sums of money to induce seaworthy men to sail with him, and he did not have those sums, unless he took back what he had already given Perdita, the very thought of which sickened him more than entrusting his beloved Silenos to an inept crew. Briefly, he toyed with the idea of borrowing the money from his wife, but he could not do that. Perdita ran her island kingdom as a Christian empire, and though he knew she would give him the money, he also knew she would be troubled by the thought of supporting his unholy adventures. Receiving his ill-gotten booty was a way of redeeming it, for she poured it all into her Christian dynasty, but lending the sanctified money back would make her complicit in his hell-bent war against humanity. Stymied, he sulked and stewed, made even more restless by the fact that Quarles now knew his home port was Iduna. Months passed, however, and the sentries posted at the promontories of Panay never sighted the fierce British destroyer. Yaki fished and hunted with Blackheart to avoid Perdita's flirtations and Pym's dark moods. He fashioned a thumb ring of the amber brooch Lucinda Quarles had given him, and he fantasized about shipping himself to Singapore to find her. But that was death. Riri had taught him that. If Lucinda was to be his woman, the life would lead him to her. So he contented himself with fishing the ancient rivers and wandering the jungle valleys with Blackheart and Wawa. Then one morning, in a tunnel of jungle fog, he remembered Injurat and his legacy as Matubraimbraim, the last of the sorcerers. "You want plunder?" he asked Pym over lunch that day. "I can lead you to a chamber filled with diamonds." Pym lowered his glass. "Where?" "Borneo." "What is this treasure, and how can we get it with only half a crew?" "The treasure belongs to me," Yaki told him. "I am Matubraimbraim, the son of the devil, and heir to the misfortunes and wealth of my tribal people. These diamonds to them are mountains' tears, shed for the grief in the clouds' spelled stories. All we need do is go to the mountaintop cave where these diamonds are kept, and take them. No one will dispute my claim to them. No fighting is necessary. We need only enough crew to sail Silenos to the north coast of Borneo. I can lead us from there." "How many diamonds?" "Enough to buy a fleet of ships. Enough to build an empire of our own." "And Perdita?" You know yourself that she will be safer from quarrels if you are not here when he arrives, Yaki reasoned. Iduna is a sovereign kingdom, and amply armed. Pym's shark grin came and went. Even if we succeed in getting the diamonds, we face the challenge of transporting them back here without a full crew. That's a challenge for a man the likes of Trevor Pym. Pym fixed Yaki with a cloud-gray stare. Is it the life? For a pirate? Pym swept the tabletop clear with a glass-shattering sweep of his arm and lurched upright. To Borneo! With a skeleton crew, Silenos avoided the busy sea lanes of the Sulu Sea and sailed through the Cuyo archipelago. The sky was ribbed with clouds the afternoon they drifted into a cliff-hung cove on Borneo's north shore. No signs of the Muslim tribes had been seen for miles, and Yaki stood in the forecastle and shouted the traditional sorcerer's greeting into the whickering wind. People of the forest, hear me! I am the soul-taker from the spirit world outside the tribes. I watch the clouds in the hands of heaven with their backs to the earth. I read the prophecy that returns with the rains. I am Matu Brame, and I have returned to take what is mine. Show yourselves! A kavon bleated from the cliffs, and an answering cry spooled down with the wind. Yaki recognized the call of a western tribe that he and Jabalwan had once visited, and the legend of his early life brightened in him. He called down the tribe, and by sunfall the beach was lit with a huge fire, and the pirate crew, who had never seen true forest people before, were being feted and regally entertained. The savages, in their fur pelts, colorful plumes, and gleaming zigzag painted bodies, looked dangerously fierce to the pirates. They moved to the rhythms of their drums and gongs like licks of fire. When Yaki danced with them, incorporeal as smoke, Pym and Blackheart recognized the unpredictable movements of his fighting style. But all else that was familiar about him vanished, and he became a sinuous shape of flame in the ancestral night. Once the feast was over, the crew retreated to Silenos, but Yaki stayed with the people, chanting the incantations Jabalwan had taught him in the light of the dying fire. The tribe wanted him to return with them to their longhouse to visit with the ailing, but he would not. He had come to escort the one-eyed monkey god straight up into the mountains to retrieve the mountain's tears and take away as much of the land's suffering as they could carry. Yaki's life as a jungle sorcerer was over, ended at the snake hunter's grave when the Lanoon killed him. Since then, he explained, he had been reborn in the sea world of his fathers, where the life was teaching him new mysteries. He did not tell them of his nostalgia for the forest. Smelling the orchid smoke coiling with the night breezes, he thought of returning to the jungle and staying. The amber ring on his thumb itched at those wistful thoughts, and he knew then he could never go back. Freedom is effort, he heard an echo of Jabalwan's voice in his memory. If he stayed, he would never be free. Even returning for this adventure was dangerous. Here the future was still unbegun, and the past demanding, stronger than hope, stronger than question, almost stronger than life. The asphodel ring and its promise of a life of love, a future with a woman who would complete him as a man, was his talisman against the allure of the past. He clutched it to his breast, and Jabalwan's ghost voice sharpened. Freedom is effort, and it feeds on our hearts. At dawn, Pym relinquished command of Silenos to Blackheart, with instructions to sail for Iduna if he did not return after the span of a moon. He selected 3 hardy sailors and rowed to the beach to meet Yaki. The forest people had taken Yaki's European clothes and given him a panther-skin loincloth and an anklet of tortoise-shell and snake sinew, so that he could strap his metal knife to his calf. He rubbed his blowgun with nut oil so it gleamed, and sharpened the white edge of the bamboo spear-tip. He had painted his body green and yellow with black contour lines, so that his limbs and torso were serpent-slick, and the bones of his face were skull-sharp. Pym faced him now with a tremor of apprehension. He seemed alien. Only his blue eyes distinguished him from the heathens who surrounded him with proprietary closeness. The men, with hair coarse as coconut fur and broad, flat, ugly features, had empty animal eyes. "You look fearsome, lad," Pym said, his hand on his cutlass. "This is a fierce land," Yaki told him, and handed him a gourd packed with yellow paste. "You'd best paint your hands and face with this, Captain. Otherwise the insects will eat you before we get to the mountains." The forest people led them into the jungle, and Pym and his men clung closely to Yaki, who seemed to grow thinner and almost transparent in the pelagic light. Wawa flew through the canopy, ecstatic to be home after more than a year away, and he pounced upon favorite fruits and insects. Pym watched the gibbon disappear into the heights, and though he was accustomed to staring into the very cope of heaven from the topmast cross-trees, he dizzied to look up at the towering trees. He was a mite among the buttressed roots of these giants. Ant nests chimneyed taller than men, bromelias dangled in the gloom like hairy hung heads, and huge blood-red flowers with the stench of rotting meat hazed the air with flies. Subhuman masks glared at them from the chaos of vines and air plants. Monkey troops, aghast at their trespass, screeching and barking and scattering into the verdant shadows. Fretful bird calls tolled and clicked like mad knitting needles. Yaki whistled, and the noise ceased. An eagle flapped through the sun shafts and alighted on a thin branch above them, watching. Yaki whistled again, and it cocked an eye and whistled back at him before lofting above the canopy. Pym was clearly impressed. Yaki smiled to see the formidable pirate captain big-eyed with reverence. The men slept that night on the leaf beds Yaki prepared for them, and after they were asleep, he climbed up into the canopy and watched the stars feeding on the darkness, looking for a sign that what he had come to do was acceptable to the spirits of the sorcerers who had preceded him. The bone of moon set, and bats whirred. "What is hidden everywhere," he murmured in the darkness, "cannot be lost. Jabalwan, my teacher, are you anywhere but everywhere?" No sign came. A star fell, and clouds freighted by in black wind waves. No good omen showed itself, but then no bad one either. Days led the party through the forest. Nights submerged them in exhausted sleep. 9 days after leaving the ship, they reached the steep trails that led up into the mountains and the sorcerers' high roads. The pirates were glad to leave the steamy jungle behind and feel again the commotions of the wind. From his nearly fatal first visit to Injurat, Yaki remembered to bring an ample supply of water, and the cold desert crossing was less arduous than he had feared. They arrived at the hot spring oasis after only 2 days and a night on the barren slopes. But instead of the precarious chute Yaki originally had had to climb to enter Injurat, a grassy path led them into the paradisial grotto of willow and cypress trees. Pym danced a jig on a blue moss sward, and his men yodeled their amazement at this garden on the roof of the world. The pirates followed Yaki charily through the scaly fern trees and among the boiling mud pools to the crater rim paths, where pink, long-legged birds faced them fearlessly. Wawa rushed ahead into the warmth, and Yaki waited for him to call out the presence of other men. But the gibbon saw no others. They were alone, in Engerat. While the men luxuriated in the grove, Yaki and Pym searched for a way into the mountain of black slabs that backed the grotto. Together, they crawled down into the fissure before the narrow cave entrance, where Yaki had once deceptively refused the strong eye. Pym shook his head at the tight passage. "I'd never fit through there." Toward sundown, they finally found the rock-slab door that Yaki had exited through on his last visit, and Pym hollered for his men. Together, Bent-shouldered against the rock, they nudged the monolith open a crack, just wide enough for them to squeeze through singly. The air smelled baked, and the men hesitated. "It's almost night," one of them breathed, and gestured to the apocalypse of sun-fire and rain clouds on the mountain-finned horizon. "It is always night where we are going," Yaki said, and led the way in. Pim grabbed the back of his loincloth and followed. The others edged after him, clutching onto each other's clothes. Yaki fastened candles to the spear tip of his blowgun and held the bright flame ahead of them. In the flimmering light, the stone walls looked glassy with rock sweat. Yaki and the pirates stepped lightly, yet the startled echoes of their movements throbbed like old aches. The tongues of candle flame wagged with the air sighing through the open portal, then went perfectly still as they moved deeper into the dark. The ground sloped around curves of leprous boulders and drool-shaped stalactites and pillars. The darkness went darker as the walls fell away, and they entered a giant cavern. Yaki recognized the dragon pit, where he had confronted the immense stone-shaped lizard skull and her brood of hatched eggs. The resin candles threw too weak a light to illuminate the pit, and Yaki led the men around the depression toward the corridor where the torches were kept. All at once, the channels grooved into the rock floor ran with blue fire. Icy flames circled the cavern, and the bowl of oil in the pit ignited brightly. The grimacing dragon skull lunged from the darkness, ablaze in the blue light. Pim and his men shouted. The giant skull was the horrifying actuality of Wyvern, their emblem made real. "Truly, this is the 9th circle," Pim gasped. "Where in this hell of hells are the diamonds?" Yaki shook his head and pointed down. Human figures stood in the pit, their faces stark white, tempestuous ghost shadows, their eyes jerking with sparks. 2 of the crewmen screamed at the sight of the numb-faced specters, and one bolted, arms flailing. A dart struck him in the back of the neck, and he dropped, choked on a scream, and lay still. "Don't move," Yaki said, laying down his spear. "Take off your sword belts, quickly." Pim and the 2 sailors, numb with fright, unbuckled their swords and dropped them. The impassive white faces of the dozen men in the pit were fixed on Yaki. One of them spoke, and though they could not understand him, the pirates heard the stern command in his voice. "Matu Brem, you have returned for one purpose," the skull-painted face said. "You know my purpose, soul-catcher?" Yaki asked, desperately trying to keep his voice steady. "We know." The dozen faces looked like submerged bones in the wavery light. "We have waited for you from the beginning of time. You are the last of the sorcerers, the orphaned son, fathered of strange seed. The prophecies minted you in the pitiful first days of creation. You are the one who has shamelessly chosen death before the life. In you, the prophecies have become history. Now we are the ghosts, dutiless in the sunken world, and you are what is left. You are the desperate life of the end, getting and forgetting all that we have been. Thus we knew that you would return, for you did not fulfill the prophecy here at the center of the world. You did not meet the mother of life." The soul-catcher raised skeletal arms to the enormous monster head, slavering over her broodlings. "And the proud blood of the earth will not be denied." "What does the mother of life want of me?" Yaki asked, his voice flat now with resignation. "What you denied her when you were last here with Jabalwan." The dozen men each held up a wafer of bread speckled with dark color. "The strong eye." Yaki had scanned the chamber while the soul-catcher was speaking, and he had spotted the warriors in the rock crevices who had killed the fleeing crewmen. Escape was unthinkable. The choice was death or the strong eye. "I am Matu Braim Braim," he said forcefully, feeling the alertness in the many watchful eyes. "I have come to fulfill the prophecy. Escort these 3 men out of here, and I will wear the strong eye." Matu Braim Braim and the devil gods who have accompanied him will wear the strong eye, the soul catcher said, stepping up from the pit and holding out the wafer of mushroom bread. "The Mother of Life will decide who leaves the center of the world and who stays." Yaki turned to Pim and the 2 crewmen who were being seized by the sorcerers and were looking to him with anguished incomprehension. "They will not harm you," he told them urgently, "if you do exactly as they command. They want you to eat their mushroom bread." "That's all?" one of the crewmen blurted, his face warping with withheld tears. "It stinks of poison," Pim protested, as the wafer was held before his lips. "It is not a poison," Yaki assured them, "but it is a dreaming mushroom that is mixed with the bread. We will be sick together, but I promise you, no harm will come to you if you stay calm and let the mushroom have its way." The crewmen whimpered and opened their mouths as the skeletal sorcerers pinned their arms behind them. Pim struggled, and his arms were twisted sharply until he screamed, and the bread stoppered his cry. Yaki, being a sorcerer himself, was allowed to touch the holy bread with his hands, and he remembered with regret the strong eye that Jabal Wan had presented to him on his first visit to Injurat, and that he had slyly discarded. He ate the wafer that was given him, and was handed another. "You will kill us," he said, staring harshly into the witchery of the soul-catcher's painted face. "The Mother of Life will decide that, Matu Braim Braim." Yaki ate the wafer, and another was handed to him. He ate that one, and accepted a 4th, then was led down into the pit, and made to sit among the hatched eggs under the dragon mother. The pirates, too, were forced to eat 4 wafers, then brought into the pit, and seated beside the bowl of blue-burning oil. "You will stay here until the mother frees you," the sorcerer told Yaki. "If any of you vomits, you will be killed." He gestured to the twisted corpse of the pirate. "Now, devil's child, you will finally hear the prophecy you are perfecting, spoken as it came to us from the first sorcerers." The ghost-painted native closed his eyes and intoned with ritual zeal, "The end circles from the beginning through the smoke of the air. The living dead arrive from across the sea, from the long night of the north, and the end circles from the beginning. Their history is the death of kings. Their god is a dead king. They bring with them the north bound in bright stone. They melt the north like wax. They melt the north and shape it into spears harder than stone. Their spears kill without leaving their hands. They are death's promise. Their hearts are axes. Their faces are flame-shaped. They strengthen our enemies. They defeat us. The dead are their triumph. They spawn on our women, witnesses to our end. Devil children, whose eyes are the shadow of the sky, whose eyes are the color of tears. One will choose the life above his mother, and leave her though he is her only child, fathered of the living dead. When he appears, the bright anniversaries written on the clouds will be at their end. He will be the last of the people of the waking dream. He will be the end of revelation, and shamelessly choose death before the life. But he will look twice, and see the many born in the black night of the blood. He will see the end that is fire, and the love that imagines the world, and the wish of love that closes the world in fire. He meets us in heaven's flight, where the future gathers its pieces. He meets us on the sacred ways in the meeting place of end and beginning, and mystery will descend with him and reclaim the ancestors, and the people of the waking dream will be no more. The soul-catcher walked into the shadows, and the grotto shook, sizzling with trickles of loosened dirt. Yaki stared into the cowl of darkness above them. Vaporous colors flitted through the shadows, and a wave of nausea mounted in him. He knew that too much of the dreaming mushroom provoked convulsions, paralyzed breathing, and killed. But what could they do now? They would have to trust in the mushroom. "I feel sick," one of the crewmen moaned. "You must stay calm," Yaki said to him, laying a hand on his arm. The man's flesh was chilled and ripply with turgid energy. "Do not give in to your sickness. If we foul this sacred place, surely we will be killed. Stay calm. Soon the dreaming will pass. Remember that. Nothing you see now is real." His words sounded muffled by the mourning noise of his heart. Pym was watching him with a sharp, knowing eye. They were going to die, and he would not be deceived. Vertigo seized Yaki, and he had to lie back into the fathomless funnel of gravity. The ground below them was trembling, or his bones were vibrating. He gazed about wildly. A smell of death troubled his nostrils, a broken stink. A hysterical struggle ensued between his pounding heart and his breathing. He could no longer tell if he was drawing breath or exhaling, and fear howled in him. The pirates were chattering with cold, clutching at one another and rocking. Pym had locked his face in his hands and was shaking with sobs. Yaki's muscles clenched and shivered, stropped with hot iciness. "Ease," he commanded himself, but his body doubled up with extravagant pain. All of them were curled up now, squeezed tightly into their suffering. Time was spasmodic. Seconds gonged for hours, blackening them with pain. Hours were a whirlwind, billowy with colors. Yaki strained against the constricted straps of his muscles, and straightened enough to see the others hunched over their suffering. Fumes of radiance wafted from their quaking bodies. He looked away and zoomed in a spindrift of foaming brilliance toward the blankness of the medicine cloud. That way is death, he realized, and pulled back. The nightmare face of the dragon loomed over him, and he turned away. The chamber was a stormy racket of colors, spider spume, night-thick roaring, and the lonely splendor of his cancelled life. The crystal air was bleeding him, and he saw again the medicine cloud, and within it the long house of souls. One-eyed Pym was there, as he had been in Yaki's earlier visions, but not frightening, now that Yaki knew the viper-browed pirate. In his vision, they were sitting beside the cooking pot. The two other pirates were lolling there too. They were alone, but the souls of the dead sorcerers were just visible through the wide windows, wandering into the midnight mist outside the long house of souls. Yaki recognized Jabalwan. The sorcerer had his arm around a woman, urging her into the dark of the past. Her eyes were crystal, her hair the ash of twilight, and her flesh so long dead that it was the silver black of the space between the horns of the moon. She had to be Mala, but she was gone. The others, just glimpsed, had vanished. Yaki looked back to the cooking pot, age-old black with soot from a fire that had blazed unremittingly for centuries. The fire was out. Inside the pot was a glowing lump of melted flesh. The glutinous lump stirred, and a troll's eyes opened painfully in a syrupy face. "Eat me," a tortured voice begged, its mouth a burst blister. Yaki yanked himself against the nightmare's horror and toppled out of the medicine cloud back into the dragon pit. He looked himself over, relieved to be awake. His hands were white, slack as dead meat. The skull face in the hatched egg beside him bayed with despair and shape-shifted in dazzling pastels to a murderous worm gnawing at his dead hands. The foul fiend ravenously chewed his ruined life, and he cried with torment. "Ease, Matu." The voice was Jabalwan's, casual as moonlight. "The prophecy is fulfilled. You have seen the end that is fire. The long house of souls is empty at last. Look at the mother. Look at her without desire or denial. Look at the face of life." The worm eating his hands had withered to a vanquished skeleton in an aura of sunlight. He rolled to his back and looked up at the mother of the earth. Terror staggered him. She was alive, knotted with flesh, her long fangs beseeching blood, her sockets swiveling with gelled sight, and her head and limbs prosperous with movement. He slammed his head backward, trying to squirm away from her, but his fastest reflexes were tiny before her gargantuan presence. Her mad face dipped, fangs gnashing, and she grabbed one of the crewmen. Yaki saw the man writhe like a hawk-snagged mouse, flapping with pain. Yaki screamed, trying to stir Pim and the other two, but his cry was ash. The cavern was so loud with raucous noise, his yell had the beat of silence. "Why don't you listen to me?" Jabalwan pleaded. "Look at the mother. Her beauty is terrible. She is the life's beauty, the left side of the blood. What gives when we take back, what remains when nothing is left. Primitive magic, mother of us all, night crawler, the beloved life and the unsparing hunger that takes no for an answer. Look at her, little man, corpse to be. Look at her, and see the terrible beauty of all departure." He looked. With dreadful queasiness he looked, and saw her squamous flesh peel away, and the moist meat of her angry mouth melt like tallow in a glare of lightning that left behind only the scaffolding of bones. The beast's viciousness hung moistly in the spaces between the bones of the skeleton like dew mist, like a heat mirage. "Don't you see?" Jabalwan asked derisively. "Death wants to be alive." Jabalwan laughed, slowly, like a lament. "The other side of life is not death, but more life, and the enemy of life is not death, but indifference. Go now, nameless one, back to the edge of pain and numbness, and bring your life to the full." Yaki reeled away from the huge skeleton and its skins of light. He drifted to his feet in a languor of shimmery music. The ground swayed with a grating roar, and dust and pebbles clinked from the high ceiling. Pim and the two other pirates were curled on themselves like rocks, and he floated to them and shoved the captain over. Pim's eye was tangled with tears, his face slack with deep sorrow. He had escaped the world and seen the unknown powers, secret and wild, wailings of wind looking for bodies in the stony dregs of the earth, and finding people asleep behind their own faces, senile with greed, asleep before earth's savage beauty. And he saw himself, asleep behind his one eye, asleep in the infinite instant, a ghoul stitched with bitterness and cunning. "I cannot bear it!" he shouted. A veil of sorrowful echoes vaulted over them. "I am worm dirt, and yet I live. I am death, and everything I touch dies. "No!" Yaki shouted at him. "We are alive, and we are free!" The jostling bedrock settled, and the air stilled to a cathedral-like calm. Pym's hands trembled over his body, and he was amazed to feel himself whole. "The diamonds," he rasped. "The diamonds are the price of our suffering. Yaki, we must find them." Clairvoyant awe passed between them, and Pym stared with dumb amazement at the dark cavern scribbled with musical sparks. The blue fire had shrunk to a slim shine in the gutter. The oil bowl was empty of heat. The darkness glowed with the faintest luster, and their own psychic fire. Pym shook the man beside him. "Awake, dreamer!" The crewman jumped, then gazed about him with electric clarity. "Captain, oh, Captain, I saw the fathoms of infinity. I flew to the angel spheres, and witnessed with mine own eyes the switchback of heaven and hell." "Aye, we were there with you." Pym shoved the fallen sailor, and the man rolled to his side and stared blindly at them. "He's dead." Yaki closed the pirate's eyes and stood up, gazing about for the warriors and soul-catchers. There were none, and the air was still. He stepped out of the pit, lit the resin candles, and motioned Pym and the two crewmen toward the tight corridor that led to the cache of Mountain's tears, as well as to the niche where his mother's head had been preserved. Pym and the sailors retrieved their weapons and crawled in, following Yaki. His body felt hollow, diffuse as smoke, and the strong eye brushed his vision with whisks of sharp color. When they arrived at the kettle chamber, he placed his candle in a socket, and the room broke into a puzzle of oily lights. Pym and the sailors shouldered up to him and gasped at the sight. A rock cauldron mounded with chunky diamonds. Giddy now, Pym grabbed a fistful and clinked them between his palms. Windy lights still swirled in his vision from the mushroom bread, and he had to hold one of the thumb-sized diamonds to the flame to be certain he was not hallucinating. The nightmare that he had just endured of humanity asleep in its great moment of life faded before this radiance of incalculable wealth. The pirates stripped off their shirts and tied them into pouches. Then, dragging their booty behind them, they crawled back through the tight corridors to the dragon chamber. They could not tell what was seen or visioned in the wanly lit cavern. The bone faces of the sorcerers flickered, and the Mother of Life gazed down from her mortal limit, illuminated by a seraphic glow that made her jaws seem icicled and beautiful. "The life is secret," Yaki said to her loudly in the tribal tongue, "until each of us faces your fury and finds the courage to make truth out of fate." The earth shook again, vehemently, knocking the men off their feet and splitting the stone walls with jolting screams. Pym heaved himself upright on the rolling slabs, snagged Yaki by the wrist, and pulled him away from the pit as the walls erupted. Looking back, they saw the dragon mother knocked over and buried in a cascade of dust-streaming boulders. Blindly they ran through the shaking tunnel, rock pillars shattering behind them with resounding force, the turbulent swell of rock smoke stinging their flesh and snuffing out their wicks. The haze finally relented in a bright crystal shaft, and they shoved out of the mountain into the blinding sun, staggering like drunks. Pym knelt over his bundle of diamonds like a child, giggling with disbelief. Yaki searched the sky. Thunderclouds skewed overhead. Wawa barked shrilly from a fern tree and tumbled toward them in a terrified rush. Suddenly, geysers of mud arced into the sky. Stands of palm collapsed, and the whole grotto heaved. The gibbon charged down the mountainside, the men sprinting behind in headlong flight from the convulsed plateau. The sky seemed to shatter, whirlwinding spouts of black rain, as Injarat quivered and collapsed into a cloud of rock soot and steam. Pelting hail flogged the pirates as they scrambled over the bucking earth, not stopping until the desert sands sprawled before them. When they looked back, Injarat was gone. The mountain flank where it had stood was reduced to an angry cloud of smoke beneath the lash of rain and lightning. The cold of the desert crossing was debilitating, and once in the highlands they had to rest for 3 days. Numerous times their cumbersome loads almost toppled them into the misty chasms as they picked their way down the cliffsides, and when they reached the jungle they were clumsy with weariness and easy prey for snakes and cats. Without alcohol, Pym had become trembly as a doddering old man, and the crewmen, maddened by their many days in the jungle, began seeing death omens. The cry of a snake from the verdurous shade convinced even Yaki that death was stalking them. The startling destruction of Injurat had confirmed his role as the last sorcerer, and he suspected that even if he did escape the jungle, he would die. That very day, the jungle relented, and the pirates crept into sight of the green bay and the bat's winged silhouette of Silenos. Pym splashed into the shallows in a burst of joy, hollering across the water. A skiff came for them, rowed by Blackheart, and Pym kissed the startled quartermaster and rowed to his ship standing, with his arms outstretched, as though he could embrace the whole world with his new love. No small boats came out to greet Silenos when she arrived on the river passage to Iduna, and Pym ordered the cannon readied for a fight, suspecting his home port had been raided. He was right. The wharves were deserted. The big ships sat idle and empty. A charred hulk sat among them, its black ribs stiff as the clench of a corpse. Wisps of smoke fumbled above the tree line, and the crew rowed to shore speechless, dreading the evil that had befallen their kingdom. The great house was empty, though all its treasures were intact. Pym stalked among the grand rooms, calling for Perdita. On the giant silk-sheeted bed that he had shared with his wife, he found the gold ball earrings, and under them a letter in her hand. Beloved husband, I know now I will never see you again. The angels have come for me. Only by their grace have I the strength to write you, that you may understand what terrible fate has befallen our kingdom. A month ago, 2 ships came. One was the largest English man-of-war I have ever seen, the very destroyer of which you warned me months before, the Fateful Sisters. Pym had to lay the parchment on Perdita's dressing-table and prop himself over it with both arms to continue reading. We prepared for a fight, as you had exhorted me that this warship would attack us. But the English vessel wore her colors on her bowsprit, signaling peace. The ship she towed was nameless, it seemed, her name burned off, and the char painted over with the mysterious admonition from Daniel, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. Her sails were black. The Fateful Sisters led her into harbor, and the English captain announced from his quarterdeck that the nameless ship's crew were ill and needed care. He refused to come ashore and accept our hospitality, and by that I should have suspected the grave extremis of the ill. The English captain declared that he had brought the ill to Iduna because no other kingdom would have them, and they were doomed to die at sea. Iduna is the only Christian kingdom before Manila, and unless we accepted the sick, they would die in transit. You will be angry with me, my Trevor, I know, but the Lord has said that what we do for the least among us, we do for him. I accepted the ship of sickness. Before we could even begin removing the ill, the Fateful Sisters departed. We were appalled by what we found aboard the exiled vessel. 100 souls, their flesh bloated purple and rent with festering wounds. Most could not speak. Their tongues were that pus-riven. Those who could speak told us they had been a Danish merchant ship who had lost crew in a storm and taken on sailors in Halmahera, and there they contracted plague. No port would have them until the Fateful Sisters took them in tow and promised them sanctuary. We tended them with all our skill and Christian care, yet within a week all were dead. Soon thereafter, our people began to fall ill. The illness spread rapidly. We had a continuous mass read until the priests themselves were too ill to go on. We burned the dead. This last week, there have been more corpses than people to manage the fires. Many have fled back into the jungle. I would have gone with them, just that I might see you again. But the illness is upon me. With my last strength and authority, I have arranged for a great fire to be prepared, so that all the corpses, including my own, may be consumed, and spare you our fate upon your return. Though I have been unfaithful to you in my heart, that was entirely my sin, my weakness for a boy of supernatural beauty. Forgive me, and do not punish yourself. You have always been love itself to me, my husband, my soul. Your disbelief in the afterlife assures me that my suffering will soon end. And if you are wrong, then I will prepare your way back to me with my love. The angels remind me—" The letter ended there, in a fit of illegible handwriting. Pym flew down the stairs, his face constricted, his mouth wide around a silent scream. Yaki, who had been waiting on the porch, moved to follow, and Blackheart stopped him and shook his head. Perdita had been burned with the other corpses in a large pyre above the swan lins. Pym sat in the ashes and wept. A full day and a night he sat there, while Blackheart and Yaki watched from the great house, and the crew waited in Silenos, afraid to stay ashore. Pym was racked with grief. His vision in the dragon pit returned with renewed clarity, and he understood now that he had always been asleep when he was with Perdita, that only pain was wakefulness, and now that she was ash, he would never sleep again. On the second day, he rose and went straight into the house. He built a bonfire around the bed, and without taking a single item from the house, he left with Blackheart and Yaki, and did not look back. Aboard Silenos, Yaki and Blackheart watched the burning pyre of Iduna rise in coiling black billows. Pym ordered the ships in the harbor sunk. He watched from the quarterdeck as the cannon punched in the empty vessels' hulls below the waterline. After all the ships had disappeared in frothy gurges, he turned the cannon on the harbor and blasted the wharves. With Iduna utterly devastated, he ordered Silenos to sea and retired below deck. Yaki carried his pouch of diamonds to the captain's stateroom and spilled half of them on his rosewood tabletop. Then he turned and handed Blackheart the rest of the precious stones. Blackheart hefted the bag with surprise, clicking the gems, and Pym's somber eye fixed Yaki. "What is this?" "Diamonds," Yaki answered with flat sincerity. "I know that," Pym gruffed. "Why are you giving them to us?" "I have no need for them," he said, speaking truthfully, for he had no use for the dragon's pelf, these mountains' tears that had been wept for the dumb immensity of the past. "The greatest wealth for me is to have lived the strong eye, don't you see? The mother of life's initiation. Now I am truly a sorcerer, as my teacher was before me." "That's all well and good, lad, but even sorcerers need money when they leave the jungle." "Then consider this my pay for my cabin and my board." "Bah!" Pym dismissed that with a wave. "We achieved brotherhood on Macau. I don't want your bloody diamonds. I have my own, and I also paid for them with that cursed strong eye. That nightmare under the living bones of Wyvern still pollutes my sleep, thank you." "It is what pollutes your waking that concerns me, Captain." Pym ground his teeth audibly and waited for Yaki to go on. "The soul of Perdita haunts you," Yaki said, "and demands the blood of revenge. But does not revenge require weapons and a crew? Why are you making me tell you these things that you already know? My diamonds will help you get the men you need. That is all. And what I've given to Blackheart is his because he is you. Your missing eye, as you called him." "Aye, you are a true sorcerer, Yaki Chefyon, to know my own soul fled with Perdita's, and both walk homeless, disembodied, until we catch the cursed soul of William Quarles and damn it to hell." Blackheart heaped the diamonds Yaki had given him atop those on the table. He bowed to Yaki, touched his heart with his fist, and opened his hand before Pym. "I understand, sir," Yaki said, "that the heart you have given your captain will serve him better than diamonds." He looked to Pym. "That is true. Your enemy's doom is more strongly sealed with Blackheart's devotion than these rocks we lost lives to take. We are all of us committed to the destruction of our common enemy. But what? Pym snarled. Does it not say in the Bible that there is a time for everything? And is not now the time to grieve, to bury the dead, to cleanse our souls with silent prayer and God's grace? No one understands the fury of loss better than I. It blinds worse than fear. You will spell your own doom, Captain, become prey to every trap, if you do not release Perdita's soul. These diamonds buy a time to mourn. Pym lifted his flagon and splashed brandy over the jewels. Faugh! This grog is all I need to ease the loss of my dear wife. How often has it stilled the grief of the treachery that branded me for the murder of that true traitor, Samuel Quarles? How often has it stilled my grief at the murder and plunder my hand has been forced to, evils for which I once had no heart and no stomach, until they were burned into my flesh. He slapped the viper on his branded brow. And how often has it helped me forget Perdita's passion for you, adulterer! He dropped back into his seat, drank deeply, and waved Yaki away. Pym withdrew entirely into a wrathful trance, and he became as mute as Blackheart, except when barking navigational commands. He could not bear to be near the sorcerer for more than moments, for the blond youth's quiescence mixed poorly with the choler inflaming him. At last, Yaki left him alone and busied himself with shipboard chores, as Silenos sailed north among the myriad islands of the Philippines to Manila, stopping frequently at brambly islets, searching for the rag flags of marooned sailors. A handful of men were enlisted this way, although most were too weak or wild to be of any immediate use. Saja fortified the enfeebled with his herbal tinctures, and the cook plied them with his broths. The dark souls Pym took aside, and his own redoubtable pain circumscribed their fates. Their shared wounds bound them tighter than brothers, and in the black throat of the ritual night, when Wyvern was unfurled, and the new recruits stood trembling before the demon visage of the viper bird, they stared into its mad eyes and swore their oaths with the vehemence of saints. Shahawar Shirazi was one such recruit. Blackheart and Yaki had found him among the drunks under an abandoned pier at the far, garbage-strewn end of Manila harbor. The only sober one in the company of the blind, the lame, and the limbless, he wore his turban unraveled and knotted about his throat like a scarf. His long black hair, braided in a coil over his right shoulder and straggly with seaweed, was tied with an intertwining green band, attesting to his Muslim faith. The loose trousers he wore were streaked gray with wear, and his sleeveless black cashmere waistcoat was tattered, its embroidery rubbed to etched lines. At his side was a scimitar, sheathed in a mold-chewed scabbard. When Yaki queried him in Spanish, he told them that he once had been a bosun on the Nur Isiya, an Arabic name he translated as Black Light. At the sound of that name, Blackheart, aghast, lifted the man out of the vomit-splashed sand and took him at once to Silenos. From Pym, Yaki learned that Black Light was a formidable Muslim warship in the employ of the Bantam of Siam. Thrice before it had stalked Silenos among the mazy islands of the Indonesian archipelago, but Pym's lighter ship had eluded the 600-ton Black Light with its 72 big guns. Even so, the fear remained that one day the deadly ship would catch Silenos between shoals or in a cove where escape was impossible. Whatever information they could squeeze out of the sailor about the Muslim warship or its fanatical warrior captain, Rajan Cobra, would be invaluable. Plied with rice broth, the Byzantine-faced youth told them his story. Rajan Cobra had been a stern captain, intolerant of counsel from those of lesser rank, and a fanatical stalker of pirates, driving his crew relentlessly. One day, Shirazi, an impolitic upstart with a sharp tongue, had demanded more pay, and incited the crew to unrest with his accusation that the Bantam himself was cheating them of their rightful wages. Instantly, Cobra set the youth adrift on the open sea, and by Allah's grace alone, Shirazi had landed in Manila, where he had tried to find employ aboard a galleon. But the Spaniards had no use for a Muslim boatswain, and so he had languished among the wharf rats, until the day that Blackheart and Yaqui found him. Pim pummeled him with questions about Cobra and his black light, and Shirazi detailed the Muslim warship's patrol pattern in the Moluccas, the Banda, Flores, and Java seas, as well as the watering coves where it took provisions and was occasionally careened. Shirazi possessed vital information, too, about Rajan Cobra's faith in the holy calendar. Nur Isiya, he told them, had been named for a Sufi belief which claimed that things could be known only through their opposites, being only through non-being, and celestial light only through the black shadow cast by the sun. Rajan himself had taken his name from a Muslim saint of centuries past, and his faith demanded pilgrimages to certain mosques in the Surabaya and Jambi regions that kept black light away from the sea lanes on specific weeks of the year. So pleased was he with this intelligence, Pim offered Shirazi employ aboard Silenos. Shirazi, intent on avenging himself against his erstwhile master, readily took the pirate's oath before Wyvern. Outfitted with a newly bolstered crew, Silenos sailed south through the Celebes Sea to the cloud-scudded Malacca Passage and the fabulously wealthy spice vessels. Although wealth had never been Pim's objective, and was less so now that he had lost his Perdita, he knew that the seizure of ships was the only way to temper his crew for the eventual confrontation with the arch-fiend Quarrels. In Manila, he traded a handful of diamonds for corned powder, shot, and the finest Swiss-machine flintlocks. For the first time, Silenos had enough handguns for each member of its crew to fight like a gentleman, including the cook and the surgeon. Each day, Pim held drills, emphasizing alacrity in reloading and accuracy in targeting, and in a few weeks, every crewman became a crack shot. For Yaqui, Shirazi proved the most interesting of the new recruits, for he was the only other man aboard who regularly spoke to God. Though several of the crew were Muslim, their faith was superstitious, talismanic efforts to protect them in battle and illness. Shirazi prayed fervently each day in his cabana, his berth ringing with musical utterances. Hanging in slings over the side together to caulk the timbers, Yaqui and Shirazi shared their visions of life. Shirazi spoke of Alam el-Mithal, the middle realm between mind and experience, ideal and real, God and the world. "We are like sparks," Shirazi said through the fumes of bubbling tar, "sparks that leap between heaven and earth. Our lives are that brief, our illumination that little. That is why we must always do what we dream. How else can our lives matter?" The sorcerer described his vision under the strong eye. "I saw then, Shirazi, that the enemy of life is not death, but indifference. Just as you say, we must do what we dream, despite the pain. Prayers and songs are well enough, but action is the highest good. Only by doing what we know is right are we the sparks of light you speak of. Otherwise, we are little more than mud." Shirazi listened to Yaqui with a melancholy comprehension in his Arab eyes. "You speak like an imam, a man who has the fidelity of faith. I did not expect to find one such as you among pirates." "Are we simply pirates?" Yaqui asked. "We are sparks of the divine, too." "But Silenos plunders cargo ships. That hardly merits divine sanction." "Life plunders life," Yaqui shrugged. "That is timelessly so. If God sanctions hawks, panthers, and wolves, why not us?" "But we prey on ourselves." "Could that be because we are made in the likeness of God? We mime our Creator, who destroys himself in all he creates." Shirazi nodded contemplatively. "Perhaps that is so. The Koran speaks of God's majesty, which sets being on fire. That majesty is the black light. All other lights illuminate, but the light closest to God, the black light, attacks, invades, annihilates." The Muslim's dark stare became more pensive. "You have given me much to consider, Khefyon." Yaki liked the clean-shaven, turbaned young man who spoke of angels and who looked like one, with eyes dark as pools of scribe's ink, graven cheeks, and flesh the color of desert sand, unstained by tattoos. At Sangi and Manadu, where Silenos was welcomed for her gold coin, despite her recent renown as a pirate ship, Yaki and Shirazi sported together. They rented horses by the wharves, and Shirazi delighted at Yaki's clumsy efforts at riding on the beaches. They hunted with flintlocks and the blowgun in the jungle fringes, and frolicked in the tree canopy, bounding with wawa among the branches, and swinging on lianas over green pools. Shirazi was Yaki's first true human friend. Under the rustling stars, picking lice from each other's hair by firelight, they exchanged stories of their homelands, and laughed at the follies of their childhoods. Yaki was impressed by the Muslim youth's devotion to his faith, and frequently they knelt together before the God of mystery. The sorcerer's admiration grew when he saw how brave a warrior Shirazi was. Once, off Ternate, Silenos maimed a Portuguese carrack and sunk her escort yachts. Yet the cuirassiers aboard defended her cargo of pepper and cloves with their lives. Shirazi threw himself among the brawny Portuguese, his scimitar stealing lives through the narrowest chinks of armor. Time and again, only Yaki's swift intervention saved him from saber thrusts and blows of hatchets. Yet Shirazi's idle regard for his own life and his grandiose and precise savagery broke the enemy's defenses, and the carrack was taken with only a few pirates lost. The Muslim warrior was carried back aboard Silenos on the shoulders of the triumphant raiders, and he was rewarded by Pym for his courage with a fang of diamond from the dragon's hoard. Twice more, Shirazi proved himself confident of heaven's embrace and threw himself into certain death, only to emerge heroic, thanks to the intercession of his comrades. The fourth time was the last. Silenos had pursued a well-armed Spanish warship on the sea north of Ceram. The man-of-war had many more guns than the pirates, but Silenos's smaller cannon, faster-burning corned powder, and bore-angled trunnions far outshot the Spaniards. With her broadside caved in and all decks ablaze, the warship struck her colors. Yet Pym smelled treachery. Shirazi volunteered to lead a boarding party, and Pym agreed, loading the skiff with powder-keg floaters to be used if there was duplicity. Yaki joined the half-dozen men who followed Shirazi, and they tacked for the wounded warship, shouting for the Spaniards to lay down their weapons. The captain appeared with his hands open before him, and a rope ladder was lowered. But before clambering aboard, Yaki tied twine to the matchlock on one of the powder kegs and unraveled it behind him. Once aboard, they were surrounded by armed Spaniards, who intended to hold them hostage in return for their ship's freedom. The captain's steel-hard grin froze when Shirazi's scimitar flew. "Kill them!" he shouted. Yaki tugged on the twine, and the powder kegs exploded, rocking the boat and shattering the tiller. The musketmen's shots were spoiled, and the fight fell to swords. Shirazi, washed in gore, plunged into the thick of the enemy, drawing blows away from his companions. Yaki followed, a cutlass in each hand, leaping like a panther. He would not sacrifice another human for himself. And when the Muslim slipped on a pool of spilled bowels and lay face up waiting for the cold crash of his doom, Yaki beat off the frantic enemy. Silenos slammed into the man-of-war, and her pirate crew swarmed aboard. At the sight of Blackheart swinging a knife-barbed chain, and the pirates firing their flintlocks with withering accuracy, the Spaniards conceded, laying down their weapons, and Shirazi looked to Yaki with dismayed surprise at finding himself alive. "You look disappointed," Yaki said, helping him to his feet. "No greater glory awaits a man than to die in battle slaying the enemies of Allah," he answered glumly. "If you continue to fight so recklessly," Yaki warned, "you will not be disappointed much longer." The enemy survivors were set ashore on Ceram with provisions. Their warship was emptied of its cargo of gold, camphor, and spice tonnage, and then sunk. That night, Pym convened a council under the torch-lit Wyvern. There he laid out Silenos's itinerary and his plan for exchanging their booty for gold. After raiding the southern spice isles of Timor, Flores, and Sumba, they would beat west and north to Johor. Pym knew the Sultan of Selangor, who would trade them bullion for spices. By then, the rainy season would again be upon them, and they would sit out the big storms in Malacca and Kuala Lumpur, living like shahs with their stupendous wealth. The crew accepted his plan by unanimous vote. 2 nights later, in the wind-trampled Timor Sea, Shirazi was swept overboard during the midnight watch, while a starless wall of storm was rising in the south. Yaki and 2 crewmen lowered a 4-oar to retrieve him, for even though he was within range of thrown floaters, he seemed too confused to grab onto them, and was soon carried into the darkness. The storm kicked the sea into phosphorescent peaks before the 4-oar could release her ties, and the 2 crewmen scrambled back aboard and shouted for Yaki to follow. But the sorcerer would not abandon the man who spoke of angels, and he threw off the lines and rowed into the night. Silenos vanished from view, though the cries of the men came and went with the whirling wind. This may be my death, Yaki realized, facing into the black depth. In one sense, he felt almost grateful. Pym had become demonic and silent since Perdita's death, and Yaki's cloud reading had offered nothing less than cruelty. The future was toppling into a chaos of vaster and more devastating wars. And what were these wars deciding? All war was futile. Pirating was futile. There was no end to the violence and the madness. To give his life for another in this night storm seemed fitting for a man who was a slayer of men, a pirate, a sorcerer whose legacy was the mountain's tears. Shirazi's bobbing head appeared in the froth-gleaming sea, and Yaki broke off his death reverie and quickly extended an oar for him. The warrior grabbed it and climbed aboard, huffing brine. He clutched Yaki ferociously, his face an anguish in the wind. "You! Again you keep me in this world." "Not for long, brother," Yaki shouted, and pointed to the lightning above the whitecaps and the black sea. Yaki and Shirazi crouched in the battered boat, while the night raged and the earth spun. Gusts of rain flashed in the lightning glare like steel, and white crashing swells tossed them high against the maniac night. Their hearts strained to splitting, and they wept with visceral terror, clasping each other until they sank into pain-smothering comas. They woke in the sibilant dark to see the storm shredding to star vapors and a burgundy moon. "You were wrong, brother," Shirazi moaned. "We live." "Yes," Yaki answered, sitting up into a great clot of pain. "But without the provisions for life. No water." "Too much water, I think." Shirazi scanned the horizon but saw no shadow of a ship. Through their night-long drift, they sat silent, each lost in the certainty of the slow death to come. At dawn, Shirazi said his prayers and held up his scimitar. "At your word, my weapon will cut you free." Yaki shook his head. "That is not the way of my people." "Nor of mine. Only Allah may kill us. And for that, he has a plenitude of ways. Sad for us, he has chosen one of his longer paths." The sun came hard across the world, hot and relentless. The men sat with their faces down, turned away from the fired sky, their shoulders draped with their long hair. Occasionally they looked up and searched the circling horizon. Remnant storm clouds lay on the north all day like scraps of iron. The rest of the sky was cloudless, a clear eye, perfect in its emptiness. Shirazi said his prayers at each of the sun's stations. Toward evening, the friends lay face up on the thwarts and slept. With dawn, the wind rose. The world was the horizon, lordly and full of light, the flawless edge between heaven and earth. Shirazi broke the silence with his prayers, then said, "On the big ship, we spoke casually of Alam el-Mithal, the middle realm." He picked at the gray splinters of the gunwale. "Now that is all. That is all there is." Neither of them looked up any more to search the mute horizon. The 4-oar lifted and fell on wide, gliding swells. Shirazi mumbled his prayers. They were chilled in the parching sun, their eyes bloody red, their cracked lips scaled with salt. Shadows thrived in the air, heat shimmers gleaming off the sun-struck water. "Angels," Shirazi muttered. "Angels come to carry us to heaven." A lone cloud wandered the hard line of the sky. "Angels, here to take us?" "Be still, Shirazi." "No, I must tell you, Khefyun. I must say it." But he said nothing more that day. The sun fell. The wind banks in the western sky blazed briefly, and the sky filled with wild stars. Yaki touched his brow with the cool amber of Lucinda's ring, remembering her. Both men slept through the night and dawn. When they woke, the sky was already white with sunfire. Yaki pulled himself upright, turned his face into the breeze, musing from the west, and saw a dark shadow on the leaden water. "Shirazi!" he croaked. The Muslim stirred and raised his head. When he saw the ship on the horizon, he moaned. "Silenos!" Yaki cried. Shirazi lay a cold hand on his arm. "No, brother. You are seeing with your heart. Look closely." Yaki squinted into the hard glare, and saw that the ship indeed was not Silenos, but a larger vessel with green sails, and the figurehead of a black angel with spread wings. "Nur Isiya," Shirazi breathed. "Black light." Yaki sagged back into the bilges. "As Allah is my master, now you must hear me." Shirazi spoke, leaning close, his black hair dangling like eels. "I have betrayed my oath before the winged snake. I have betrayed Captain Pym. And I have betrayed you whom I call brother." Yaki shifted so he could stare into the man's dark eyes. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that I am a spy. I am a Muslim warrior, a servant of Black Light, and of her captain Rajan Kobra. When the Bantam of Siam learned from the British pirate hunter Quarles that Wyvern was Trevor Pym of Iduna, a plan was invented. It was known Wyvern would need new pirates, so the Bantam ordered Rajan Kobra to place men in key ports, in the hope that one or more of us would be recruited. I alone succeeded." Yaki sat up, incredulous. Shirazi's lips stuck to his dry teeth, and he rasped with belabored breath. "I was to learn all I could, then, at the right time and place, jump ship and be picked up by Black Light, whose whereabouts I have always known. But the mission did not sit well in my heart." He gasped, and breath caught in his dry lungs. "I expected to spy on pirates, not men who spoke of Alam el-Mithal. To spare myself the indignity of betraying men I admire, I tried time and again to die for Silenos in battle. But you kept saving me." Yaki sank on himself with comprehension. "Why did you not stay aboard? Stay with us?" "I could not betray my first fealty," Shirazi answered, his hand falling away from Yaki's arm. "But again I tried to defeat myself. I jumped ship before the tempest, believing that would kill me before Black Light would find me. And again, you saved me. Now Silenos is lost." "Rajan Kobra is a hard captain," Shirazi replied darkly. "He will not care that you speak of angels. He will do all he can to make you talk of Wyvern." "He will learn nothing from me." "I know you will cleave to silence, my friend, but there is no silence Cobra cannot break. You must trust me. We will pretend you are my ally in treachery. Soon as I can, I will find a way to free you. I owe you that." "You owe me nothing, Shirazi." Yaki watched the green-sailed ship bearing down on them. "I have made my own fate. You must be true to yours." "Rest assured, I will be true. Allah be my witness." Black Light plucked them from the sea, and Shirazi lay prostrate on the deck, praising Allah. Yaki had no strength to stand, and he too lay on the deck, staring up at the turbaned, sun-tarnished men and the ship's rigging. The shadow of Pym's voice flitted in the wells of his ears as he studied the ship. Tight, clean planks buoy men's spirits. They're the face of the ship, more than the bowsprit or the hull, for the men see the planks day in and day out. The planks under him were grimy, splintered, and ill-joisted, warped from strain. His gaze rested on the nearby sheaves, the grooved wheels that were used in the blocks of the rigging and which carried the great strains of the sails, and he saw that they were gray and cracked. The sheaves on most ships are made of oak, a sturdy wood, but on my ship the sheaves are carved from lignum vitae, living rock, the hardest wood in the world. Shirazi was on his knees, speaking rapidly. Yaki looked up and saw a gnome of a man with a long black mustache waxed to points that stabbed to the sides like a charred bone stuck through his nose. The man's face was cast iron, his jaw blue with stubble, the cheeks carved like an icon's, the eyes tiny black holes under a brilliant white turban. He grinned at something Shirazi said and showed sharp wolf's teeth. "I am Rajan Cobra," the iron-faced man said in Spanish dense with a foreign flavor. "You have cast your lot well with Shahawar Shirazi, young Dutchman. My men will take you below, refresh you. Tonight we feast and celebrate the doom of Wyvern." Yaki was carried down a gangway that stank of bilge water, sweat, and unclean timber. He was given tea in a flask and washed in sour water on the lower gun deck, while crewmen stood around marveling at the gold curls of his hair and the curry brown of his flesh. The tea burned a dry path to his withered stomach, and he retched, washed his mouth out, and drank more gingerly. Shirazi was not with him, and Yaki worried that if he was questioned, their stories would not match. He accepted the baggy gray trousers and sorrel blouse a crewman handed him and dressed. Dizzy and enfeebled from his 2 days under the pitiless sun, he sagged beside the barrel of scummy water where he had bathed. The crewman lifted him and placed him in one of the hammocks strung above a cannon. Lying there, his body humming with refound life, he surveyed the ship as best he could. It was an ugly vessel, ill-maintained and noisome, but then any ship would so appear after the immaculate and proud Silenos. New respect for Pym welled in him, and he was more determined than ever not to betray the pirate captain. The resolution was his last thought, as exhaustion claimed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. He woke to lantern light and a grisly, toothless crewman shaking him alert. His legs were unsteady beneath him, but they carried his weight, and he followed the sailor to the poop deck and through the captain's companion to a spacious cabin, well lit with ruby-glassed oil lamps and appointed with luxuriant cushions and carpets. The wood panels of the cabin were inlaid with silver outlines of turrets, mosques, and arabesque love-knots, and the bay windows were a mosaic of intricacies that caught light like burning blood. Rajan Cobra sat on a cushion under the windows, a sapphire gleaming like an eye on his turban. The satins and silks he wore breathed light. He gestured for Yaki to enter and sit before him, and dismissed the toothless sailor. Alongside the tasseled cushion where Yaki sat was a satinwood tray of silver plates, heaped with dates, orange wedges, bananas, almonds, green nut paste. A gem-crusted chalice brimmed with wine. "Eat, drink," Rajan Cobra commanded. "Shahawar has told me your story. I am honored to meet a man who has endured the travails of the jungle and the sea, and not lost faith in the one God." Yaki ate heartily so he would not have to speak, and was grateful for the sweet fruits. His body buzzed with joy to break its fast, and he nodded his satisfaction. Rajan Cobra sat with his hands folded in his lap, observing closely. "Why have you decided to abandon your pirate companions?" "Shirazi must have told you," Yaki answered. "Shahawar has told me much," Cobra agreed, his eyes like puncture wounds. "You will tell me as much." "I am with him because of Alam el-Mithal," he answered, emboldened by the burn of the wine. When he saw the Muslim captain's ominous eyes brighten, he added, "I am a man of spirit, a sorcerer among the jungle people who reared me. If I am to serve at sea, I would serve men who understand that we are all just sparks between heaven and earth." Rajan Cobra made a morose face. "What of the pirates you left? Have you no loyalty to them?" "We are all pirates before God," Yaki ventured, and drank more wine. "My first loyalty is to God, and Shirazi convinced me that you were a God-minded captain." "Then you will tell me what you know of Wyvern?" "I will tell you everything," Yaki replied, feigning enthusiasm. "Her name is Silenos, and her captain is Trevor Pym, a traitor snake-branded by the British." Rajan Cobra's tiny eyes beaded with oil flame. "You will tell me her course plan?" "The whim of her captain." The iron face shook no, and the eyes squinched smaller. "You have heard of Strappado, Yaki Jeffion?" Yaki said nothing, but did not drop his gaze. "If you lie to me, young half-breed, you will be tied by your limbs and dropped from the yardarm. The first drop will crack your joints. You will sing with pain. The second drop will rip your limbs from your body, but you will not die. Hot tar will stop your bleeding, and you will live aboard this ship in the bilges, a living stump in the piss-water of your enemies. We will keep you alive many years, and you will pray to the one God to die, but without hands or legs you can do nothing but wait for Allah's judgment." He leered with awful pleasure. "And now again, what is the course plan of Wyvern?" Yaki drained the goblet, sighed to remember the spider, and faced Cobra with his blue eyes more luminous. "Among my people, I am a sorcerer," he said calmly, though his insides were prickling with terror. "I am not afraid of pain, not even a lifetime of it, if that is God's will. When I am convinced you are the God-minded captain Shirazi promised, I will tell you all I know." Rajan Cobra sat back, grinning mournfully. "The Strappado will be prepared, Yaki Jeffion, and you will tell me what I need to know." He barked, and the cabin door flew open. 2 muscle-packed sailors entered and hoisted Yaki away. They locked him in a tight, empty hold amidships on the lowest deck, where the sewer stink of the ship's bilges choked the air. There he sat for 3 days and nights, judging time by the chinked light that seeped through the ill-fitted planks. Scrap food that looked and smelled like garbage was tossed into him, and he tried to catch it before it plopped to the excrement-puddled floor. When he could not escape into sleep, Yaki scythed hours with memories, pretending he was in the jungle canopy again with Wawa and Jabal Wan, or in the mountains listening to streams racing among cliff boulders. He placed Lucinda's amber asphodel to his lips and crooned promises of fidelity. He remembered the black stagger of trees on the forest edge of the mountains, and the wide world with its cowl of storms and starlight. The door whined and swung open, and Shirazi stooped over him. "Yaki, we must move quickly," he whispered, hushing his questions with a finger to the sorcerer's lips. Yaki could barely move, and Shirazi had to help him up the gangway to the top deck. Shirazi had already lowered a skiff. He pointed starboard to a black shadow on the horizon. "Sumbawa," he said. "You can reach there before Cobra knows you are gone. But you must hurry, and when you get there, you must go into the forest and hide, for they will surely search for you. My scimitar is in the skiff." "Come with me," Yaki urged. Shirazi shook his head. "I cannot. This minute I am to be attending Cobra in his cabin, detailing Silenos's course plan. For 3 days, while he ripened you for torture, I have told him everything I know. But I have let him think I know more. If I go with you now, we will not even make it to shore. Please, leave now while you can. I have made my peace with you." Yaki clamped his friend's hand between his own. "Thank you for the gift of life," he said, tears rising in him. "It is a fragile gift, Jeffion," Shirazi responded, helping him over the side and onto the rope ladder. "Just a spark." Yaki summoned all his strength to row the skiff away from black light toward the massed darkness of Sumbawa. The stars crashed above him like surf, and he fixed his attention on them, not to feel the suffering of his muscles. Arriving at the black beach, he breathed the island's blossom wind with his whole body. Using Shirazi's scimitar for support, he climbed out of the skiff and collapsed under a palm. At dawn, he watched black light sweep past the coast. When the skiff was spotted, the crew threw anchor and a longboat arrowed for shore. Yaki thrashed into the jungle, sucking the sweet air of the forest with desperate lungs. He waited in a tall tree, letting the pain of his abused muscles twist silently, while the Muslim sailors beat the brush of the shore until the biting insects became unbearable. When they left, they took the skiff with them. Yaki stayed in the high tree, watching as black light swung about to depart. Hanging from the bowsprit was the limbless corpse of Shahawar Shirazi. The world wanderer who arrived in Jakarta with the first monsoons looked barbaric, his hair tied back with eel-skin bands, his long body naked but for a rag loincloth, his sun-grained flesh roughened by many winds. A scimitar hung from his side, strapped to his lean hips with snake sinew. "Mr. Hefyon!" a woman's voice belled in the rainy air. Yaki looked about at the cluttered harbor. Sampans, lorchas, and junks crowded the mist-blown quay, and smells of cooking fires mingled with the stench of low tide. Over the last moon, he had journeyed 750 miles across the swamp isles of Rabah and Lombok, over the cliff ledges of Bali, and through the jungles of Java. After swimming the narrow channels between the swamp isles, he had stolen a canoe on Lombok and sailed it west, following the cloud path streaming from the mountains of the Sunda Islands. His journey was relentless. He had to reach Johor in time to warn Silenos that Rajan Cobra knew she was hiding there. Caught in the narrow strait of Malacca, the pirates would be easy prey for black light. Yaki had ignored his exhaustion in order to reach Johor in time, and for days he had been hearing shadowy voices among the silver wands of rain, seeing angel choirs in the swirls of sun that broke through the storm banks. Not until the woman's voice called him a second time did he truly believe he had heard her. Yaki stared hard in the direction of the voice and saw a wharf where several Dutch carracks were moored. Beyond them, the giant masts and white hull of an immense warship reared. He had been looking for the harbor-master's building, hoping to find work aboard any ship bound for Johor or its main port of Singapore. Now, peering through the gusty tail of the wind, he shivered as he realized that the big ship towering at the dock was the Fateful Sisters. "Mr. Hefyon!" The voice flitted through the blinking rain. And he saw her. In a brag of lantern light at the stern castle window, he saw her. Lucinda Quarles. She waved her spyglass, and he raised his left hand in a fist so that the thumb ring he had made from her brooch was visible. Lucinda had her maid distract the quarterdeck watch while she lowered a rope that she had tied off to the window jamb. Yaki slipped into the harbor's black water, seized the rope, and pulled himself into her cabin. Lucinda stepped back with her hands to her mouth, startled and amused by Yaki's naked, gleaming strength. "You look like you crawled across Asia on your belly," she said, her nose wrinkled. "When I saw you through the spyglass, I thought I recognized you. But, Mr. Hefyon, you look different without your clothes." "I hope I am not offending you, Mistress Lucinda," he said, his heart bouncing. Seeing her up close, his eyes ached for some sign of love in her shell-bright face. Instead, she was watching him with a blend of curiosity and remoteness. Her pale hair was longer than he remembered, and fell in heartbreakers, long, lazy curls over her shoulders. "You've been an inch behind my eyes since I saw you last in Macau. A year ago." "A year? Yes, I suppose it has been that long," she said, stepping closer. He was muscular, even more so than she recalled, and she looked for the shoulder and chest wounds from his duel with the Portuguese officer. Her curiosity dilated to an unexpected wonder, and the veil of remoteness fell away. He watched her with a zealous intensity that spun her blood harder through her veins. "I will confess," she said in a fearful voice, "there have been times in that year when I've wondered if I would ever see you again." "Our journeys have crossed," he said ardently, and her breath fluttered. "But only briefly. I must leave here at once. I have been separated from my captain, and I must find him." "Where are you going?" she asked, paler. "Johore." Her face lit. "But we sail for there tonight. We will reach Singapore within 4 days and 5 nights. Lucinda's heart pounded with the hope of an adventure. The 2 years that she had lived aboard the Fateful Sisters had been miserable. Since poisoning the pirate kingdom of Iduna almost a year ago, her father had become obsessed with clearing the sea lanes of pirates, and he had methodically crisscrossed Asia's 7 seas, seizing unmarked vessels and destroying them when they would not yield. Recent sightings of Wyvern had inflamed her father's mania, and all his time was devoted to charting patrols and coordinating tactics with the merchants and trade officials of the numerous ports that received him. At each port, Lucinda was presented at court functions and expected to perform her role as loving daughter and marriageable maiden. But she had met no one worthy of her love, and her memory of the bold Dutch pirate had burned brighter with every ball. Lucinda loathed the men who courted her, ambitious for the rich captain's only daughter. She saw through their syrupy flattery, fully aware that her life as the wife of an important man would be as confining and unsatisfying as her existence aboard her father's ship. Her memory of the few luminous minutes she had spent with Yaki Khefyon became monumental for their sincerity. She had been sitting despondently at the window in her stateroom when she spied him on the docks of Jakarta, and was startled by the ethereal passion that swelled in her. Now, facing into his love-strong stare, she recognized the prodigious moment that could begin a new fate for her. "Please," she urged, "travel with us." "How can I?" he asked, incredulous. "Your father knows I'm a pirate. He would hang me." "If he knew you were aboard," she said, a giddy impulse mounting swiftly to resolve. "But why does he have to know? This is my private cabin. You will stay here with me." "Lady, I cannot." He looked haplessly about at the handsomely furnished cabin. In one corner stood a bed with a canopy and a velvet curtain. Beneath a lace-fringed porthole was a scarlet-lacquered writing-table, a majolica vase with fresh maidenhair, and 2 cushion-seated wing chairs. A cane-slatted door, left slightly ajar, revealed a copper-fitted latrine and a high-backed enamel tub. "If your father found me here, your honor would be wholly compromised." "My father never enters my cabin," she answered, holding his gaze, her insides burnished with the boldness of her intent. "Even when the Fateful Sisters sails to fight and I'm left ashore, this cabin is locked. It is kept for me alone." "Your maid," he began. She hushed him with a finger to his lips. "Don't fret over Maud. She is my dearest friend, and would not betray me for her own life. You must get to Johore, and this is the fastest ship in Asia. Stay with me, and let us not be strangers any more. I want to see who you are." Yaki listened for premonitory voices, heard only the tide slapping and his heart yearning, and he accepted. Lucinda was 17 now, not much younger than Yaki, and the novelty of his manhood, the smell of him like a breath of split wood, confounded all caution. She decided, then, that she would make love with him. He was her handsome plaything, obviously in love with her, and far more innocent and interesting than any of the jaded suitors at the many courts she had visited. She bathed him in lilac water, and had her maid alter breeches and a blouse from her father's wardrobe. She cut Yaki's long hair in the French vogue with lengthy, uneven curls, and a bow of blue ribbon knotted to the longest lock. By nightfall, when the Fateful Sisters slipped its moorings, he was bathed, coiffed, dressed, and well fed on braised fish, dumplings, mustard cabbage, and ale. Maud was sent above deck to get some air for an imaginary headache, and Lucinda blew out the flame on one of the 2 lanterns chained to the rafters. Determined to divest herself of her virginity that night, she left the writing-table cluttered with the dishes and mugs from their meal, and led Yaki by the hand to the wing chairs. Lucinda twined her fingers in the long locks of his sun-bleached hair, unhurried and playful, and asked him about his dangerous journey among the islands. Words evaded him in the magnetic field of her touch, but he tried to recount the voyage, until he recognized the puckish glint in her merry eyes. "Lady, you mock me," he blurted. She laughed at his surprise. "I am playing with you, Mr. Gefjon. Do you object?" He took her hand from his face. "I'd rather move your heart than amuse it," he said. "So serious." She arranged his hair so that his love-lock fell over his shoulder. "Your life has been too hard, Mr. Gefjon. You have never learned to play." "If we are just going to play," he replied in a whisper that faltered as her hand trailed across his shoulder to the warm flesh at the open throat of his shirt. "Won't you at least call me Yaki?" She frowned with mock solemnity. "That's so very personal." "Yaki." With one hand she opened his shirt, and with the other traced the curves of his bare shoulder. "Lucinda." His hands opened helplessly in his lap. "What you are doing is dangerous." She leaned close and giggled in his ear. "For whom?" Yaki felt like he was breaking in two, and he lifted his hands and touched her dress lightly, his fingers buzzing. She did not pull away as he had feared. Instead, she leaned into him, and his hands took her weight and were surprised by her size. She was bigger than the Paddy girls and the Macau odalisks, but as soft, and with an unexpected smell of cool, rain-wet fur. Her hair tinted their faces, and she stared down at him with the love-glow he had longed to see, and something more, an impish smile. She was laughing at his astonishment, at the drunken tug of implication pulling his eyes wide. His naked innocence enamored her, and she wanted him to be the first to have what the sophisticated royals her father admired had failed to win. He was the spirit of her childhood, sincere as a puppy, vulnerable to her every whim. She did not love him, not then, as her face dipped to taste the mist of his breath, and when his arms drew her closer and their bodies met, love was still far away, overshadowed by passion, and she was glad when his breath came in gasps under her nibbling lips. Yaki lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed. They tugged at each other's clothes in an erotic game until they were jubilantly naked. For her, the ensuing strokes of touch and feel that sparked her wet inside and out culminated moments later in a tantrum of pleasure, leaving her gasping and exhilarated. For him, the slick complicity of their bodies was love itself, and he entered her, slow and tense as a predator, stalking her heart, reading her eyes, her murmurs, and her cries for inspiration. Then the bewilderment of passion overcame him, and he succumbed. With lyrical rapacity, they grappled around the prism of their love-lock, slow-motion somersaulting, belly-bouncing, back-crawling, spilling through each other, and bounding back in verging arcs, weightless as rainbows. Yaki had not disappointed Lucinda in her passionate expectations, and that night they made love again, while the maid slept restlessly on the trundled bed outside their veiled bower, dreaming of sea-storms. The next 4 days were a conflagration of amorous adventures, each burning hotter than the last as the two lovers expended their desires with bright animal intensity. Lucinda was afraid that with the pleasure gained between them, something would be lost. Phlogiston, she called it, the fiery essence of their souls. Yaki listened patiently to her fears, and allayed them with his forest tales of the inexhaustible love of the sky for the landlocked horizon, and how their mythic hunger for each other was satisfied twice each day in the beauty of twilight. Lucinda was intrigued by Yaki's jungle stories, and he by her tales of Europe and the many ports she had visited with her father. Each day was a sharing of their world's enigmas, and each night beneath the monsoon rains a reconciliation of all differences and all mystery. At dawn, their bodies glazed with the shellac of their erotic abandon, they lay together and gazed serenely into each other's eyes, blue into blue, sharing their newfound intelligence about everything, trade and poetry, money and monarchy, God and free will. Everything except the future. Occasionally, Quarles's voice would bend through the creaking walls, and Yaki would shiver to hear the iron in his commands, the cold timbre of the will that had maliciously infected Iduna and robbed Pym's tormented soul of its last light. "What is he like, your father?" "He's a cursed man," she answered dully. She lay curled up with her back pressed against him, his hand under her cheek. The spoon of Yaki's warm nakedness absorbed the chill that descended when she thought of her father, and she found the vigilance to peer deeper at herself and to admit what she could not confide even to her maid. "I am his curse." Yaki tightened about her, and she told him what she knew of Quarles's struggle from poverty on the sordid Chatham dockyards to his triumphant captaincy, the retrieval of his ancestral estate, and the crushing loss of his wife. "I was too young to remember her, but he did love her, and still does. She must have been a strong woman to command his devotion, to have even gotten his attention. My father has cared for no one and nothing else since but his ascendancy. I impede that. My mother left me in her place, and every day I have reminded him of her absence. That is why he has never remarried. He is still married, he thinks, to my fate. He reared me as he would a son, sparing me no learning but manual labor. And now that I know something of this sad world, he demands that I behave as if I were an empty-headed woman, eager for a husband and a household." "What are you eager for?" "Something grand. I didn't know what until now. But the way I have been living cannot go on, because it is taking me helplessly to some man I cannot love, and to an obedient, dreamless house where I cannot live." She sat up, her eyes afright. "True child, I want to go with you." Hope welled up in Yaki, but he dared not touch her until he saw that she was reaching for him in love and not fear. "I will use my mountain's tears to build us a home far away from everything that wants us apart." She fell into his arms, and he hugged dearly this woman who filled the emptiness his life had crossed. From far back in the wilderness of dreams, on an unfound path out of the canyon of memory, Mala chanted lines from Psalm 19. "Day to day pours forth speech, and night to night declares knowledge." When dawn came, and the roll of the ship steadied to the anchored rhythms of her new moorings, they confronted their future. Love had found Lucinda sometime during the storm sea crossing, and all her playfulness had sharpened to a rueful need for her caring, carnal, forest-scented man. She did not want him to go, though she knew her father would kill him if he stayed. Yaki swore to return to Singapore at the next new moon, after he had warned his comrades, and they had made their way to safety. "I will come back," he said, with his face in the heady fragrance of her gold-shadowed hair. "And this time, never leave again. I will bring my fortune with me, and ask your father for your hand. We will leave Asia, and you will show me Europe. Perhaps the Alps will be our home. We will have a chateau by a lake, and rear our children in happiness, and teach them to cherish beauty and peace." "You dream more than I can believe," she said sadly. "Yet I will wait for you to return." She kissed the amber ring to seal her promise, and they agreed to meet next under the dark of the moon behind the stone lion that gazed over the harbor of Singapore, the city of lions. He secured a rope to the window jamb and nimbly swung down to the stone slipway of the landing stage. He waved, and in a moment vanished in the amulets of morning mist dangling over the harbor. William Quarles left Mr. Montague on the poop deck to oversee the last stage of the mooring, and unfolded his spyglass to survey the other ships in the port. Behind him the gangways were affixed, and the dock crew noisily began unloading cargo. As the captain leaned on the taffrail and cocked his broad hat the better to use his glass, he glimpsed a blond youth swing from his daughter's castle window to the end of the mist-folded landing stage. Quarles would not have thought it possible unless he had seen it. for the leap demanded the precision of a panther to clear the distance from the stern to the seawall without slamming into the cables. Eager to catch the youth's face, he swung the lens over the bloated images of barnacled stone walls, timber framing, and rusty winches, and recognized the handsome Dutch pirate Lucinda had beguiled a year before in Macao. He rapped his spyglass on the rail, shattering it in his burst of fury, and shouted for his daughter. Lucinda heard her father bellowing her name, but before she could reach the door, it burst inward, and he entered with a roar of indignation. He stopped at the edge of the bed, glaring at his daughter as he assessed her complicity. Then his chest collapsed in a moaning cry, and he slapped her hard, sending her reeling back into the pillows. Quarles stood and waited for Lucinda to sit up again. The maid crept toward the door, eyes averted. "Sit down, Maud," he commanded in a huge voice, and she fell into the nearest chair. His eyes never flinched from his daughter as she sat up and wiped the blood from her mouth, her eyes burrs of angry light. He had never hit her before, and he had just begun now. She saw that. Her insides crawled as she stared at her father and read his thoughts. She was his daughter, his girl child. What mind she had, what will she flaunted, he had made, and now he would take that apart, as he should have long before. "Who was the man in your cabin?" he asked through his teeth. "The man I love," she shouted, and he slapped her again. In a fury, he snapped a curtain rod from the bed's canopy, spilling drapes, then seized her arm, heaved her over, and slashed at her back with it. Maud lunged from her chair, crying, "Stop! Stop it!" Quarles turned on the maid, and was satisfied to see abject fear warping her face. His anger had worked on her. He had known too well that his daughter's will was as obdurate as his own. She would never divulge the truth about the pirate. But Maud, gentle Maud, would tell him all she knew. "Go to my cabin," he ordered the maid, and she went to the door and waited, afraid he would attack her mistress again. But he only stood over his daughter's sobbing body and silently cursed the day he had let cruel life seduce him with love. For days, Yaki wandered the marshy coast of Johor in a skiff that he had purchased with a few gold coins Lucinda had given him. He was anxious to find Silenos as quickly as possible, yet he was also grateful for each hiatus in his search that allowed him to contemplate the enormous joy he had found with Lucinda, the woman who would be his wife, who would mother his children and anchor him in creation's sea lash of light and darkness. Under a green twilight off a cove beyond Malacca, a horde of sampans swept out of the shadows and surrounded Yaki's skiff. He stood with scimitar brandished, peering anxiously for firearms among his enemy and shouting his war cry. A familiar guttural laugh came in return. "Blackheart!" Yaki yelled, lowering his scimitar. "You will die bravely, Yaki Hefyon!" Pym's voice hammered from behind him, and he jumped about to see the big pirate bound from a sampan into the skiff, almost knocking Yaki from his feet. "I could use a man like you." They embraced like bears, the stink of brandy on Pym like perfume to Yaki. Blackheart grunted and steadied the skiff with his booted foot. "My only prayer in 30 years, Pym grumbled, "was that the 4-oar you threw into the storm saved you." "It did, Captain," Yaki answered in a rush, "and it carried me with Shirazi to Black Light, where I learned he was a spy." Pym's mirth brittled. "Rajan Cobra knows we are here, and is planning to pincer us in the strait with the Fateful sisters." Pym clasped Yaki's shoulder, absorbing this irony. "So the very trap you warned me about on Silenos, you've returned to prize me from." He pursed his dark lips, and the bone chips dangling at the ends of his mustache clicked together. "I treated you poorly in our last days together, Yaki, and I've been in anguish over that since. If Silenos carries us to freedom, I will reward you for your intelligence, and to redeem my bad faith." He looked over Yaki's shoulder. "Mr. Blackheart, to the ship. We sail tonight." Blackheart swung his hands before him, indicating that the ship was still careened. "I don't care," Pym rumbled. We'll right the ship by torchlight. Triple pay in gold for the men who work. We won't be gutted, belly up, by muck-blooded quarrels or the Bantam's Muslim stooge. We're away before dawn." The sampans turned back into the cove and towed the skiff to a covert where Silenos was beached and turned on her side. By torch glow, Yaki could see that most of the barnacles had been scraped from her bottom, and the hull was partially tarred and caulked. "Devil take it, we've another 2 days' work here," Pym said. "But we can't wait now. You must tell me the rest. Come to the watchtower." Wawa was there, peeling limes for Pym, and at the sight of Yaki, he ran to him squawking. Once the animal was finally gentled, the sorcerer related his story, while the captain oversaw the righting of the ship. "Love is the deadliest trap," Pym warned disapprovingly when he heard about Lucinda and their 4 days and nights of romance aboard the Fateful sisters. "Look what became of my Perdita, because of love. If I had relinquished her to the Spanish officer who first asked for her hand, I'd have my left eye still wed to my right, and she would be a duchess in Manila. What a cursed fool I was to think I could make a life for her." His ugly face shook with remorse. "And you're a fool, too, if you think that beast Quarrels will give his beauty to the likes of you. You're a pirate and a half-breed. No English gentleman would consent to have you as a son." "Then we'll steal away." "Ha! He'll track you to the ends of the world," he said. His words brought a small smile to Yaki's lips. "You think I jest? I do not. Quarrels is here in Asia because I am. He has come here to avenge the death of his uncle, that faithless dog Samuel Quarrels, whom he and the rest of England still believe to be a hero. How much more passionate would he be to recover his daughter, eh?" He saw the smile slip from Yaki's face. "Listen to me, young lover, and trust not your heart to the seed of your enemy. Asia abounds in beautiful women. You'll sate your soul in Jakarta, Macau, Manila." "I will see her again at the dark of the moon, in the City of Lions." "Aye," Pym sighed, seeing in the blond youth before him the look that was need absorbed in itself. "You will see her again, if we survive her daddy's cunning and might. And when you do, Yaki boy, hark to this. Don't expose yourself. Not at first. Listen to an old snake who knows his way among the hawks. Test your love, and if she's true, then, I say, damn creation that made men sinners, and go with her, but test her first. Mark me now." Pym concentrated on readying his warship for the sea, and Yaki was left to steep in his heart's madness. At dawn, Silenos glided from the cove and beat north along the coast to where the strait widened at Klang. There they sighted black light, bearing down on them full speed. Yaki stirred from his brooding and stood beside Pym at the binnacle. Blackheart was at the helm, and he grunted a nervous request for orders. "Keep our sails full, Mr. Blackheart," Pym commanded. "Point the ship right at Blacklight, and don't veer a whisker." "Captain," Yaki said, in a voice shadowed with apprehension, "when I was aboard that ship, I saw her cannon." "Aye, you've told me. 50-pounders, most of them." "Yes." Yaki swelled with fright. "Shouldn't we turn to lee and tack back down the coast?" "And have a 600-ton man-of-war chewing at our rudder?" Pym shook his head and grinned with a devil's bravura. "We've the wind to our backs, and the best helmsman in Asia at the wheel. The only wheel in this match. We'll run straight for Rajan Cobra and pray he veers. Then, if we're lucky, we'll swing with her prow, empty our broadsides into her nose, and scamper past her and into the open sea." "Cobra's as cruel as he is determined," Yaki said, hearing the sails crackle with wind as the ship heeled over and gathered speed. "His is the bigger ship. He'll ram us for sure. And if we swerve before he does, his giant guns will blow us to splinters." Pym slapped Yaki on the back. "Your encouragement is my strength, boy." He bent over the voice tube beside the stern post. "Battle stations all! Prepare cannon!" He looked to Yaki with his hard-set shark's grin. "You're a sorcerer. I've seen your devil's ilk with my own eyes, and eaten your unholy mushroom bread. Beseech the spirit powers to help us, sorcerer. Place a curse on Blacklight, and you can have your mountain's tears back. They were doomed, Yaki feared. Close enough now to see the Muslim sailors in the shrouds adjusting canvas to sidle Blacklight directly into line with Silenos. All his efforts to find Pym and warn him had been in vain. He would never see Lucinda again. Rage mingled with despair, and a deathly calm saturated him. This was the quiescence the spider had imparted to him. He gazed up at feathery cirrus, expecting to see the sky's sorrow, the soot of the future. Instead, he saw scimitars full of silver speed, streaked with noon. The sky was an army of winged angels. The sight of it numbed him to his bones, and the calm of stymied rage and despair in him expanded to hold the whole sky. Yaki was suddenly a cord of sunlight above the stunned animal of his body, and he prayed, "Powers of the world, protect my long journey. Cast aside my enemies, and carry me free of their malignant will. As I have served you with my very life, so carry my life now in your shadow, free of the might and shrewdness of my enemies. Let your will be done, powers of the world." The fervor of his prayer returned him to his body, and the numbness of the trance whisked away, leaving him prickly with alertness. The wind stiffened behind Silenos, and the rush of their flight tasseled sea spray and bleared their eyes. At the same instant, the backwash off the mountains dampened, and Blacklight's canvas went slack. "Steady so, Blackheart!" Pym clacked open his spyglass, scrutinized the Muslim bow for prow cannon, and found them above the winged angel figurehead. They were 30-pounders, but their range would not match Silenos's precision board guns. He saw the Muslim crew scrambling among the shrouds, unfurling the studding sails to tack and bring the big cannon to bear. But the sudden gust of wind behind Silenos carried the pirate ship into firing range first, and Pym shouted the commands gleefully. "Left handsomely, Blackheart!" The ship slashed to port, and he stepped to the voice tube. "Mark and fire!" Silenos's broadside sheared Blacklight's foremast, bashed in her angel figurehead, and exploded the powder of her prow guns, kicking the forecastle into the sky in a gush of timber and flames. The fight was over. Blackheart steered Silenos out of range of Blacklight's guns, and Pym fired a mock salute to the crippled ship as they flew by. He lifted Yaki off his feet in an enormous embrace, Wawa clinging to the sorcerer's legs. A terrified cry dropped from the cross-trees. "Ship aft!" Pym dropped Yaki and bounded to the stern-post. Full sails set, pearl-bright in the sunlight, the Fateful sisters gleamed from around the Klang promontory, riding the same strong wind that had carried them past Blacklight. "We're at Hell's Gate once more," Pym cursed. "We'll need your sorcery again to outrun that devil-hound." Yaki squinted up at the scimitar clouds, saw them blunted and blurring to windy vapors. His magic was spent, and he passed a woeful stare to Pym. The pirate captain nodded, patted the sorcerer's back. "You've proved your worth," he said, tugging contemplatively at the gray bones in his mustache. "Now we'll test mine." He stepped to Blackheart's side. "Wean her from the coast slowly. We'll get fewer crosswinds in the open water. We need every knot now." Pym paced from the quarterdeck to the forecastle, studying the set of his canvas, quickly replacing rent sails and reading the wind precisely so he could order swift changes on the yards and catch the most speed. Silenos flew through the channel. Even so, by noon, the Fateful sisters was closing to within cannon range. Through his spyglass, Pym could see Quarles in the forecastle staring at him. Pym waved, but Quarles did not wave back. The first round from the Fateful sisters' prow cannon splashed into Silenos's wake. Pym tried trailing gunpowder floaters, but Quarles would not be fooled twice by that. Marksmen on the prow detonated the kegs before they could reach their target. Silenos's stern cannon, firing into the wind, did not have the range of her pursuers' guns, and the shots fell short. Flight was the only option, but with each hour the enemy drew closer. Mid-afternoon carried the Fateful sisters within cannon range, and the prow guns blazed again and again, 30-pound iron balls smashed Silenos' stern castles, disabling her aft guns, shattering the cabin rafters, and collapsing the back ends of the 2 inner decks. 2 shots punched holes at the waterline, and the sea flashed in. The pirates staunched the flow with bolts of canvas, but the gaping holes still bled water, and the bilges flooded. Pym rushed below deck to supervise the bailing, relieved to see that the tiller and rudder were undamaged. The British ship's heavy firing had blunted the speed of her pursuit, and Silenos' crew could expect an hour's reprieve before the next assault. Yaki joined the bailing crew. Water was bucketed and spilled out port hatches. Tar was melted and gobbed over the weeping canvas. The work was nearly done when the thunder of cannon gloated. The hull above the bilges blasted inward, spraying whole timbers. The bulwarks shredded with a deafening roar, and brazen sunlight flooded in. A wave of doom rose up in Yaki. He scrambled over the debris and crushed bodies, ignoring the wails of the wounded, to reach the gangway. He was determined to meet his death in the open. The quarterdeck was in shambles. The sternpost was cracked. Most of the taffrail was missing. The rat god whetting stone lay in pebbles underfoot. Blackheart was gone. The planks before the helm had dropped away, and Pym was steering with his legs widespread on the beams that supported them. His face gleamed with tears. Wawa cowered beside the binnacle and scurried to Yaki's side when he stepped to the quarterdeck. "Blackheart," Pym wept. "Cannonball took his head off." Yaki saw the trail of blood across the tattered planks. "I threw his head after his body. I threw his head into the sea after his body." He brushed tears from his face with the cuff of his red shirt. "I thought you were dead below. The last rounds caved in the castles. There must be carnage below." "There is." Yaki stared aft at their stalker, fallen back now after the fury of her last barrage, and wondered if Lucinda was aboard. "We're done, Captain." Pym grimaced. "We're done when we're dead. Never forget that, lad, and you'll live until you die. Look at the men." Yaki saw the pirates hard at their stations, hanging in the shrouds, keeping the rigging tight. "I'll not give up my life, nor theirs." Pym's one eye was wide and staring. "Quarrels is death, and we might as well be a dying man in a sick-bed fighting the croup. We'll hold on till it strangles us. By God, we'll hold!" He pointed west to the slouching body of Sumatra, where the sun barbed the distant mountains. "In an hour, we'll be running with the twilight. An hour more, and it'll be night. Take the helm, boy. I'm going to shoot the sun." Yaki jumped astride the broken gap of the deck and seized the wheel, while Pym got out his backstaff. Blotting tears from his eye, he sighted the sun in the backstaff's mirror and shouted the markings as though Blackheart were there to note them. Then he collapsed the staff and unfurled the charts. "Here we are, off Tanjung Balai," he said, jabbing the chart. "Ahead is a bluff and a pride of reef islands. We'll reach there after dark and lose Quarrels. Mark me, if this doesn't happen, my soul will stand for yours in hell." Pym was right. The sun sank, and night rains shrouded the stars. The Fateful sisters fired her prow guns into the twilight. One shot crashed into the starboard rail and kicked out the poop deck's gunwale, carrying another seaman to his death, but the others flew wild. By dark, the British vessel was lagging behind the intrepid Silenos, and Pym ordered the daysails reefed and the black canvas set. All in running sequence, so little headway was lost. With every light doused, Silenos sailed by soundings into the reef islands, and they watched the Fateful sisters, with her sprigs of light blazing from her lantern-hung bowsprit and rails, float by within musket range. When her lights were sparks on the horizon, Silenos drifted out into the open water, and then made sail northeast for Selangor, where Pym knew a sultan who, for diamonds and gold, would help him refit his vessel. Planks were laid over the hole before the helm, but no one would stand as helmsman where Blackheart had lost his head until Pym offered triple pay. Yaki accompanied Pym below deck to survey the damage. Saja was busy with the wounded and would work the night through. The dead were buried hastily at sea. Pym's cabin had collapsed to the deck below. and he and Yaki rummaged through the debris, searching for an ivory map case that Pym was adamant about finding. Shortly after midnight, they found it among the stalks of Pym's crushed rosewood desk. It was a truncated tusk, big as a forearm and carved with human-faced Byzantine lions. Pym handed the carved tusk to Yaki. "This is yours now, sorcerer," he said in a voice slurred with fatigue and grief. "There are maps inside, drawn from my time in the New World, 30 years gone. They're yours, now that my time is done." "Done? I thought you weren't done until you were dead. You look hale enough to me." "Aye, but I've a foretaste of my doom," he answered. "Losing Blackheart took the wind out of me. Without my pneuma, I won't be going much further, boy." Then briskly, "I'm resolved to it. Life has been abundant with me, and freer than anything except love could redeem." His face darkened. "I touched that love briefly in Perdita." He gazed round at the devastated cabin and met Yaki's rueful stare. "And that love touched me again with the naked world's beauty after you healed me of my head pain. When I thought I had lost you in that storm, I grieved that I had ever raged at you, for you have shown me that love is its own truth." He paused. "The truth of love soaked me at Njurat, when I met the very embodiment of Wyvern in your cursed mother of life. What a monster she is, eh? She woke me up to the truth, and yet I fell asleep on my bones after I lost Perdita. Only now do I see that to be truly awake is to be in pain, and pain makes us want to sleep. The mother of life loves us to death, doesn't she? You know that better than any man I've met. And that is why I'm giving you this." He held out the ivory canister. "My charts of the Caribbean. They show in great detail its numerous islands, reefs, and seaways. When I'm gone, leave Asia. The likes of Quarrels own this corner of the world now. Empire is voracious. You showed me that in the clouds. Don't let it devour you as it has me. Go to the New World, where there's room yet for unknown pirates to harry empire. And harry them fiercely, boy. Harry them in the name of the darkness that holds all light. Harry them for Wyvern, the mother of life." Yaki did not have the heart to inform Pym that his pirating days too were at an end. There was no rage in him like that which had fueled Pym's career. He yearned for love, for his love, Lucinda, whose ring he touched to his heart to remind him of life's inestimable promise. With his other hand he took the tusk carved with the shape of lion men. "Captain, you are alive," Yaki said with a force that echoed too loudly in the ruined cabin. "Silenos will be rebuilt." Pym lifted a twisted piece of metal from his shattered chronometer and laughed mournfully. "Take my offering and leave me to grieve my quartermaster." Yaki took the tusk of maps topside with him, and he and Wawa climbed into the cross trees to relieve the watch there. He touched the amber ring to the tusk, and tingled to feel two destinies, exclusive of each other, meeting in his lap. He was Asian, and he wanted Europe, and for Lucinda and his children to live under the silver peaks of the Alps. The tusk was a tooth of the unknown, with its maps of mystery, and he almost threw it overboard. He did not want anything of the New World. He wanted life and love, a fate simple with self-indulgence. He wanted Lucinda, but he knew he could not have her now. His fate as a pirate had not quite finished. "Love solves distance," Pym said to Yaki, once Silenos was anchored in a cove in Selangor. A noon storm rolled fire and purple smoke over the seaward horizon, and green clouds hung over the jungle flats. Yaki was dressed in buckskin breeches, brown stockings, and flat ankle-slung shoes of tanned cordovan, a grey sleeveless suede jacket that fell below his hips, and a blue, billow-sleeved shirt without a collar. At his hip he wore Shirazi's scimitar, and around his neck dangled Peter Gefjon's shrunken head. He was hatless, and his hair was swept back and hung in love-locks over his shoulders. With Wawa at his side and his blowgun leaning on his shoulder, he was ready to begin his journey south to meet Lucinda. Pym and Yaki stood together a last time on the quarterdeck. The wounded ship was already under repair, and the air rang with the sounds of hammering and sawing. "No matter, we'll never see each other again," Pym said, his one eye glossed with sorrow. "I'll never see Perdita or Blackheart again, either, but my parting with them was not so sweet as this. Love solves distance, lad. Whatever separates us, we share the love that healed the pain of my lost eye, and that taught you all you know of the sea." "Won't you even consider coming with me?" Yaki asked, gesturing to the blue-hulled skiff with furled sail bobbing alongside Silenos. "What? And spend the rest of my days landlocked while you sire your family?" He swept his arm at the shore. "This is as close to land as I want to be. If I'm lucky, I'll die at sea." He winked and took a swig to fortune. "One word of advice to the lovelorn, lad." He lifted the dangling, shrunken head with his stubbed fingertips and shook his head. "I wouldn't be wearing this when I went calling on my lady-love, if I were you." Yaki chuckled politely. "I'm wearing it only to help me with our parting, Captain, to remind me of where I came from, so I can see clearly where I'm going." "And where is that, Yaki Gefjon?" Pym asked, raising a hand to his face to wipe away rain and tears. "I was fathered by money," he answered, "and reared by a people who had no word for money. I grew up in the mourning of the world. I grew up restrained by instincts, though my teacher tried to free me from them. But always I have wanted my place in the world, and my instincts were not enough to save me from the guns and the gunmen who wanted money. And so I met you, my last father. Everything is pain, is it not? We rage against empire and its greed for money, and our rage is the only real love in this wounded world. But the new age is loveless, Captain. I thought you saw that in the clouds with me." "Aye, lad, I saw that," Pym admitted, the rat-tails of his hair gleaming with rain. "But my fate is different from yours. I never knew the mourning of the world. I was born to money, and did not know its evil until it turned on me. At least I was privileged to feel the strength of mystery in my suffering, and know that there's more to the life than money. I fear that in times to come the wound will worsen. We will lose that mysterious strength, and all that will remain is money and its clever geometry of bought people." A frown creased Pym's serpent-scarred brow, yet he smiled. "Let us say no more. The truth cannot be added to." He hugged Yaki. When they separated, he reached into his pocket and removed the black leather Bible cover pierced by the Lanoon pirate's nail-hole. "Keep that for me," Yaki said. "I found my place in the tree called family, with you. From here, by your training, I can leave the dark mine of my past and enter the light of the world, where I will find my own home." "Make your own home, lad," Pym said, and lifted a duffel bag from beside him. "You'll find nothing but trouble if you go looking in this world. Might makes right here as in the jungle, as always. Dare to make your own way, but use your head, not your heart. And let this remind you evermore of heaven's evil joy." He opened the bag. Inside was the ship's flag, folded to a triangle, and a silk pouch big as a coconut. "Wyvern," Pym said, and passed the duffel to Yaki. "A Chinese artist stitched her for me 3 decades ago. I want you to have her. And the pouch, too. It has what's left of the mountain's tears. I owe you that for your magic. If you're going to take a wife and live in the world's wound, you'll need a fortune." He embraced Yaki again and pushed away. "Go now. We'll be together in our wanderings." Pym turned away and shouted commands to the men hoisting timber to the main deck. Yaki stared a last time at his broad back and wild silver hair, and lowered himself into the waiting skiff. Wawa swung down after him, and they untied and set sail into the rain-glimmering afternoon. When he looked back, he saw Pym aboard an empty piragua with Saja and 2 crewmen, rowing to shore to secure more medical supplies and provisions. Yaki was tacking into the wind when he glimpsed the snout of a big ship rounding the jungle-strewn bluff of the cove. His heart lurched. The Fateful Sisters glided into view. Yaki turned and looked to shore in time to see Pym pulling up to the beach and a bevy of armed men lurch from the shrubs at the edge of the sand. The pirate captain was seized before even a knife could flash, and Yaki could hear Pym's roar of protest. The captain threw a fist toward Silenos and was subdued, his arms pinned back by 3 men. He struggled mightily, and Yaki was certain they were going to shoot him. A flintlock rose and fell, glancing his head, and he went down. A signal fire glinted on the bluff overlooking the beach, and Yaki understood then that Pym had been betrayed by Selangor's sultan. The Fateful Sisters was too far away for them to see Pym, but Yaki was certain Quarles had orchestrated this drama. Pym was a prisoner, and Silenos the prize. Yaki cried out in a rack of fury and futility. His impulse was to turn about and fall on the men who had seized the pirate. Yet even in his rage, he knew that was certain death, and would accomplish nothing. He saw the desperate men on the decks of Silenos, waiting for their ship to be taken. 4 oars were being lowered, and some of the crew were preparing to flee, while on the shore piraguas were loading with British soldiers to give chase. "She won't be taken." Yaki brought his skiff about and aimed her for the pirate ship. Riding the wind, Yaki reached Silenos and tied off as the British piraguas shoved into the bay. He clambered up a rope the crewman lowered, Wawa on his shoulders, and shouted orders for the men to gather the wounded and abandon ship. Then he had 5 of the gunners follow him below and help him stoke the cannon. "Wait until you're certain of blowing them to hell," he commanded, and grabbed a long coil of fuse. He hurried below deck to the powder room. Frantically, he crawled in head first and was halfway through when the ship's cannon boomed and the timbers shook. In the dark of the powder room, he unstoppered a keg, knotted the end of the fuse, and thumbed it into the keg's opening. When he reached the gun deck, the fuse stringing behind him, the gunners had already left. Through the ports, he saw that several piraguas had been blown apart, but several more were closing in. He took one of the smoldering cannon tapers the gunners had left behind and lit the fuse. Cannon thunder rolled across the cove from the Fateful Sisters as Quarles tried to disable Silenos's guns and prevent her crew from escaping. The gunmen were in the skiff, arguing about leaving Yaki behind when he appeared at the rail. He swung into the boat on the loose rope, and Wawa skirled down after him. The Fateful Sisters fired her broadsides, and the 2 escaping 4 oars that carried the wounded were blasted to shards. Yaki unfurled the skiff's sail, and as they luffed from Silenos, more shot struck the pirate ship, collapsing her masts, shearing her bowsprit, and crushing her quarterdeck. The British piraguas reached Silenos, and the men climbed aboard and raised the Union Jack on the poop deck. Suddenly, a gargantuan explosion tore through Silenos and lifted the ship off the water in a fire-blown cloud. The blast spun flaming timbers into the sky, and the gray waters of the cove were tattered with fiery groats. Smoke-streaming chunks of the blasted ship crashed into the bay, splashing water over the skiff. The crewmen ducked into the bilges, but Yaki stood tall, staring hard at the glut of fumes and rubbish spluttering in the chewed water where Silenos had just been. He took the tiller and steered the skiff through the debris. A bright wind slashed from a radiant break in the storm banks, and the small boat sliced through the flogging rain toward the iron horizon of the sea. The explosion of Silenos rattled the timbers of the Fateful Sisters, and Lucinda's 17 winters rose up in her all at once. She had been sitting curled in her bed for days, thriving on the pain from her cut back, while the Fateful Sisters pursued Silenos. Her father, who had never taken her on a military expedition before, insisted she attend the chase and destruction of her pirate lover's ship. At the clangor of bells and whistles that called the crew to their battle stations, she had curled under the bed-sheets, trembling with each cannon blast as if struck. But when the explosion that shattered Silenos shivered the planks of her cabin, she rushed to the box windows. Smoke rolled by like fog, and a damp gust speckled her with the acrid char of gunpowder. Leaning her head out the window, she could see nothing but 2 4-oars and a blue skiff sliding through the rain toward the sea. The timbers shook again as the 2 trailing 4-oars were caught in range and flew apart like smashed jugs. Lucinda turned away, aghast to see the scattered, torn bodies. Suddenly Maud cried, "I see him!" She pointed through the open window. "There, standing in the sailboat." Lucinda looked again, her hand cupped against the wet wind, and saw a blond figure who had to be Yaki. Quarles saw him too through his spyglass from the poop deck. The skiff was already beyond range and too spry to pursue along this lacy coast. Small difference, Quarles told himself, knowing that the new moon would deliver him the hopeful defiler of his daughter. From Maud he had extracted the time and place of the lovers' next meeting, and with a welting blow across her face to allay Lucinda's suspicions, had sworn the maid to silence. For now, Quarles would content himself with the capture of Asia's premier plunderer. He ordered Lucinda on deck for the arrival of the prisoners. He wanted her to see her handsome pet's cohorts. Quarles waited until night, until the Fateful Sisters was running south through the black strait, and Pym's cries had withered to silence, before he collected a skin of brandy and climbed down to the orlop deck to see his prisoners. The 3 pirate crewmen were stowed below in the stinking heat of the bilges. Pym was locked in a bamboo cage above them on the lowest deck, and though the cage was too small for him to stand or stretch out, and no hatches vented the fecal stink from the surrounding animal pens, he was less likely to contract the hemorrhaging sickness that sometimes killed people bitten by rats. Quarles did not want to lose the murderer of his uncle to simple happenstance, no matter how grim. The elusive pirate king had been captured by William Quarles, and so would be dispatched by him. The public execution of the legendary Wyvern would be a political coup for the British presence in Asia. Quarles thumped the bamboo bars with his boot, and Pym roused from his stupor. His one eye peered from under a heavy lid, and closed as nausea ascended in him. He curled tighter on himself. Quarles unstoppered the brandy and swigged from the skin. The ruby fragrance opened Pym's eye, and he watched Quarles in the lantern light, savoring the bouquet. "Pomace brandy," Quarles said, squatting and offering the skin. "Crushed grapes, Captain. From Europe. Veneto." Pym rose to a crouch, ugly with hate. "Your Uncle Samuel betrayed the fleet," he snarled. "Not I." "I know," Quarles said. "I have seen my uncle's letters to the Spanish governor. He sold the fleet's schedule, it seems. Yet he was not betraying his country so much as defending his faith." "Bah!" Pym recoiled from the proffered drink and squeezed his trembling hands between his knees. "My uncle was not naturally a treacherous man. It would appear that he was led to his misfortune by a secret society that employs deceitful and immoral means toward noble achievements. The Church of the Two Thieves—" "Papist shrews!" Pym cried. "They've been threading their intrigues in Europe for centuries." "And you were one of their victims." Quarles sloshed the liquor. "Drink with me to the innocence of your youth, Captain Pym, which so utterly denied me the innocence of mine." Pym fought back the thirsting chills tremoring his muscles, and scrutinized his captor. Under the curve of his flat-crowned hat, Quarles's stocky face glowed with maliciousness. His coiffed beard could not hide the smirk on his lips, yet he said without disdain, "We share a suffering, you and I. We were both challenged by fate, Captain. You were branded a traitor. I was condemned to a life of poverty at the dockyard. Neither of us was prepared for or deserved our fates. You became a pirate. I became equally hard, and perhaps as predatory. but I chose to serve and not defy. Now, sir, I have a captaincy, a beautiful daughter, and the respect of my peers, while you—" he swilled the brandy in a gulping gasp. "You will hang within the week from the yardarm of this ship, hang by your neck, your only legacy after 40 years of piracy." Pym loomed against the bars. "To that I will drink." He reached from the cage. Quarles placed the skin on the deck 2 inches from Pym's groping hand. He stood up and smilelessly watched Pym strain for the brandy. "We are the 2 thieves, Captain Pym. Your pirates loved you and were faithful to death. Not one surrendered. Yet the world despises you. My crew fear me. My own daughter loathes me. But I am respected in every port and honored in England. We are thieves, the 2 of us, for we have stolen our lives from fate and made our own destinies. You, unfortunately, made your destiny too much your own." Pym's reach shrank, and he withdrew his arm with a disgusted snort. "You killed my wife." "You had a wife?" Quarles's face inflated with surprise, and he squatted again. "You startle me, Pym. I did not realize you were capable of fidelity to anyone but yourself. But then, indeed, a wife is one's self." He removed a wooden cannikin from his pocket, poured brandy into it, and placed it beside the cage where Pym could reach it. "I assure you, my action at Iduna was entirely tactical. Your wife's death was a casualty of my strategy to flush you out. I would have met you honorably at sea, but you avoided me. I, too, have lost a wife to plague. I understand your pain. Drink up, Pym. You will be with her again soon enough. Or do you not believe in the afterlife?" Pym dashed the brandy down before his trembling hands could spill a drop. "Festina lente, Trevor," he admonished himself for his thirst. He closed his eyes and pressed his head back against the cage, grateful for the stinging relief of the liquor sharpening his blood. "I am amused by the cover of a Bible I took from the pocket of your coat," Quarles said, holding the leaves open to reveal the handwriting of the Chefyon patriarchs. "Who is this Yaki Chefyon, whose family tree you carry?" Pym squinted. "Is the boy alive?" "And wooing my daughter." Quarles's tight smile glinted like metal behind his whiskers. "He thinks he has escaped, but I have trapped him with his heart." "Homo homini lupus," the pirate said in a burning whisper. "Yes, man is a wolf unto man," Quarles agreed. "That is what converts us to evil." Pym conceded with a fatigued nod. Quarles, relishing his victory, read aloud Peter Chefyon's Latin inscription. "What do you make of that, docent, now that you are facing the lion of the final moment yourself?" "Are you too ill-educated to know of the doctrine of signatures? The depths that death guards are the correspondences. We cannot see our relation to the all until we die, and so fools like you are doomed to live partial lives and believe heroes villains and true villains heroes." A laugh huffed from Quarles's belly. "You think too much of yourself, pirate." "I do. I am an alchemist. I read the manuscripts at Oriel, and I learned to live their truths so that life's pain would not reduce me to the benighted varlet it has made of you. I worked my ship like an alembic, converting the dross of empire's outcasts to the gold of self-strong men. That's Trevor Pym's work. Dared because I could accept myself for what fate made me." Quarles's smile brightened to have guessed this about his enemy. "You delude yourself. Perhaps, but the man whose tree you hold is a true alchemical spirit, Mercurius himself, the son of darkness." "You weary me, Pym. The boy is a heathen. I will snare him as I have snared you." Pym shook his head and steered a finger through the bars to touch the Bible cover at the blank space where Yaki's name was absent. "Fear him." Quarles's smile blinked out, and he slapped the cover shut and pocketed it. "He will be joining you in hell. You do believe in hell? Look around you, Pym. This is heaven." Pym leaned back and shut his eye. "You killed my wife," he said with eerie gentleness. "Your vengeance against me was perfected then, William Quarles. What you do to me here is a favor, and the death you promise a boon." Quarles rose, empty in his bones, disappointed by Pym's sudden composure. He kicked the skin of brandy close enough for the pirate to reach, and turned away. "William," Pym called when Quarles reached the companion ladder, "when I'm clothed in seaweed with fish for eyes, I will be like a king. But you will never be more than what you are now." He tipped the skin and poured the liquor straight down his throat. "Mark me," he gasped. Yaki stood in a cage of rain on a pier in Serangoon harbor. Singapore ranged before him like a constellation that had smashed into a swamp. Torchlights from the bamboo-walled settlements of Changi, Selangoon, Seletar, Siglap, and Bedok glimmered among the black shadows of mangrove belts and marsh copses. The Lion Stele in the Strait of Johor, where the harbor widened to deep-water wharves, glared in the lantern glow from the Fateful Sisters. The decks were well patrolled, and the wharf around the warship had armed men stationed in groups of 3. Beyond the Stele were ancient flowering trees, terraced hanging gardens, and the Lion Plaza, where Yaki was to meet Lucinda at the new moon in 2 more days. But now his attention was turned to the stone garrison inside the bamboo wall of Changi. There, Pym was a prisoner. Yaki and the 20 surviving crewmen of Silenos had followed the Fateful Sisters south from Selangor in the skiff and whatever canoes, prow, that they could buy or steal from the swamp tribes. The big ship had quickly vanished ahead, and the 5-day pursuit had wrung Yaki with the apprehension that Quarles intended to take his prisoner to the British settlement at Surabaya across the Java Sea, inaccessible to the fragile prow. He was relieved when they reached Singapore and found the Fateful Sisters at anchor. Here at least there was a chance of freeing Pym. Yaki had moored the pirate's prow in the cane brush around Changi, and after leashing Wawa, he and the others had come to the unlit pier before the garrison to barter for Pym's life. Now he stood in the rain, his men hidden in the swamp behind him, and shouted his ransom offer to the guard. His promise of diamonds brought several turbaned soldiers to the garret, and they beckoned him closer. Instinct prickled in him, and he decided not to budge. Instead, he threw one of the diamonds to the guards, and they disappeared with it. Minutes later, the gate of the settlement swung open, and a band of mounted warriors charged out, parangs whirling. The guards reappeared on the garret, and their arquebuses flared in the dark. A ball swiped past Yaki's ear, and he drew his scimitar and threw his body into his war cry. The pirates crouching in the cane brakes fired their flintlocks, and the charging horsemen were flung from their saddles. The pirates broke from their cover, charging the open gate. Seizing the reins of a frenzied horse, Yaki pulled the animal around and sent it flying back into the settlement, the pirates rushing behind it. The arquebuses again spit fire from the garrets, killing the horse and tearing the ear off a pirate. 3 of the pirates took aim and dropped the garret guards. Inside the settlement, Yaki led his men to the garrison. Pym appeared in a barred window of a tower overlooking the front courtyard, his silver hair shining in the dark, and the men cheered for him. Hoof thunder rumbled, and more horsemen galloped from the stables behind the garrison, a squad of turbaned guards charging behind them. "Fall back to the prow!" Yaki yelled, and they scrambled for the gates. Musket fire dropped 3 of the men, and 4 more were cut down by horsemen. At the gates, the pirates turned and emptied their flintlocks. Their long practice with the weapons made each shot count, and the pursuit faltered, allowing Yaki and the others to escape into the rainy marsh. Cowering in the muddy fields, they watched the gates close and the guards double on the garret. there would be no rescue for Pym, and when the pirates realized that, they decided to go their own way. "The captain is not dead until he's dead," Yaki told the men passionately, and they did not dispute him. They simply turned silently and disappeared into the many doors of the night. Only 5 wild faces remained, staring at him like rays from the center of darkness. The 6 of them haunted the marsh around Changyi, searching for a way in, scurrying low in the tule grass until they discovered holes in the bamboo fence big enough for them to crawl through. Once inside, they were stymied by the garrison's stone walls and the Muslim guards, but they overheard a guard saying that Pym was being held until the Bantam of Siam and the delegation of local sultans could arrive to witness the execution, and so behold the superiority of the British in protecting the Bantam's interests. 2 days later, by the night of the new moon, the crewmen had not succeeded in getting any closer to their captain, and Yaki decided to meet Lucinda as he had promised. That night, the rains abated, and aisles of stars led the way to infinity. Making his way toward the Lion Plaza through the hanging gardens of Serangoon that walled the harbor, Yaki was flushed with heart-glow. Memories of the days and nights he had spent with Lucinda aboard the Fateful Sisters lightened his grief over Pym's capture, and he continued to hope that he would find a way to free his captain. Thinking now of Pym, he remembered the captain's warning from days before not to trust the seed of his enemy. He wanted the satisfaction of meeting that warning fairly, and he approached the plaza cautiously, avoiding the cobbled walkways. He was wearing black breeches and doublet to hide him well in the shadows of the torchlit plaza, and a black headcloth to cover his bright hair. Monkeys chittered noisily in the branches above him, and as he sidled through the wrangle of jasmine and mimosa shrubs, he spied figures in the adjacent trees. His heartbeat smudged when he saw that the crouching shapes were men, long-trousered monkey faces with drawn sabers. They had not yet seen him, and he was able to approach closer and recognize them as English sailors. He whirled silently into the deeper darkness, stung that Pym had been right. Once hidden in the shadows, Yaki looked for quarrels, his mind racing with thoughts of capturing him and bartering him for Pym. But he did not find the British captain among the lurking men. Instead, on the winding path that climbed up from the harbor to the Lion Plaza, he spotted Lucinda and her maid on their way to meet him. That baffled him. Why would they endanger themselves? Unless they were unaware of the ambush. But then, who had betrayed him? Dashing through the aqueous shadows of starlight, he followed the paths along tiers of sandalwood and kumquat trees toward the women. Their pastel gowns glowed like specters in the dark. From his vantage, he could see that they were unaccompanied by guards, and he waited until they reached a bend in the path where the sailors in the trees could not see them. He wanted to see the women's faces clearly. When he stepped onto the path before them, he removed his headband to be certain that they would recognize him. "Yaki!" Lucinda called with jubilant surprise, and he knew at once that she had not betrayed him. She rushed to him, and his blood spun swiftly. "You came back! I knew you would!" He pulled her closer, then jolted suddenly, and drew a loaded flintlock from under his doublet, aiming it at the maid who was slipping away, edging around a myrtle tree. "Stop, or I will slay you, betrayer!" The maid's eyes went round and pleading. "Don't kill me! I beg you, sir. I only did what was best for my mistress." Lucinda looked at the frightened maid without understanding, and turned her perplexity on Yaki. He told her about the sailors hidden in the trees ahead. "I had to tell him, my lady," Maud said, sobbing. "But I told him nothing of the passage from Jakarta. He thinks your swain came aboard as we docked." "But why did you tell father about my tryst?" Lucinda demanded. "Had I any choice, my lady? If Mr. Gefion had met you only at dockside, it must have been to arrange a meeting. Why else would he stay so short a time? And I could not say you had refused, for you yourself declared to your father that this is the man you love. If I had lied, we would be found out, and worse off." "Nothing would be worse for me than to lose this man." She clutched at Yaki, who had lowered his flintlock but was staring into the jasmine shadows for movement.
Please, my lady, forgive me."
Maud's face crumpled, and tears flicked to her cheeks.
"I could not bear to see him beating you."
Lucinda put her arms about her, and Maud pressed her face to her mistress's shoulder.
"I should have known," Lucinda said. "We've sneaked off ship many a time, but this was the easiest. Father arranged for the watch to shift early, did he not?"
Maud nodded.
"He wanted you to see your swain captured."
Yaki touched Lucinda's arm. "If your father knows you left ship, he will have sent a guard behind to meet with those ahead. We must leave the path quickly."
"You will stay here, Maud," Lucinda ordered. "If you love me as truly as you say, then watch the path faithfully and use our whistle should anyone approach."
Maud nodded and peered into the black flutters of shrubbery.
"Come back for me, Lucy," she called in an anxious whisper as Lucinda and Yaki stepped into darkness.
Yaki took Lucinda's hand and guided her through hedges of mimosa to the top ledge of the garden, high above the big ships, lorchas, and sampans in their halos of lantern light on the black water.
"Until tonight, I did not know if you would be here," Yaki breathed, embracing her. She flinched, and he saw the welt on her shoulder where her gown had slipped in his eager hug. "You have been beaten." "It is nothing," she said fiercely. "This is what Maud meant," Yaki said with anguish. "Your father truly beat you." "He is my father, yet he loves me with an iron heart."
In the dark, her golden hair was ablaze with star-fire, her eyes bright pieces of the night in her pale face. She smelled like wind in a meadow, and her bones felt light and fragile as glass.
"Then you will come away with me?" he asked, caressing her cheek. "I've already arranged for our passage on a Swedish frigate to Surabaya. From there we can ship to Europe. I will sell my gems, and we shall find a place to live."
"But look, you won't have to sell your gems," Yaki said, drawing a pouch out of his pocket and opening it to show a cluster of uncut diamonds, each big as a man's thumb.
"This is only a few of what I have, my tribe's legacy. Money will never own us."
They kissed, and the taste of her mouth was the consolation he had yearned for since the green days of his jungle childhood.
"Then quickly, get the rest of your treasure now, my love," she said. "The carrack sails at dawn."
Yaki slumped. His breath drooped drowsily in his lungs.
"I cannot," he replied, almost inaudibly. "I must stay and save my captain." "Pym?" she asked in a blare of disbelief. "Father will hang that rogue tomorrow at noon. Dignitaries have arrived from all over Asia to see it. You can do nothing." "I have no choice in this, I swear it," he replied thinly, afraid to break the spell of their pledge. "I must try. I told you how he has cared for me."
Lucinda shook her head.
"I know he has earned your love, but he is yet a pirate. Don't you see?" She gave him a wide-eyed, imploring look. "You will be captured and hanged beside him."
"Then that is my fate."
"No, no talk of fates."
Her jaw was set, her face rigid.
"We are not children any more. Our fates are in our own hands now. I beg you, before God, do not leave me, not for this brigand."
Yaki did not flinch.
"Lucinda, I too am what he is. I cannot abandon him. Surely you understand that."
Tears lit his eyes.
"Faith is all I have of the life. Without that, you would be marrying a living corpse. Forever after, you would regret leaving the life of promise with your father for me."
Her face buckled, and she bit her lip not to weep.
"You belittle me, Yaki." "Lucinda," Yaki's expression was frantic with caring. "After I have saved Pym, I will come for you. Nothing will stop me."
She shook her head.
"Maud has betrayed me. If I go back now," her voice quavered, "I will never see you again. There is a Dutch carrack departing for Batavia with the dawn tide. Father has booked my passage. If we do not flee now, he will send me back to England."
"I will find you," he said with haunted resolve. Her expression told him
she thought he was throwing his life away, and he did not dare ask her to come with him. "I will find you wherever he sends you." A whistle trilled from the path below. Lucinda's hands fell away from Yaki, and the radiant persistence in her eyes dulled. "If you think so little of me that a pirate means more, then truly I was mistaken to come here. What a fool you must think me!" And she turned away abruptly and started down the path toward Maud and the imperial blaze of the Fateful Sisters, hoping with every step that Yaki would rush after her and call her back. Yaki stood in the threads of starlight and watched her silk-ruffled shape drift away from him, and could not move. Turbaned, and with his face smudged with bone char, Yaki watched at dawn from a covert of indigo bales mounded along a pier, as Lucinda and her maid, accompanied by an English guard, boarded a Dutch carrack. After their trunks were carried aboard, the gangways were hoisted, the moorings slipped, and the big Dutch ship eased away from the quay wall, riding the tide into the strait. Yaki's heart wheezed with helplessness. Toward noon, he and 5 faithful pirates mingled with the large crowd in the harbor plaza, watching as Pym, arms shackled behind him, was led through a phalanx of musket-wielding British sailors to the Fateful Sisters. He was drunk, gustily singing a sea shanty as he was half carried through the jeering assemblage, the serpent brand on his brow glowing scarlet. Plume-capped sailors stood him on the main deck, while the Bantam of Siam and the Sultans of Johor, Trengganu, Kelantan, Selangor, and Kedah sat in judgment on the quarterdeck in carved mahogany thrones. The Bantam was thin and ashen as a wooden post, but in his silk finery studded with rubies and emeralds he was imposing as a pontiff, and he presided over the court with imperious aplomb, serenely ignoring Pym's noises. The sultans watched dispassionately, already thinking ahead to the feast to follow. Their oiled beards glinted in the sunlight, and their eyes batted drowsily, unaccustomed to noon fire. Shi Hang was in the gallery behind them, alongside Rajan Cobra, who grinned beatifically throughout the ceremony and laughed aloud when Pym doubled over and vomited. 3 sailors lifted him and propped him to the mainmast by hooking his shackles to a cable truss. Quarles paraded before the dignities and the gallery, his stout girth emphasized by the large ruff of his collar and his wide-hipped breeches. The flamboyant feather in his cocked hat shook as he recounted Pym's crimes, and his sunburned face grew hotter with his passionate declamation. Pym swayed with anger, his one eye now soberly fixed on his accusers. Yaki pressed through the crowd until he was standing before the gangway guard. All morning he had surveyed the ship, seeking some way to extricate Pym. They had cruised past the warship in a prow, under the nose of Black Light with her new forecastle, and Shi Hang's opulent junks. But Quarles had posted musketmen on the seaward rails of his ship. Saja and the 2 crewmen, captured with Pym, had been tried and hanged from the bowsprit the previous day, and their bodies were tarred and stabbed upright on the levee as an example to all pirates. The sight of the stiff, black-resined corpses assailed Yaki's hope. The ambition to sacrifice himself in a raging attack dulled at the sight of so many ready weapons. If there were some chance of killing Quarles and the Bantam, he would have been able to muster the vitality for an assault. As it was, he could barely empower himself to watch. Pym's time to speak came, and he was unhooked from the truss to stand between 2 sailors. With a defiant scowl, he stood tall, fierce, and dignified, and steadied himself. He spoke in English, though he knew that most of the heckling faces in the crowd would not understand him. Even so, none dared breach the last words of a condemned man, and the silence of the harbor was violated only by the cries of sea-birds. Bantam, sultans, self-appointed and majestically self-righteous judges, listen well to the one you drive ahead of you into oblivion. You accuse me of treason and piracy. I plead innocent to both. As to the count of treason, I did indeed kill Samuel Quarles. I admit it, with the averred freedom of a man facing his death. But I was not the traitor. Samuel Quarles betrayed Drake's fleet to the Spanish,
and it was God's curse upon me to witness it and slay him for his betrayal. This his vainglorious nephew knows to be true, and this I declare before God and all his fallen angels." Pym's thick features trembled with the passion of his veracity, and he looked in turn at each of the sultans and the bantam, meeting their stares with his errant eye. "Now that you greedy minions of empire are to murder me, I will admit that it was I who harried you under the flag of the monster Wyvern, I who hampered your rape of Asia. But in vengeance, you blood-fat devils, never in greed. In vengeance only did I war with you, because you are evil, and no one stands against you. You are evil, for you and your kings walk on the backs of people. You trample them naked into the earth for your greater stature. Your allegiance is not to God, but to gold. The curse of your plundering is on your heads and the heads of your children." He shook his shackles at the gathered throng, then saw the laughter in their faces, and dropped his arms. "There is no true freedom in life," he said less forcefully. "All of us are chained to mystery and misery, and all of you are going where I am going." "But not as quickly," Quarles called out, "or as vilely." Pym ignored his captor's taunts and turned to the mainmast. His hands were unbound, and he climbed the shrouds to the cross-trees, where his wrists were bound again. A rope was placed about his neck as he stared up into the soaring cloud flow. The moment it was secure, he threw himself into the air. His body fell a short distance and jerked to a frantic spasm at the end of the taut rope, as the soul of Trevor Pym wrenched to be free of his body. A cheer went up from the crowd, and William Quarles faced the bantam with an exultant expression. Most of the gallery guests were already stirring, eager for the banquet, but the bantam and Shi Hang remained seated, and watched with glowing faces while the pirate captain danced his death jig. Yaki did not blink until Pym's body stopped writhing in midair. Then he closed his eyes and watched the bloodlight behind his lids scrawl its immemorial and indecipherable promises. Once the hanging was over and the festivities in the palace of Serangoon began, Black Light dropped her lines and slipped out of the harbor. Yaki and his 5 men followed in their prow unnoticed among the armada of junks, carracks, and sampans crowding the inlet. Black Light traveled west, along the broad Johor Strait. Yaki surmised that she meant to follow the inland strait to take on fresh water and meat before launching into the ocean. A strategy unfolded in him, shaped by his hot grief as he watched Black Light drift slowly along the jungle shoreline. Relinquishing the prow to one of the crewmen, he joined at the oars with lusty fervor, driven by rage. The prow skimmed close to the mudbanks opposite the Muslim man-of-war. At the river bend, it quickly overtook the big ship and flew ahead. Yaki was furious that death had robbed him again, but he knew from grim experience that he could not relent to that fury. The men who had killed Pym would kill him too easily if he gave free rein to his feelings and attacked like a rabid animal. Only a sorcerer's trance could give him the necessary calm to stalk men, and he breathed from his pith to draw his violence deeper and steady his exertion. His face went deathly white, and his stare hardened. He relented reflexively to the centuries of murder that informed all vengeance, relented to his need to catch Pym's soul. The men, seeing his paleness, thought simply that his grief consumed him. But when they witnessed the inhuman strength in his muscles as they rowed over the shallows, they were confounded. He stopped rowing, and the others bent to their strokes while the soul-taker sat lifeless, listening to the jungle shore with his whole body. A chill seeped out of his heart, stilling his anger. He felt the half-hinged breezes swinging from the forest wall, heard the coughs of the trees, smelled the incense from the algal pools, and knew just where to stop the skiff. Yaki ordered the men to take the prow farther up the strait until they were out of sight around a bend. Before they left, He took the shrunken head from his duffel bag and looped its twine around his neck. "Wait for me under cover," he commanded the pirates. "I will meet you at nightfall." "Where are you going?" one of the men asked suspiciously. But the sorcerer was gone. Wawa rushed ahead, and the gibbon's cries assured Yaki that no large animals or men were near. He moved among the trees, searching the leaf litter intently. Here and there he stopped and collected small plants, pink flames that licked the crevices of silvered deadwood. The solitude of the jungle and its familiar scents eased his grief. He felt Jabalwan nearby, in the minty sighs of the ripe earth. The invisible presence guided him, and he followed his hunches through the forest rack, picking more of the poisonous pink plants. Starwort, famous among sorcerers for its tasteless toxicity and delayed action. When he had a handful of the deadly blossoms, he paused to gather a tuft of twistbane, then hurried back to the creek glade. Yaki knelt over a clear freshwater pool where the creek emptied before silting into the brackish shallows. After pounding the starwort and twistbane into a paste on the pool rocks, he stirred the mixture lightly into the water without disturbing the algal lace. He finished as the warship floated into view, and with one backward step he disappeared into the tall grass along the creek. But black light did not stop at the firth, as he had been sure it would. It drifted up the strait, and Yaki cursed himself. His intuition had been so certain that its failure ached in him like a bad heart. "Damned fool," he berated himself. Wawa barked, signaling that the big ship was returning, and Yaki popped up. The jungle tangle ahead and the sight of storm clouds gathering with the dusk had prompted Rajan Cobra to reconsider the creek glade he had just passed, and he had ordered his ship hard about. Yaki watched with relief as the restored Black Angel figurehead hovered over the channel. Weightless with expectation, he slipped deeper into the grass and observed the lowering of the warship's gig. The men who came ashore unloaded muskets, longbows, spears, and buckets. While the officers stamped into the forest to hunt in the falling light, the oarsmen tasted the water of the pool, and finding it satisfactory, filled their buckets and began loading water into the large barrel in the gig's midship. Musket fires splotched the jungle silence, and the hunting party returned with a tusked boar railed on their spears. They loaded the game, splashed a couple more bucketfuls of pool water in the transport barrel, and shoved off. Yaki clutched the shrunken head hanging beside his heart, and raised it to the humming mist where the dead were watching. "May God's justice be done," he whispered, and lifted his face toward the clear oil of night spreading across the sky. In the last light, he foraged for more poison plants, strychnus berries and strangle vine. He packed the pockets of his doublet with pigment roots and dye leaves, then returned to the pirates huddled in their prow at the water's edge. He told them of Blacklight's deadly water, and promised them a great slaughter at dawn. That night they lay silent in their mourning and fingered their weapons, remembering Pim. When the first blister of dawn appeared, Yaki took out the pigment roots and dye leaves and painted his and the pirates' faces in predatory war streaks. Their cutlasses and sabers he edged with strychnus resin and strangle vine sap. Then the pirates sculled into the strait and drifted to Blacklight. By now, almost everyone on board would have drunk the lethal water. Yet the warship still looked formidable. The watch sat in the cross-trees and forecastle, and lanterns blazed on the rails. Yaki ordered his men to ready their flintlocks, and he unraveled a loop-ended rope. He snagged the nub on the main deck's rail post. The rope snapped tautly, and Wawa and Yaki led the climb up the beveled hull to the deck. The watch in the cross-trees stirred, but did not notice them as they rolled onto the ship. Wawa scampered up into the shrouds to the mainmast, and charily approached the watch. The man lifted an arm at the approaching beast, then withered. Wawa poked at him and leaped away, but the sailor did not budge. The forecastle watch was slumped backward against the bobstay pinion, unconscious. The quarterdeck watch was sprawled before the whipstaff, his tongue swollen in a blue bulge between his teeth. Yaki guided the pirates to the gun deck for the crew were asleep. Many were dead. Some who had not drunk the water were slumbering, and their throats were easily cut, until a restless sleeper awoke and shouted an alarm. A dozen men stirred from their hammocks, and the flintlocks cut half of them down. The sluggish ones were no threat for the savagely painted warriors, and while the pirates hacked at the impaired crew, Yaki ran for the officers' quarters. 3 officers staggered into the companionway and confronted him. "Shahawar Shirazi sends me for your lives," Yaki shouted. The officers did not understand him, but they recognized Shirazi's name as they attacked. The companionway was too narrow for all 3 to converge on Yaki, and he screamed his war cry and parried the blow of the first assailant so ferociously he fell back into the other 2, throwing them off balance. Yaki chopped at them remorselessly, and their blood sprayed. With the scream of the last of them cut loose from his life, Yaki bounded over their corpses and climbed the gangway to the poop deck and the captain's cabin. The door was swung wide and showed an empty chamber. A wash of ice wind spilled over his scalp, and Yaki looked up to the quarterdeck in time to see Rajan Cobra pointing 2 flintlocks at his head. He dove into the cabin as one gun discharged, smashing the plank of the threshold. Yaki whirled back out the door, and Rajan Cobra fixed him in his gun sight, his black eyes bright nails of murderous intent. A shriek from above startled them both, and Wawa flew out of the shrouds and collided with the captain. The flintlock went off, and the ball shot into the green dawn. Yaki sprang up the stairs to the quarterdeck, blade high. Cobra's squint went wide as Yaki came closer. "You! The aborigine!" He waved his scimitar. The 2 paced each other, circling, their scimitars wavering, searching for an opening to strike. With a side-slashing blow, the Muslim warrior charged, and their swords clanged. Yaki was shoved back by the power of the strike, and fear burst through him. Cobra was maniacal, and the force of his horror matched Yaki's anger. Their weapons clashed in a brattling frenzy, Yaki falling back, Wawa screeching. Yaki cat-footed sideways, breaking the captain's lunging advance, but the reprieve he had expected did not follow. Cobra, trained in the treacheries of the scimitar, pivoted agilely, feinted, double-feinted in a blur, and thrust for Yaki's heart. Outwitted, Yaki stepped falsely and lurched about as Cobra's blade snaked toward him. The tip grazed his left shoulder and snicked for his throat. Frantic to retreat, Yaki staggered, and the edge nicked his ear and scored him across the back. He whipped around and blocked a slicing maneuver that would have cut his throat. The block locked their swords, and they pressed against each other. Cobra's fist banged into Yaki's temple and dropped him to the deck, stunned. The Muslim howled victoriously and drove down with his scimitar. The blade jolted as it pierced flesh. Rajan Cobra viciously swirled the blade so it would cut vitally inside his enemy's chest, and only then did he see that his sword had struck not Yaki, but the shrunken head. Before his startled adversary could leap back, Yaki swiped his scimitar at the Muslim's gaping face, and the razored tip slashed his throat. Blood sheeted over Yaki, and Rajan Cobra heaved backward. Yaki rose and lopped off his enemy's head. He removed the turban, tied the long hair to the unwound headcloth, and used the cloth to secure the severed head to the stern post. The slaughter below decks was over, and the handful of pirates, flushed with killing, appeared on the main deck. At the sight of Rajan Cobra's grimacing head and Yaki splashed with his blood, they cheered and raised their swords to him. Yaki silenced them with crimson hands uplifted. "We insult our captain by rejoicing while his body still hangs in Serangoon harbor. Weigh anchor and set the mainsail. We will give Trevor Pym a burial that befits a pirate king." Yaki steered the huge ship into the sea-bound current. Once Black Light was under sail and flying downwind towards Singapore, he turned the whipstaff over to a crewman and took the quarterdeck. The shrunken head of Peter Heffion had been gashed open by Rajan Cobra's sword, and the fine sand in it had bled away. The head was now just a scrap of skin and knotted hair, its features indistinguishable. Yaki removed it from around his neck and tied it to the stern post above Cobra's head. His dead father had saved his life, and the spirit in the head had gone. taking the threat of his enemy with it. Yaki lowered a bucket overboard and drew up seawater to wash the blood and war paint from his hands and face. As he had once put on the clothes of his father, he now had to shed himself, he realized, and looked up at the hank of hair and the shred of skin that had once held his father's spirit. Shed himself and be renewed. Wawa, who had climbed into the cross trees, shouted at the sight of the first lorchas, and Yaki yelled to the men, "Keep to the deep water, unfurl all the sail you can, and steer this ship straight for Captain Pym." Yaki ran down into the hold, following his cruel memories of captivity through the blood-puddled companionways to the gunnery deck. Dead men lay everywhere, and the sour stink of the ship was overlaid with the gummy smell of spilled lives. Scattered among the big guns, Yaki found kegs of serpentine powder, and he rolled them into a stack above the narrow fire door that led down into the powder room. Through open gun hatches he could see sampans, swamp willow, and the thatched huts of Selatar, and he knew Serangoon harbor was not far ahead. He implanted 2 coils of fuse into an unstoppered powder keg and ran the fuse after him. Once out of the hold, he stood on the skylight and searched ahead for the harbor. The cannon crew that Quarles had stationed at the harbor entrance fired a salute to Black Light, and the British sailors waved at the pirates, mistaking them for Cobra's crew. By the time the commander saw the Muslim captain's severed head gaping on the sternpost, the warship had already flown past him. Yaki wanted to unfurl Wyvern, but the crowded harbor had already swung into view. There was little time to spare. He ignited the 2 fuse lines and dropped them into the hold. The wind was blowing briskly behind them, and the ship was shooting along the strait so fast that foam peeled from the prow in luminous wings. The Fateful Sisters' lofty masts and glamorous white hull appeared ahead, still moored before the Lion Steely, still displaying Pym's hanged body. The decks were busy with crewmen, who rushed to the rails to marvel at Black Light soaring into the harbor at a fatal velocity. Men scampered in alarm, and the stern gun ports clacked open. "Drop the prow and abandon ship," Yaki shouted, and the pirates swung down from the masts. Yaki signed for the helmsman to join his companions in the prow, and he took the whipstaff and cried for Wawa. The gibbon tumbled out of the shrouds and scampered to his side. Yaki threw his medicine bag into the prow and commanded Wawa to get in, but when the animal realized Yaki was not following, he refused to go, and finally Yaki signaled for the men to drop their line. He saw the skinny ship jettison away and put his full alertness into holding course straight for the Fateful Sisters. The British warship opened fire. Black Light lurched as cannonballs bashed into the bow, her new forecastle splintering, shooting timber shards upward and ripping shrouds and canvas. The hurtling ship was slowed but not diverted. Yaki fought the whipstaff to keep the behemoth vessel from veering into the junks and sampans clustered along the banks. Spars screaming like a grieving beast, Black Light reeled forward. Peering ahead, Yaki saw the tiny figure of Quarles on his quarterdeck. The captain held his spyglass to his eye and spotted Rajan Cobra's hacked-off head, and below it the tall figure of Yaki Khefyon at the helm, his wild hair flying in the wind. "Abandon ship!" Quarles cried before the second round could be fired. Yaki grinned as he watched the sailors spewing over the decks of his target. "Death to the Empire!" he shouted. He tore off his doublet and used the ripped fabric to tie the whipstaff to the binnacle, locking the rudder, and he grabbed Wawa and sprinted to the taffrail. With a last look at Pym's corpse dangling from the yardarm, he leaped with Wawa into the strait. Yaki swam hard through the blue chop of the channel, Wawa clinging to his back. At the uproarious sound of the collision, he rolled over and saw Black Light smash into Fateful Sister's stern and glance along her port broadside, plowing timbers, planks, and rails ahead of her. The monstrous impact hove the British ship to its side and snapped her masts. Shouts reached across the harbor, and the sky shook as the landing platform was sundered by the force of the slammed vessels. In the shock of silence that followed, the screams flurried louder. Yaki backstroked to the mud beach and sat in a nest of kelp and drift scrap with Wawa in his lap. The powder hold in Black Light ignited, and the 2 ships heaved into a fireball. Flames gushed through the royal of flying debris, and a moment later The powder hold of the Fateful Sisters detonated, blowing the levee and the Lion Steely into a grey cloud of rubble. The surge of blasted stone immolated the harbor, smashing lorches, crushing junks with a colossal roar. When the haze cleared, black light was gone. The Fateful Sisters was a flame-gutted pyre, and Serangoon harbor was a web of devastation. The main wharves collapsed, the levee broken, and numerous fires raging. Yaki stood up wearily and turned from the fiery havoc. The marsh bowers opened before him like a cave. The vaulting depths rhymed with trapped sunlight and the ore of homesickness. Wawa danced ahead, leading him past the water trace into the arrow grass, the vine lap, the somber trees, leading him back to his first life, far away, at the river's edge of the heart.